Wow, look at the chat. We are live for NHL Free Agency Day 1. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Crazy headlines this morning. If you're on the replay, please hit that subscribe button. I really appreciate all of you joining right to begin the day. Toronto is all in on Werenski. We'll see how this day develops. Maybe when you're watching, something else has already happened. But Werenski to Toronto, maybe. Carolina is still working on John Carlson while considering the Keyshawn trade options. And yes, Chicago has officially signed Bowen Byram. I told people it was going to be over 11 or 12, and they did not believe me. It is $12.5 million AAV for Bowen Byram on a 6-year deal. Absolute insanity. That deal begins in 2027, 2028. But what's going on? Let's get the chat going. What's going on, Adam, Keenan, Goose? Everybody, if you could, please smash that like button and share on X. We're definitely trying to get a lot of people. Let's try to have a record-breaking day because it is going to be a crazy day. And we already have, how many people in the chat? We already have 90 people in here. You guys are legendary. Legendary. Let's go. Musical, what's going on? Davs, Jet. Happy Canada Day as well for everyone in Canada. Blended says, Johnny, I got you on the big screen. Looking forward. Looking good, bud. Happy Canada Day for agency. When do we start drinking? Well, I will say, Blended, if the Leafs acquire Zach Werenski today, I think that's a good entry into the bevies for sure. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be a massive day for hockey, and yeah, I'm excited. I will, as I always do every year, guys, I'll be on my phone at times as people are texting me. Like, obviously, I'm reaching out to people, but at the same time, we're going to be rolling through X for the people that are important, right? Our trusted insiders, the people that are going to give us the official information. And big shout out to my guy, Joseph Zeta. You know, on the burner account, I am following him. I don't follow many people on the burner account, and Joseph Zeta is in there. So big shout out to Zeta. And there's a lot happening already to start the day. If I missed your comments, guys, just drop another comment. There's a lot of comments always rolling through this live chat on Free Agency, more than usual. So I apologize if I miss your comments, but I think it'll help to have them on the screen like this too. We have 161 in the chat right now. There we go. Let's see. Falcon, yes, I am in Canada. Six Sports Fan, how's it going? O'Doyle says that the Leafs land Werenski, you would have to think Nyes and Riley going the other way. O'Doyle, I don't think it's going to be Riley in that trade. I think Riley could get traded. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think it's Riley in that trade. I think he would want to go out west if he was moved from Toronto. So what I have talked about, and I'll give you guys a bit of a mock trade if you want, I think it would be Jake McCabe in that trade. I really do. I think Jake McCabe probably has a lot of Western teams and Western Canada teams on his no trade clause. He doesn't have a full no trade clause as far as I know, or he might. Let's see, actually. I want to double check that before I'm giving you guys that information. But Riley has a full no movement clause. Let's see. Jake McCabe. Okay, sorry. He has a modified no trade clause kicking in. Does that mean it's kicking in today? No. So he has a no trade clause. Sorry, he has a no trade clause for this season. And then he has a modified no trade clause for next season. Which, to be honest, I think that's more of a chance he's willing to waive. Because it kicks into a modified no trade clause next year, so he has more say on where he goes. Meaning he has control that he can stay out east. So he does have a full no trade clause for this upcoming season, and then it actually switches to modified not till next year. So my apologies. But yeah, I think Riley with the no movement clause, it would be tough for him to waive to stay on the east side. We'll see. Doug says, I watch your trade deadline and FA coverage every year. You are the best at it. Oh, Doug, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I want to keep you guys updated all the time. I mean, you guys, not criticizing other shows, but I think where I really do well, and I think a lot of people have given me this feedback, is like I am like on it like this. So obviously the insiders are doing it on broadcasts, but in terms of a YouTube live stream, like there's no bullshit here. It's just right to the news, right to what's happening. No fluff in that way. Hey, Jeremiah, thanks for being here. Happy Canada Day. Thank you for the well wishes. Jose is in the chat. We love to see. We have 250 people in here. Any Carolina news? Big shout out to Johnny in the chat. Yeah, nothing outside of them trying to get the John Carlson extension done. It looks like John Carlson's hesitant to stay in Carolina at the money offered right now. If you guys could, again, go to Hot Take Hockey on X. Please retweet that or just share the stream. I really, really do appreciate it. But yeah, the one guy I think I have Carolina going after is Oliver Bjorkstrand. I think they're going to go after one middle six guy. They obviously won the Stanley Cup, so it's always hard. When you win the Stanley Cup, it's hard to like look at your team and be like, what do we need to improve? Because you literally won it all. But I do think Carolina looks at Kotkaniemi and goes, okay, we can move this guy. Maybe we could upgrade the second line center spot, but really, Logan Stankoven had an amazing playoff run. And if you're going into next season, Aho, Stankoven, Jordan Staal, I don't think you're upset. At the same time, Jordan Staal continues to get older. So next year, if he was your fourth line center, I don't think you're unhappy with that either. So I could see Carolina going after a center or just a middle six forward. Bjorkstrand would fit that bill. I wouldn't be surprised if Carolina trades Kotkaniemi today. I do think Kotkaniemi, while he's not an asset at this point, he's a bit of a dump. I don't think they're going to have to like attach a first round pick to get rid of him. I think there's a bit of that conversation where the cap is going up. Kotkaniemi could put up 10 goals plus in the right situation as a third line center. It's not great. I don't think it's on a cup winning team or a cup contending team, but I do think that Kotkaniemi could get dealt today by the Carolina Hurricanes. We have, wow, you guys, I'm blown away. We just went past 9 o'clock and we passed 300 live viewers. You guys are amazing. Pro says, nice is going to Montreal. I'll get that into you. All right, we'll see. We will see. That's not happening, but we will see. Leafs need a number 2 center. Yeah, fair enough. Oh! Jose with a $50 dono to start the day. Oh my goodness, Jose. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It says, happy Canada Day. Let's go Toronto. Let's rebuild our team back to contention. Everybody give a thumbs up to Jose. Get some Jose hype in the chat. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Jose. Yeah, so that's great. Let's do that. I just saw it in the chat. Daniel Massey says, John, can you give your take on the EF article last night? Yeah, so if you guys missed it, I'll go through it. Let's see. Did I copy and paste? Yeah. So just for the purposes of the stream, I'll just put it up quickly. So this is my rough predictions. I made the edit on this. I think... So for John Carlson, I'm saying these 3 teams are the top 3 teams for these guys. So I'll go through Elliot Friedman's prediction article. I just want to reference it based on mine right now. So I have Rasmus Andersson going back to Vegas. I think that's pretty solidified. I'm actually pretty happy with my predictions, guys, as it stands. I know I'm going to get some wrong, but I do think that I'm going to be close on some and accurate on others. I think that also... I dropped this probably midday yesterday, or sorry, I wrote this up midday yesterday. I dropped this at, 10 p.m. Eastern time last night. Elliot Friedman dropped his article, I think, either at midnight or I was already sleeping. So, Alex Ovechkin will be back with the Capitals if he doesn't retire. John Carlson to these 3 teams, Philly, Tampa, or Carolina. I think it's one of those 3 teams. Ryan Shea to the San Jose Sharks. I also look at Mason Marchment. I had Mason Marchment as a mock. If you guys go watch my San Jose Shark video, I said if they don't get Darren Radish, if they can't spend money on a big right shot defenseman in free agency, I can see them going after Mason Marchment. So I think Montreal or San Jose is going to end up with Mason Marchment. Ottawa, I think they're going to go after one big top 9 forward still, Anthony Mantha. So if you guys didn't watch my video, I'm just kind of doing the quick spiel. But these are some of my predictions. I have the Edmonton Oilers walking away with Scott Laughton or Boone Jenner today, one or the other. Maybe both. I mean, you never know, but at least one or the other, maybe. And yeah, a bunch of my other predictions. I think Kevin Stenlund's perfect for Toronto, that right shot center. They don't have a right shot center right now. So we'll see what happens, but those are my rough predictions to start the day and what I had yesterday. And yeah, let's go to Friedman's article here. But thank you to everybody that's in the comments. So, if you guys didn't see it, Zach Werenski vetoed a trade to the Dallas Stars. It would have included Thomas Harley going to the Columbus Blue Jackets. And if you guys didn't see the reporting, it does seem like Toronto and Tampa are the top 2 teams for Werenski, or at least the 2 teams that are the most aggressive. Like Florida would probably be above Toronto based on the reporting, but the Panthers would have to trade obviously a major player, and up until this point, they haven't been willing to do so. And when I say major player, like I'm talking about either like Gustav Forsling or talking about Anton Lundell, like those kind of players going the other way. Where Toronto is more willing is, if this trade happens, it's 99.9% that Matthew Knies will be going to the Columbus Blue Jackets. So that is a reality that Leaf fans need to understand. And for the Tampa Bay Lightning, I don't know exactly the package. If I had to guess, it's probably a combination of the younger forwards they have plus Moser. So it'd probably be like Moser, Geeky, add a couple other pieces in there. Multiple first-round picks. It'd be something like that. But I think, you know what? You can actually sit here and think about it and go, I actually think Toronto has the best package by far. If you could combine Matthew Knies with multiple first-round picks and Jake McCabe, if he's willing to waive, I think that's Don Waddell. Like, you have to understand, Don Waddell's more of a traditional general manager. He looks at Jake McCabe as a really valuable player based on all the attributes that Jake McCabe brings. I think that if it's Matthew Knies plus Jake McCabe plus multiple firsts, I think that gets it done. If Zach Werenski actually wants out and they're comparing offers among teams, Tampa Bay can't offer that. What I just said, Tampa Bay cannot offer that. They cannot offer a Matthew Knies or anything close to it. So if Matthew Knies is combined with a Jake McCabe, a top 4 defenseman, and multiple firsts, I think this trade gets done today. So let's go through that article from Elliot Friedman last night and kind of see where he's at in terms of destinations and certain players. We have 440 in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. So first, Werenski himself. So people need to understand, this is a free agent live stream, and we're going to be doing free agent coverage in terms of the UFAs, the unrestricted free agents signing today. But the best part of this offseason specifically is while the free agent class is a little weaker than we've seen in past years, the trade market is heating up. So we actually might get bigger trades than actual signings today in terms of the quality. Quantity, we're going to get a lot more signings. There's so many depth players, bottom 6 forwards, bottom pair defensemen. There's going to be a lot of signings today. But in terms of quality, the big boom news, it might end up being the trades that steal the show. And that starts with Zach Werenski. So they talked about what happened with the Dallas Stars. A lot of people want to go to a market like Dallas. No state tax. There's a lot of different factors to why people want to play in Dallas. Well, Zach Werenski does not want to play in Dallas. He does not want to go down to Texas. He wants to stay northeast. He wants to stay close to home. He's from Michigan. Does he want to go to the Red Wings? Not really, because he's friends with Dylan Larkin, and Dylan Larkin wants to get the heck out of there. So you pass Detroit to the side for a second. Okay, then you start looking at maybe the East Coast down to the south. Even though he might want to stay closer to home, he just wants to stay East Coast. And that could mean Florida. That could mean Tampa. That could mean the Carolina Hurricanes. I doubt the Hurricanes because they already have Slavin and Keandre Miller on the left side, so that moves the Hurricanes off to the side. The Panthers and Lightning. As I said, the Panthers have been unwilling to trade a key roster player up until this point. For a second, that removes them from this. The Tampa Bay Lightning. Victor Hedman's getting older. They have a few intriguing pieces to get this done. Tampa Bay's in that conversation. And that's where Toronto is up. Elliot Friedman says, I don't think Toronto will fool around. The Maple Leafs will step up and take their swing. Darren Dreger also, with a separate report, said the Leafs, as of last night, are all in on Zach Werenski. That's a big statement from Darren Dreger. Werenski and wife Odette's roots are not difficult to travel to Toronto, which is believed to be a reason he'd consider the Maple Leafs. I'd be very curious to see what Tampa Bay offers. If Florida wants to trade a legitimate player from its roster, the Panthers could be a player too. As Michael Keaton once said, you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. So it does seem like Toronto's one of the key players here. Leaf fans have followed this team and have not seen a number one defenseman for a long time. And like honestly, you guys can drop it in the chat. I was a huge Thomas Caberlet fan growing up. But when you're making that comparison to Zach Werenski, it's just not close. Like, I love Cabs, don't get me wrong. He was my favorite player growing up. But Zach Werenski just won the Norris. He's a top 3 defenseman in this league. And I think he's at the prime of his career, and he's going to have 2 big years where that's a guy that can help boost you win a Stanley Cup. If you have Austin Matthews, Gavin McKenna, William Nylander, those kind of forward talents, and then you have a guy like Zach Werenski on the back end, that's one of the best teams in the league. because you can build out a roster, the rest that complements those 4 pieces, and then you have everything. If the Leafs sign Sergei Bobrovsky today, that's an older goalie that he's going to have his flaws, but I think if you're complementing him with 2 younger goalies that have a bright future, it could be a good blend. We have 500 in the chat, so I do think we're going to see some blockbusters today. And Dylan Larkin, I just talked about it in reference to Zach Werenski. It's part of this article as well. I wonder if he would veto or say no to a potential trade to the Dallas Stars, because I think Detroit would have their eyes on Jason Robertson. So while Zach Werenski said no for Thomas Harley, I think the Dallas Stars would be willing to trade Jason Robertson to Detroit. And I'll say this too, one more point. I'm very, very curious that they were willing to dangle Thomas Harley, like the Dallas Stars. I'm really curious that they were willing to dangle Thomas Harley. There was some rumors after the playoffs that they were willing to do that, and I think that's legit now, that the Dallas Stars could be trading both Harley and Jason Robertson this offseason. Connor Hellebuyck, Elliot Friedman says, I don't buy the New Jersey hype. It's not a contract that fits the profile of new GM Sonny Mantha. Hellebuyck would waive to Buffalo, but a couple of sources have said since last weekend, which was the draft, that a trade wasn't as close as we thought. Some of the rumored Sabres returns have no trade protection. Winnipeg would love to bring him back, but I think it's unlikely. So, again, there's one sneaky team here that I don't think is super realistic, but I wonder if Connor Hellebuyck would look at as a potential cup-winning team, and that's the Edmonton Oilers. I really wonder if the Oilers go big for a goalie. There was rumors that they would go after Elvis Merzlikins as a cheaper option, and Columbus is trying to get off of him. But I do think that Edmonton's going to be monitoring those big goalies. Elliot Friedman has not much to say about Dylan Larkin, and that's why I wanted to give you guys bigger context. He says Steve Yzerman would rather make no trade than what he thinks is a bad trade. Jason Robertson wants Dallas to budge. Don't see it now. My guess is they go to arbitration unless Yzerman decides he's the best option for Larkin. So again, he's basically insinuating, could we see a Larkin for Jason Robertson trade? Back to my conversation about Jason Robertson, he's rejected a trade now to the Seattle Kraken with an extension that would make him a very, very rich man and set him up for life. He's also rejected a trade to the St. Louis Blues, and reports suggest that Jason Robertson wants $14 million plus with the Dallas Stars. It's a lot of coin. Sergei Bobrovsky, heard Edmonton had interest, but I've honed in on Toronto. Believe his ask is Florida, 3 years, $21 million. So I'd expect the overall dollars to come in around there. So I'll say this. I think John Chayka is a very different general manager. He's not a Brad Treliving, but what I think could happen here is they could spread out the years. So they're going to look at 2 options here. They're going to look at that similar contract that we're looking at right now, which I don't know if I'm doing that. That's, to give you guys the quick math, that's $7 million a year for 3 years. So that's Bobrovsky getting $7 million AAV over 3 years. The alternative to that, what I think could actually happen, is about $4 million, similar to the Tanev contract. If you guys recall the Chris Tanev contract, not as long as that one, but maybe, again, similar total money. And in that aspect, we'd be talking about maybe $4 million over 5 years. That gets it to $20 million. As Friedman just insinuated, he expects it to come in around that overall dollar amount. So clearly Bobrovsky has that 20 plus million in his head. So I think what could be a good balance here is getting that cap hit down to $4 million and spread it out over 5 years. Obviously, the last year or 2 of that deal is probably going to be garbage. But you can send Bobrovsky to Robertson Island at that point and call it a day. But for the next 2 or 3 years, you have a guy that's an experienced cup winner. He's still in his late 30s. It's a risk. But $4 million with the cap going up, I think is a risk worth taking. That's the HTH take right there. Bowen Byram. So he's going to sign. I don't know if it's been confirmed by the Blackhawks page, but $12.5 million over 6 years. So $12.5 million per year. Nico Hischier, he'll sign today as well, per Friedman, just under $12 million per year. Quinn Hughes, 3 times $18 million, sometimes in July. That's the Whopper pick. So he is predicting that Quinn Hughes will stay with the Minnesota Wild, $18 million per year. So Billy Guerin is paying big because he paid Kaprizov big. He's got to follow that up with paying Quinn Hughes big. Darnell Nurse. So this one's really intriguing to me because I think there's a lot of teams that actually would do this with retention. Pittsburgh wanted Edmonton to take back a contract. The Oilers didn't like whatever was presented to them. Philadelphia's had a challenge putting all of the different pieces together in and out. Boston's shown interest, but that's also about what has to go out to make it work. I believe the Sharks are very interested, but Nurse remains East-focused as I write this. So there's different trades I could see happening. I think Pittsburgh would want to dump Ryan Graves. And that's, I don't think Elliot Friedman, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I think Elliot Friedman is being respectful to the situation here. I will translate for you guys. It's Ryan Graves. It is Ryan Graves that Pittsburgh wants Edmonton to take back. And clearly Edmonton looks at Ryan Graves as what he's done in recent memory here, and it's not good. Ryan Graves is making $4.5 million per year. Yeah, that's not good for a guy that's barely staying in the lineup with the Pittsburgh Penguins. That was a weaker team than the Edmonton Oilers. So I think right now, based on what I've heard and seen, teams want Edmonton to retain up to $3 million on Nurse to get it down from just over $9 million to just over $6 million. And I think that's realistic for a team to take on Darnell Nurse. But at that point, I actually think Darnell Nurse becomes a big asset. At $6 million with the cap going up, I think if you're talking to the Boston Bruins as an example, that's Mason Lohrei plus going to the Edmonton Oilers. So I think that's intriguing as well. We have 600 people in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to try to read more comments, but I know somebody asked me to go through this Friedman article. Mason Marchment, there was a lot of interest. Montreal, I think Toronto. Someone made a great point that a sentimental favorite might be San Jose, a longtime NHL home of his late father, Brian. The two were extremely close. And if you guys, again, I brought it up earlier in the stream, if you guys go back to the video I made of the San Jose Sharks' next moves, to me, this makes a lot of sense. I think that's a style that they're trying to play around the pure skill. They brought in Kiefer Sherwood last year. I think Mike Greer wants to bring in those style of players. Especially after them trading Eklund, I think this makes a lot of sense. Alexander Nikishin, a lot of interest. Carolina will hold until they get what they want, which includes a player. Rangers are believed to have offered a first and another pick, but that didn't do it. Heavy competition with many asking, what does he want as his next deal? Can't sign an offer sheet. So personally for me, I said this on X, I think Vinny Trocheck going to Carolina makes so much sense. As I said, it pushes Jordan Stahl down to that fourth line. He's getting older, and you could have 4 center depth of Sebastian Aho, Logan Stankoven, Vincent Trocheck, and Jordan Stahl. That's among the best center depth in the league. I think Alexander Nikishin, for what Carolina is building on that left side and what they currently have with Slavin and Keandre Miller already, I think Nikishin could be expendable, but he brings a lot of value. His profile's great. He's over 200 pounds, like 210, 220, and around there. He's 6'3", and he has a versatility to his game where he can provide offense with a bigger role. And I think that's what the Rangers see in him. So I think if it's Trocheck, maybe plus another piece for Nikishin, I could see a trade structure like that. And then the centers, there's a lot of speculation around Boone Jenner, Eric Holla, Scott Lawton, Achari, Sissons, Stenland. Friedman says, I believe Utah still lusts after Vincent Trocheck, who prefers the East. Kings tried to get Holla before Lawton, but he was hurt at the time. They like him. So, okay, keep an eye on Holla. And then Rasmus Andersson, he's staying. Yep, I think that's consistent with what has been out there. Stuart Skinner, if Hellebuyck is traded, Winnipeg makes the most sense. Otherwise, I'd take a shot if I was the Mammoth. They need to lighten Karel Vejmelka's load. I don't necessarily agree with that because Utah just signed Sebastian Cossa to a $2 million AAV deal. So I actually think Ottawa could be a team for Stuart Skinner or Connor Ingram. The defensemen, San Jose, Sharks need defensemen, Ian Cole, Jamie Alexiak, Jacob Trouba. I had Ryan Shea maybe going there. But Ryan Shea, Elliot Friedman says the Lightning really like him. So if the Lightning miss out on Zach Werenski, that's probably their consolation prize, we'll say. So we'll see, guys. Is there an offer sheet to be had? I would be really pumped to see something chaotic like that. So we'll see if we get an offer sheet. I'm pretty hyped up. Let's go. All right, back to the chat. Let's see what people are saying. Merca Enjoyer says Michael Russo just reported that Bogosian and Foligno will stay in Minnesota. Yeah, no surprise there. Joshua says sounds like there's some trade traction in Dallas surrounding Maverick Bourque. All right. Trocheck was a Kane past. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Mike, he was a Kane in the past. He was a Panther in the past. I don't think that means anything. He's a different player. He's matured a lot more. He was a much different player back then. He's matured quite a bit. Soccer Lover says, do you think Tarasenko could come back to the Blues? I feel like he can return to St. Louis more than signing with Pittsburgh. I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't see it. It was Doug Armstrong. It wasn't like the most smooth breakup, I would say. So I don't see it, but I've been proven wrong before. Braden, Brantford Bulldogs shout out. Let's go, Braden. You've maybe seen me before somewhere else, eh? Maybe. Just maybe. All right, Kevin Kurtz. Quick bloggy on Werenski. Let's read it. So, after we were told on Monday the Flyers were unlikely to offer Shea anyone, that was an option still being discussed internally on Tuesday per a team source. Wow, that's a big report. We're getting breaking news on HTH here from Kevin Kurtz. One potential target, the Dallas Stars' Maverick Bourque. If the Stars end up giving Jason Robertson a monster extension, something that seems more likely now that they struck out on Zach Werenski, they may not have the salary cap space to keep Bourque, who posted 20 goals and 41 points last season. The Flyers may be willing to offer Bourque as much as mid-$7 million on an offer sheet. Wow! Which would require them to part with a first, a second, and a third-round pick. Another scenario is that the threat of an offer sheet from the Flyers could force a trade to Philadelphia, allowing Dallas, which is still trying to win now, to acquire a more NHL-ready piece or prospect in exchange for a 24-year-old. As for Werenski, the Flyers were still in discussions on a trade with the Blue Jackets as of Tuesday. According to the latest report from Chris Johnson and Aaron Portzline, the defenseman, who has a no-movement clause, would prefer to land in Tampa Bay or Toronto. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Oh, baby! We're cooking! Thank you to everybody in the chat, guys. We have 600 people in here. We are 5 likes away from 100. If everybody could hit that thumbs up and share the stream out there, we want to get a lot of people in here. Let's go. Let's get to 1,000 concurrent viewers. Dave says London Knights fan here. There we go. Logan says, who's getting Zach? Will Montreal make a trade? I think Montreal is going to do something big today. Whether it's acquire Marchenko or sign Mason Marchment, I think they're going to do something. Also, chat, which is pretty crazy. If you haven't subscribed yet, I really appreciate it. We are 130 subscribers away from 60,000. And I think there's a lot of people in here that have not subscribed yet. So, again, if we get 60,000 today, that'd be really cool. But thank you to everybody that's spending time with us. I'm going to post this on Instagram as well so we get people in here. And again, guys, we'll keep you guys updated throughout the day. Breaking news as it happens. But yeah, this was the report that somebody mentioned in the chat. All signs point this morning to Nick Foligno continuing his NHL career and returning to the Wild. And Bogosian back to the Wild as well. So, looks like that will be the case. All right. And what was the other thing I was just going to say? Oh, yeah, Bobby Brink also returned to the Wild. So I know people were freaking out about Bobby Brink not getting qualified, but that was just because they wanted to control how that contract was structured. So, not overly shocked. All right. Seattle-Toronto trade involving Shane Wright. Yeah, I mean, I know that's been a fit. That's been a conversation. I wouldn't be surprised if Cheka looks into that. Mark Stone Glazer here. What's up? David says Perry reunited with the Bedard family. Oh boy, David, you got to relax. Curtis says, want to see Nurse Quinn Hughes to Habs? Ooh, Curtis, I like that kind of... That's creative. Nurse and Quinn Hudson to the Montreal Canadiens for Arbor Xhekaj and Samuel Montembeault. Wow, I actually don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I think Edmonton would have to retain on Darnell Nurse for that trade. But wow, if something like that happened, we'll have to remember Mr. Curtis in the chat because I actually like that fit a lot. That's really interesting. Derek says, would you do Cowan plus third for Wright? I would not. But yeah, that's just my opinion. I wouldn't do it. I think there's some risks to Wright, whether you want to talk about off the ice or just kind of his history in the NHL so far. I think the Leafs love what Callan is building, and just what he brings to the organization. Jared said, would love Brandon Duhaime to the Montreal Canadiens. Add some grit, fits into the structure of the team. Still relatively young. Needs some sandpaper, potentially Brazeau as well. Would love Marchment, though. Yeah, Jared, I think Montreal's going heavy after Marchment. Six Sports Fan, what's going on? Says, would you want Corey Perry in Toronto? Yeah, at the right price. Like, anything over $2 million, I think, is just no-go. But, yeah, as like the 12th or 13th forward, I don't think that's a bad thing to have Corey Perry in that room. Pork Chop says that would be sweet. Will Vincent Trocheck be traded? I think so this offseason. I don't know when, but yes. Habs fan says, how does Dallas get rid of Harley help Dallas? Yeah, I don't think so. It doesn't. But if it's part of a bigger trade that upgrades their defense group, then it's a conversation. But I think that ship has sailed, right? There's not many defensemen that would be a clear upgrade over Harley, and Werenski would have been one of them, and Werenski does not want to go to the Dallas Stars. Mark Howard says, so Werenski would only wait for Toronto and Tampa. I don't think it's only Toronto and Tampa. I think he would go to the Florida Panthers. I think he would go probably to the Carolina Hurricanes. But as I said, Carolina and Florida at this moment are not fits that are clear as day the way Toronto and Tampa are. And why I say that, going back to my conversation, Slavin and Keandre Miller are on that left side. So, unless you're flipping recent Stanley Cup champion Keandre Miller to the Columbus Blue Jackets, I just don't think that trade's happening. And then, yeah, for Toronto and Tampa, it's a clear upgrade on that left side. Clear upgrade. Victor Hedman and McDonough are older. You could play one of those guys on the right side or Werenski on the right side until those guys retire. I just think it's a much clearer fit for Tampa. But at the same time, Tampa does not have what Toronto has to offer. And that's one name, Matthew Nyes. Mark Stone says he's coming to Vegas. The reporting has been consistent that Zach Werenski wants to stay on the East Coast. Austin Patrick says Elias Pettersson to Montreal. Interesting. Joshua says, I see Jason Robertson to Pittsburgh. I could see that as well. Tanner Wright, do I see Werenski getting traded today? I do. I actually, which is crazy. I wouldn't have said that yesterday. If somebody asked me that exact same question, word for word, do you think Werenski is going to get traded this week, yesterday, I would have said no. But after that Dallas report leaked, oh my God, they got to trade him. They got to trade him. They got to get best offer and trade him over the next few days. I know that you might think that they're not getting a lot for that, but I actually think they might actually get teams to overpay now versus if this leaks into the training camp, then that's why I'm saying the Dylan Larkin one's interesting. Detroit can really wheel back and say, oh, we can bring him back. We can bring him back. How can you bring that guy back? How? I just don't see it. The Brady Tkachuk thing didn't really leak. A lot of information has come out now, but it was like, Brady Tkachuk traded. This has been messy, man. This has been really, really messy. All right, so we are expecting the Hischier news today, and it looks like Kevin Weeks is on it. Per my initial report below, sources say language and details being worked on. Hischier and the Devils closing in on a 5-year contract extension that lands just shy of 12 million AAV. So just under 12 million, 5-year contract for Nico Hischier. So the Devils lock him up. And Chris Johnson also reporting, it sounds like there's still a window for the Panthers to get Radko Gudas signed before he hits the open market. Florida acquired his rights on Monday. And of course, Radko Gudas played for the Panthers once upon a time ago. Derek says, I don't think Pittsburgh has the assets Columbus would want. Rust Raquel too old. They want now pieces. Kindle not enough. I don't see McGroarty a fit what they have. I mean, Derek, I don't necessarily agree with that fully. Like, I think if it was a Raquel plus McGroarty plus draft pick cap, like, I think it could be a fit. Like, multiple firsts with Raquel. Like you're saying for Werenski. Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be probably Brunick as well. Yeah, I mean, for Werenski, I don't necessarily agree with. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Jason Robertson, then I'm reading For Jason Robertson, I think it would be a fit. Like Dallas would love a Raquel, would love a McGroarty. So, yeah, I kind of agree with you that Pittsburgh probably can't get it done for Werenski, but they could probably get it done for Jason Robertson. Joshua says, I think Pittsburgh's going to have a big day. Let's see. Trying to read some good comments here. Hyper says, Pittsburgh has like 4 to 5 players signed for next season. I like what Dubas is doing, getting ready for the complete teardown and rebuild. Matthew says, I love your content. Great work. I hope it's a good free agent day for the Leafs. I think they'll be busy today. I think we'll see the Leafs in the news at least 3 or 4 times today. Would Marchenko be a good fit for Montreal? He'd be a really good fit for Montreal. Wow, we have 700 people in the live stream, guys. 700 hype. Let's go. On our way to 1,000 in the live stream. Let's see it. Yeah, so David Pagnotta's all on Maverick Bourque getting traded. There's a lot of talk that he's going to get traded today versus offer sheet. What do you guys think? Wow, that's crazy. We're going to get some big trades today because like teams are probably threatening to offer sheet, so it just might end up being a trade. Because Dallas would rather have a trade of a player back than draft picks, which would be the compensation for an offer sheet. Real Monique says, every year there's so much hype around the 1st of July and it flops. How is this year that much different, you think? Great question. Wow. I like that. Great question. Okay, I'll give you why. Once upon a time, Mr. Brady Tkachuk and Mr. Matthew Tkachuk, and I'm saying they started the group chat. They might have. They might not have. But Team USA started a group chat. And a lot of these players talked about, I don't really like where I'm at right now. It's kind of some dark times. I think similar things happened with Team Canada as well. Because you talk about the pandemic, you talk about that separation of player communication. And I think at this point, you have a lot of these players talking about, and it happened with Marner in Canada, I don't really like where I'm at. How do you like where you're at? So, you know what? The free agent class really got worse real fast. Like, this was an amazing free agent class a year ago, but it got worse on the surface. But why I think it's going to be busy today and why it's going to be busy this week is because a lot of these teams realize that on July 1, when you have an opportunity to spend money and you have an opportunity to still fill out your roster, it's probably better to make the trades now than wait well into the offseason when a lot of teams are set and it's going to be harder to trade these guys. So I think Steve Yzerman's an example of why Detroit's been at a standstill because of the lack of movement he's made. The Justin Falk trade I thought was fine, but the inactivity has been a huge problem for Steve Yzerman, and then he defaults to signing guys like Andrew Kopp and Comfer and guys that are just not it. They're not clear upgrades. So I think it's going to be a busy day, and I think it's going to be a busy week because teams realize they need to make some of these moves now. Jason Robertson rejected a $14 million or $15 million per year deal, and he wants that money from the Dallas Stars, which should have a clear advantage with the no state tax. So why it's different this year, I think because not only do we have free agent day, which it's always going to be busy on free agent day, I think the trades are going to be more active than we've seen in a long time. And some of them might not happen today. They might push into the weekend, but I think a lot of them are going to happen today. And we haven't seen this kind of trade market leading into July 1st in a long time. Jeremy says, John, is Nyes for Harley a good 1-for-1 trade? Wow, that's a loaded one. I think it gets what both teams want, but I'm almost thinking Toronto doesn't do that because I think it's harder to find a Matthew Nyes. I actually think Harley, the fact that he's locked up the way he is intriguing, but yeah, I don't think the Leafs do that on the surface, but I don't think it's a bad trade. I think it's probably a fair trade for both teams, to answer your question. That's a tough one. But in terms of value, it's probably fair. Let's see. Buck says, John, if Tampa gets Zach Werenski, they're contenders. Yeah, I mean, I think they're already contenders. And if they get Werenski and don't give up a key roster player, I don't know how they'll do that. But again, Moser would definitely be in that deal, I think. Leafer says, Nyes not going for Werenski would be amazeballs. Well, that's not happening. Wicked says, where do you think Larkin will end up when the dust settles? Well, I mean, Dallas keeps being mentioned, but his buddy Werenski just said no to Dallas. I don't know, man. I keep thinking Vegas for Dylan Larkin. I wouldn't be surprised because they could still find a way to clear Aiden Hill, Keegan Colasar. That's like almost $10 million combined between those guys. They have the space after trading Dorofeev, so they're going to bring back Rasmus Andersson. Yeah, I don't know. I still think Vegas is in there, but we'll see. One other sneaky team for me would be the Tampa Bay Lightning. I think the Lightning would be in that conversation, especially if they miss out on Werenski. They want to swing big. Yeah, but Zeta, what is he talking about? I mean, yeah, we can try to pull it up. 3:30 mark. All right, Zeta, I'm trusting you that this is a worthy clip. I'm trusting you, Zeta. All right, let's go. Zeta says to the 3:30 mark. Let's see. Well, I try to pull it up. Give me a sec. Options 96 says major trade for the Leafs and 3 free agents. I can see that. Thank you so much for the dono. I really, really appreciate that. Tip it for Maverick Bork. I'm seeing that suggested in the chat. Maybe.
Is your understanding?
All right, this is from First Up. Let's see what Darren Dreger has to say.
Of the desire for Zach Werenski being Tampa at the top of his list and the Toronto Maple Leafs as the second choice. I know he's from Michigan. That's close to home for him.
I don't know if I would say that, though. People keep saying that Tampa is number 1 and Toronto is number 2. I don't know that.
Okay, well, that's being reported.
Yeah, but okay. I'm just saying that look at it from a player perspective, with all due respect to Tampa Bay. You know, sure, they still have the core pieces of a contending team. But is that window closing, and is it closing pretty quickly in Tampa Bay? You know, Julien Brisebois is one of the more aggressive NHL general managers, so there's plenty to work with there. But Austin Matthews, Zach Werenski are pretty tight.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw my tweet or not, but the deal that Toronto would work or is working on with Columbus doesn't include Matthew Nyes.
Doesn't?
Does not.
Oh, my. Okay.
I did not see this.
Elaborate.
So you guys got to pay attention.
It's my bad. I blame the guys who send the internal emails with the...
Why don't you have X open all the time?
You're right.
Anyway.
So it does not include Matthew Nyes. So what does that mean? Okay.
Well, it would have to include something else.
Are you talking William Nylander?
Why does it have to be a top-end player like that, AK? Why can't it be an Easton Cowan or a Ben Danford or something along those lines?
Well,
right?
Based on what we know, and you would know better, the speculation out there is that Columbus wants roster players. So this is why we're throwing out those names.
Yeah.
If you're telling me a deal doesn't include a Matthew Nyes, then what's the whole...
You think Nylander's waving to go to Columbus?
No, I don't.
That's what he said.
No, I'm just... If you're Columbus, you'd obviously want Nylander first, you would think.
Yeah, but you can't just look at a lineup and go, okay, I want this guy, and this guy. So do 2 things the next time we do this. Have X open on one side and then Puck PD on the other so that you can go through.
Okay, that's fair.
Alert.
Fair. Is that a Werenski trade, Darren? No. Okay, so
Craig Berube has arrived in the building.
Nice.
Let's bring him in. Let's bring him in. Yeah. So Craig Berube, big part of.
I mean, don't do this to me because let me say this: if I knew what the deal was, I would report it.
Yes, for sure.
I would. All I'm saying is, And I'm not saying with 100% certainty that Matthew Knies isn't going to be included. Right now, he isn't. And he may not have to be included in a trade.
Wow.
So you guys, you can spend the next hour and a half here talking about what you think the parameters of a deal like that would have to look like.
If that's what.
Okay. For now, I'll leave it at that. Oh my goodness, man. I mean, I'll say this. I still think Matthew Knies has to be included if they want to get the deal done. I don't think the deal gets done without him. I hope I'm proven wrong. The whole time, you guys need to understand, I hope I'm proven wrong. But and Zita, I see your message. I think Drager's speculating at this point that they're having the conversation. But I think I'm going to go back to what Friedman said last night and what he's talked about this morning. I think Friedman said Toronto will not fool around. Meaning, if they can get Zach Werenski, they are going to get Zach Werenski. And I don't think Matthew Knies is untouchable in that. So sure, I think at the very start, he's probably like, hey, Columbus, would you take Easton Cowan and Ben Danford? And the reporting suggests that Waddell wants NHL-ready roster players now. What does that mean? This is a huge question. Cowan, is he NHL-ready? 100%. Is Danford NHL-ready? No, but he might be. He might be close. And I think there's a lot of definitions being misinterpreted here. So we're talking about Zach Werenski, guys. Like, let's not forget that. On the Devil's Advocate side, the one factor I'll say is Zach Werenski only has 2 years left on his contract. That's a massive risk for Toronto. Because if Matthews is not staying, chances are Zach Werenski is not staying. I think that's, again, remember that. Remember, friendships are not everything at the end of the day, but if Austin Matthews and Zach Werenski are as close as I think they are and as close as it's been reported on and what we know on their history together, yeah, that would pull a lot of weight. That would pull a tremendous amount of weight. Thank you, Dave, for all the kind words in the chat. If you guys could listen to Dave and drop a thumbs up, I will be live all day, guys. This is the longest live stream you'll see on YouTube, and hopefully the best. So if you guys could, please hit that like button and subscribe. We are about 100 subs away from 60,000, which is unbelievable. Thank you so much for the support. All right. Let's get X back on the board here, because crazy things are happening. And Dregs is dropping some bombs for us this morning on Zach Werenski. So, again, a lot of the reporting is that the deal would need to include Matthew Knies. But as of right now, Drager is saying the conversations have not included Matthew Knies. That's pretty insane. We have almost 800 people in here. I think we might be at 800 now. Thank you so much to everybody in here. Comment your prediction. We have 900 people in the chat, almost 1,000 concurrent in the chat. Isaiah, how long are we going today? Probably until at least 4 or 5, minimum. Might be later than that. If the viewers are bumping, we could be here for a long time, chat. It might be one of those 12-hour live streams. We'll see. Stafford said both Zach and Matthews could be traded next summer if it doesn't go well. Not worth the risk. Not trading Knies, Cowan for that, too risky. All right. I think I would do it, though. I think it's Zach Werenski, guys. This is not like you're trading for like some random rental here. This is 2 years of Zach Werenski, one of the best defensemen in the National Hockey League. Yo, Daz with the Elite membership. Thank you so much, Daz. Big hype to Daz in the chat. JW, thanks for being here. Joe, I think Bobrovsky goes to Toronto or LA. Drake says, what do you think Dubas is up to? I think Dubas is sniffing around on Jason Robertson. But again, I think he's going to go after a top 6 forward in free agency, whether that's Mason Marchment. I could see them. I think they are moving on from Mantha. So we'll see. I also think they're going to go after a left shot defenseman, and that's why I predicted that Mario Ferraro could head to the Pittsburgh Penguins today. Daz, thank you so much. The sick channel brother legend. I appreciate you big time. Thank you so much for being here. Tim says Leafs don't have picks until 2028. I don't know what you're talking about because they have a first next year in 2027 and they have 2 seconds in 2027. So they have picks. John with the $5 donos is just sending love. Respect the hustle. You outwork all the others. Danny B, do something for my Flyers. John, you're too kind. I appreciate it. You know what? I wanted to go live earlier this morning, but I'm like, at some point, I've got to like not push myself to a crazy degree because I just flew in last night. So I flew in last night, got here, uploaded that video that I literally posted in my boxers because I was literally like, I can't even go on a video right now. My eyes are like shut. I'm so tired. So if you guys watched my video from last night, shout out to you. It was just like a voiceover video of my latest predictions and final predictions. So shout out to you if you watched that. But I was so tired. I was like half asleep trying to get to bed because I'm like, if I need to get up in the morning, I need to go to bed. But John, thank you so much for the dono. I really appreciate it. But yeah, guys, what a crazy week this has been. I was at the NHL draft in person. If you guys didn't watch the vlog, you go check it out. Meeting Gavin McKenna, meeting so many great people. It was just unreal to be in Buffalo at that draft. I mean, the Wi-Fi was crap, and it's an older arena. The network was garbage. But yeah, being in person at the draft was amazing. Shout out to Anthony from the Prospect Dawn. We got to meet so many amazing people. And then right after the draft, basically, I flew out and I was out for the last 3 days and yeah, back for free agency day. We're on the grind, folks. I was in Portugal, Ronnie. I was already in Portugal, back in May. Thanks, Joshua, for being here. We have 920 in the chat. We almost have 1,000 people in here. Jose says, next time you're in Buffalo, lunch on me. Oh, Jose, you're in Buffalo. What a legend. Let's go. Jose, I think it's lunch on me at this point. What a beauty you've been, man. Appreciate you being in this chat. So Anthony, reiterating the report we read earlier, says the Flyers are in the mix in the Bourque trade conversation, but so are other teams. But I'm told nothing is done yet, and a lot with Bourque is hanging on or hinging on what happens with Jason Robertson in Dallas. If Robertson gets moved, Bourque probably isn't going anywhere. Yeah. I mean, guys, that's where we're at right now. Dallas is trading one of them or losing one of them. They're not... I think there's no way Dallas can keep all three of Thomas Harley, Jason Robertson, and Maverick Bourque, and all three have been in those trade conversations. So I think we're going to see Dallas move one of those guys as soon as today. We have 900 people in the chat, almost at 1,000, and almost at 60,000. Do I see a legend in the chat? I do. Blue Jays today. Guys, if you're Jays fans, baseball fans, go hit my guys up. Legends. Michael says, bro, I still like that arena better than Toronto's. There's not a bad seat in Buffalo. Oh, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love the view at KeyBank. I love the seats. I love the atmosphere. Buffalo does it right. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying there's aspects to the arena. Like, yeah, for the draft, if you ask any media member, it was like that. It wasn't like an NHL thing at all. It was literally just the restraints of the arena itself. We were down in the media room and the Wi-Fi, like it couldn't even connect. And we're like doing live interviews with top prospects. Like even when we were interviewing Gavin McKenna, my phone, I couldn't even like tweet. I mean, you could, but it was in and out. And then we couldn't even get like a live coverage of the picks. It was just a screen with the picks kind of happening. And then I couldn't even live stream either. I wanted to live stream from one of the other media sections, and the Wi-Fi was just brutal. Obviously, a lot of people were on it, but we got our separate media Wi-Fi, and it just wasn't working. So, yeah, it was tough. But if you guys watched it, Gavin McKenna remoted in at Scotiabank Arena at the Leafs watch party, and even that was getting shut down. Like, it just wasn't a good connection. So I know some people were saying, Scotiabank Arena's Wi-Fi is bad. It wasn't Scotiabank Arena's Wi-Fi. It was the Wi-Fi coming from the draft. Hey, another dono. Let's see. Kyther, thank you so much for the dono. It says Matthews and Werenski been best friends even before they were both drafted. Is this a tampering situation? Also saw Zach in a Blue Jays jersey years ago. Oh, yeah? I didn't see that. That's awesome. I mean, this is what I said. Somebody asked me earlier, why is this different? Why is this offseason different? I mean, the offseason is different because, like I said, the Olympics, guys. This is where Four Nations and the Olympics, this is where it all started. all these players talking about where they could go. And yeah, Zach Werenski's probably talked to Matthews about Toronto and how great of a city it's to play in. So yeah, I mean, call that tampering all you want. If that became a tampering situation, the NHL needs to rain down on the Florida Panthers so hard it's not even funny. Brady and Matthew Tkachuk were on a public podcast, and his dad said, "Oh, Brady, yeah, you're just going to wait 2 years and then you'll come." Like, they're making public comments about it, joking around about it, while Brady Tkachuk's an Ottawa senator, and they're talking publicly on the podcast about how Brady was just going to leave to Florida after his contract was up. If that is not tampering... I mean, guys, let's just put it this way. The NHL can't investigate anyone else for tampering until they go after the Chucks in Florida. But thank you so much for the dono, Kather. Blue Jays today. So Leafs plan for the casual, for sure. So you're looking for a center today. You're looking for potentially Sergei Bobrovsky, a goalie today. And one top six forward, which could be the center. So I think the Leafs need to add probably those two guys and then maybe a right shot center for the fourth line. Those are probably your three targets. So my predictions were the Leafs get one of Michael Bunting or Boone Jenner. They get Sergei Bobrovsky, and they get Kevin Stenlund to be the fourth line. Big right shot center. Yeah, tampering and friends talking. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of lines, a lot of blurred lines there for sure. Dave in London, thank you so much for becoming an elite member. Let's go, Dave. Big shout out to Dave. Everyone hype him up. What a legend. We got 950. When we hit 1,000, oh, we're going to get hyped up. That's awesome. W. Dave, let's go. Lee says, would Cowan, OEL, plus first and second move the needle for Werenski? Well, it depends on how many we're talking about there. I don't think it would. Maybe swap OEL to Jake McCabe and then get Danford in there, and then maybe it starts a conversation. I still think it's a tough move for Columbus to make without Matthew Nyes. Tim Mento, thank you so much for the elite membership. Man, the elite it's a membership train right now. Thank you so much, Tim. I appreciate it big time. Jackie says, what does Chevy do today? I think Hellebuyck traded maybe. Like, that's the buzz. But the other thing I think the Jets could look at is the center ad. So whether it's through a trade or a signing, I'm sure they're trying to pay big on maybe like a Boone Jenner. I think they would love a Boone Jenner. So, yeah, I think between him, maybe Eric Holla, they're trying to get a center in there. Thank you, Jace, today. You're always welcome. And, yeah, go check them out, guys. We need a drink soon. Hit that like and subscribe, folks. Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Frank Furious says, I want Zach. All right, guys. If it's inevitable that Zach Werenski is going to get traded, drop your prediction in the chat right now where you think he'll end up. I want to see what the chat thinks. I want to hear from you guys. Let's see what everybody thinks in the chat. All right, I see some Philly in there. I see Tampa, Toronto. Fink says the Devils. Pork Chop says the Wild. Ooh, we're getting hot take-ish here. Sandroa says, nope, it's Trocheck to the Leafs. Mr. Twitzler says, Werenski is going to shock everyone with the Philly move. Ooh, okay, what's the Philly mock trade? Mason says, I want Philly, but Toronto. He wants to stay in the East. Yeah, and then Philly would accomplish that. All right, let's go back to X here, because people are going to be stressing. All right. Oh, Josh is dropping a big one. Oh, boy. What I'm hearing about the Penguins and Jason Robertson. Oh, we got to... Anyone want to summarize this one? I got to sign into my Athletic. I don't got it, but why the Parker Witherspoon trade was made for agency. But Pierre LeBrun, I saw this earlier. I'll bring it back up. Patrick Kane is going to market today while keeping the door open for Detroit. Yeah, I don't know how you go back to Detroit with the situation that it's in right now. Wow, guys, we are 5 subscribers away from 59.9K, and then we're going to be 100 away officially. Let's go. All right, Michael Russo. He's got that live blog going as well. Go check it out. Pierre LeBrun says, my annual observation that the opening of free agency should be 48 hours at the end of the NHL draft in late June instead of waiting for the national holiday of the country that gave the NHL its sport. The league has noted my complaint for about 20 years. And Pierre, they're still ignoring you. Fair enough. Steven, no fake stuff in the chat, please. All right, let's check Kipper's update to his trade board. What trades can we see today? All right, Connor Hellebuyck, Jason Robertson, Larkin, Matthew Nyes, Darnell Nurse, Morgan Riley, Jordan Binnington. I think Binnington could very well get traded. I would look out for Carolina or Vegas at this point. I think the Panthers bringing in Markstrom and Schmid takes them off the list, so I would look for the Hurricanes and Golden Knights. Vincent Trocheck, Nikishin, Pedersen, DeBrusk, Ricard Raquel, Blake Coleman I think could get traded for sure. Rasmus Ristolainen, man, this one's gone on way too long. The Flyers just need to move them. And then these guys were previously on Kipper's board, but now have been traded. Kyrou, Nemec, Byram, Greenway, Nichushkin, McTavish, Carlo, Rodriguez, Markstrom. I wonder if New Jersey flips Evan Rodriguez. I think they very well could keep him, and I think they could find a role for him, but I wonder. Derek says Leafs should package Danford plus Joshua plus first and second and get Saros and Marchessault. Why would the Preds do that? I just don't see it. Wow, we're almost at 1,000 people in here. It's insane. Colorado says Donovan Sabrango would be a good pickup for the Leafs. He could be a sneaky pickup for any team. Bradley says I see Harley and Robertson to Pittsburgh. Oh, yeah, but what's the return there? God, that would have to be like Ben Kindle, McGroarty, Brunick, 3 firsts, plus. Mason says, John, drop some bold predictions for today. Well, I mean, I did in my free agent video, but I'll try to take from there. Bold predictions. I said, I think Montreal gets Marchment or Mantha today. I don't know how bold that is, but Steven, no more fake, bro. Last chance. I think Marchment or Mantha to Montreal. I think Ottawa acquires a goalie in the next 24 hours for sure. By the way, 1,000 people in the chat. Let's go, everybody. 1K hype. Let's go. So hype. Let's go. Oh, I missed this dono. Sorry. Going back to it. My apologies, Kai Thirst. Is NHL turning into the NBA? Cap going to fade away? I don't know about that, but I could see a luxury tax maybe introduced at the NHL. We'll see. Thank you so much, Kyther. I really appreciate the dono. Let's go. 1K hype. Road to 60K subs. Oh, I put 6K subs. There we go. You guys are saying Marco tweeted something. I don't know if I'm am I following Marco on my burner? How am I not following Marco on the burner? Well, I just changed that. The Dallas Stars are indeed engaged in trade talks on Maverick Bourque, per source close to the situation. Something to keep an eye on for a couple Eastern Conference teams. Montreal, maybe? I mean, Marco does cover the Montreal Canadiens closely. Could that mean something? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Will the Leafs get Zach Werenski today? Big question. Wow, we are 1 subscriber away from 59.9. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Could we see Werenski to Philly? I think Philly could get aggressive. And honestly, the Flyers would put together a better package potentially than Toronto and Tampa. So I think if Werenski was willing to go to the Flyers, I think the Flyers could put together quite the package. Like, if we're talking something that includes Cam York and Matvei Michkov, how could Columbus say no to that? Marco is hearing a lot of noise on the Flyers acquiring Maverick Bourque. That's been reported multiple times today. Moret says, Eric Comrie loves Winnipeg and would be open to signing in Winnipeg, but he starts the day in a bit of a tough spot with Winnipeg in the state of Hellebuyck uncertainty. It's interesting because if Hellebuyck gets traded and the goalie coming back is not like a certain 1A situation, then Comrie could get a lot of starts in Winnipeg. But does he risk that? Does he hold off and risk that versus a guaranteed contract? Yeah, Jackie, I thought I already answered that. That's what Chevy will do today. Chevy will take care of his goaltending situation today, I believe. Zuccarello to Anaheim. X, that's what I predicted in my free agent video. Phil, thank you so much for subbing. What's up, Steven? Well, Steven, that show doesn't start yet, so you should stick around with this show, Steven. This is the show to be at. And you could do both. If you guys want to go off to TSN Sportsnet after, why not stick here? And then I might beat them to it. You could be on both shows. Thank you so much for subscribing. Dom says Nico Hischier is a perfect example of what a $12 million player actually looks like. So if you guys missed it, Nico Hischier is likely to sign his extension today, just under $12 million per year. Miami Sports says, John, what do you think the Panthers do for their center depth? Nothing. I think they're going to stand pat. I mean, they might add a fourth line center. So when you're talking about bringing back Stenlund or maybe looking at Achari, looking at guys like that, maybe. But in terms of their top three centers, they're set. They don't have to do anything. Yeah, Brian, I could see Utah making it a big move or two. I think they've loved Vincent Trocheck, so that's a conversation still. But there's obviously other names out there I think they're going to look at. You know what, Felony? I think the Oilers need to go after a goalie now. I mean, there was rumors about Merz Lincolns yesterday, but there's obviously goaltenders in the market. I mean, they're former goalies in Skinner and potentially Ingram. Do they revisit that conversation? Probably not. Maybe Ingram. But I wonder if the Oilers have a conversation with Columbus. I wonder if the Oilers have a conversation with the Toronto Maple Leafs, with Anthony Stolarz. I think those conversations could happen. Any Habs news? Nothing yet, but I think the Habs are targeting multiple big top six forwards right now. All right. King says, do you think the Leafs are going to try and get Bourque? If so, what do you think it will cost them? I don't think the Leafs are going to get Maverick Bourque. I think it would probably cost them Nick Robertson and maybe multiple second-round picks, something like that. Because an offer sheet, I think, would cost, even if they went up to $7 million, it would cost a first, a second, and third. So I'm looking at that equivalent, right? Say Nick Robertson, a prospect plus 2 seconds, something like that. Or like Nick Robertson, maybe plus Colorado first. It would honestly be something like that. I mean, Maverick Bourque looked like he had a really good year, and I think he's just going to get better. So, I mean, Nick Robertson, it's a tough one, right? Like, the Leafs shouldn't just toss him away for nothing. But if it's an upgrade like that, then maybe it's worth it. And the fact that Maverick Bourque can play center or wing is also, it's interesting. Nick Robertson is not equivalent to a second. When did I say he's equivalent to a second? I think Nick Robertson would be like a third-round pick value right now. I think we're not gonna. I think that argument's just not worth it to argue if it's worth a second or third. I don't even think he's worth a second per se. But yeah, the argument between a second and third is just not really worth an argument. No, I said Nick Robertson plus 2 seconds plus a prospect. So if a first, a second, and third, I would make the argument that a second plus Nick Robertson is worth a first, and then a second round pick and then plus a prospect, which could be worth a 3rd-round pick. But I would argue Nick Robertson in a 2nd-round pick is definitely worth a late first. Thanks. Which player are the Habs targeting? Anthony Mantha, Mason Marchment. Those are 2 of the names that I believe they're targeting. All right, Saravalli. His final top 50 free agent rankings. Let's just running through it here. Any names I haven't really talked about yet. So Jamie Alexiak, he has at 21. Andrew Peeke at 18. These are defensemen I really didn't talk about in my free agent predictions. They're kind of hard to predict. Andrew Peake's really interesting because of his age. He's only 28 years old, right shot defenseman. He could be the overpay of the day. I mean, once upon a time ago, Justin Hall got like $3.5 million. I think this could be the mistake that a team makes today with Andrew Peeke. If it's anything over like $4 million, I think even that's rich. But like, yeah, anything over $4 million would be a ridiculous overpay for Peeke. Darkness says, I don't really see St. Louis doing much today. Yeah, I think they're going to be one of the more quiet teams. I would agree with that. I could see Bennington traded, as I mentioned. But in terms of the free agent class, yeah, I don't see them being aggressive. Yeah, so Mario Ferraro at number 12. I mean, that's the thing that I'm looking at here is like, how is he ranking age versus production? He has Patrick Laine at, Laine at number 9. Which is really interesting because, again, I think it's the age factor. He's only 28 years old. I wonder what happens today. Like, if I'm a playoff team that has a lot of skill on my team that could give Patrick Laine the confidence he needs, I am going after him. And I would give him $3 or $4 million a year because you're betting on that skill. You're betting on that guy. And here's the thing. If you're a team with deep pockets and Patrick Laine is not healthy, you just put him on long-term injured reserve. And you just... If he's not healthy throughout the season, you put him on season-ending long-term injured reserve, and you call it a year. But if he does play, and if he is healthy, we know how lethal that shot is. We know how lethal he is on the power play. So if you're a playoff team, especially a playoff team that hasn't done well on the power play, that should be an easy target for you. So if Carolina missed out on Bjorkstrand, I wonder about them. I also wonder about a team like Edmonton. Again, McDavid feeding the puck to Patrick Laine, like Patty Laine would probably look at that, go, okay, who can feed me the puck? And that would be McDavid for sure. So that would be one. And if the Dallas Stars trade Jason Robertson, I would also look at them as well. I think the Ducks will look at Matt Zuccarello. I think that's a perfect fit. Yeah, there's some rumors that Laine will be a target for the LA Kings. I've seen that as well. One player to keep an eye on in Vancouver is Ian Cole. Wow. Rick Dollywall, really close to the Canucks, is saying Ian Cole could be headed to Vancouver. Interesting. Hey, Austin with a $7 dono. Really appreciate it. Says, if you're Toronto, if not Zach Werenski, then maybe you go for Thomas Harley. Woo! Yeah, I know we talked about that. It could be a fit. It definitely could be a fit. I've seen a lot of Dallas Stars fans not want Thomas Harley on the team before, so that's a bit of a red flag for me, but anyways, I think they're expecting too much because of the contract, but the cap is going up. What about the Panthers situation in your opinion, Mr. John? I don't think the Panthers have to do much more. I mean, sign Radko Gudas. You have your goaltending now. Beyond that, what do the Panthers need to do? Maybe sign a fourth-line center. That's about it. John Gibson to the Oilers, that was rumored for so long, and then he got moved to Detroit. I just don't see it. I think that ship has sailed, but we'll see. Devin says, hey, John, happy Canada Day, happy Free Agency Day. Thank you so much, Devin. Appreciate you. Yeah, Byram at $12.5 million is so rich. It's pretty crazy. We have 1.1K in the chat. Thanks to everybody for being here. And we are less than 100 away to 60,000. That's amazing. I really, really appreciate all of you guys. So, guys, as we've seen in the past, a lot of the news starts kicking in at like 11 a.m. In terms of like the rumors. And then to remind you guys, free agency only begins at noon. So we can't get official news until noon. But I remember in past years, it's always like around 11 a.m. where stuff actually starts trickling in terms of rumored stuff. Like Friedman will come out and go, expect this guy to sign here at noon in around 11 a.m. So there's a lot of that stuff that happens, which again, to me is such a joke because I don't mind it as like a viewer, as a person that loves the entertainment. But if we're actually zoning in on the rule, there should be no scenario where you know of a team signing a player before noon, because noon is when free agency opens. So 12 p.m. Eastern time should not be, oh, this guy signed here, this guy signed here, because that is clear tampering. Unless there's public knowledge of a team giving another team permission to talk to that player, the only other thing that they can make an argument on is, oh, well, our player had a conversation with another player, or my agent had a conversation with a representative and just thought, oh, maybe this player would have interest there. So there weren't actually like solidified negotiations. But to me, that's borderline tampering. So I don't know. There's always these like gray areas on what actually happens leading into noon Eastern time on July 1, because the fact that news drops right at 12, which again, don't get me wrong, I love it for the entertainment, but it's just crazy because it definitely goes against the rule of what is stated. Isaiah says, just a random thought, but what are Byram and Harley's stat comparisons and how much are both being paid? Yeah, so that's a great conversation. So Harley, definitely more reliable defensively. There's no doubt about that. Byram, you're probably getting more goal scoring opportunity there. Harley is making just over $10.5 million per year, where now Bowen Byram is going to be making $12.5 million. So the argument is Chicago is paying for the offensive potential of Byram, the number one power play, the offensive potential, where Harley is making $10.5 million long term, and that's where Stars fans are wanting to move him. And this is why I think Leaf fans should be careful what they ask for, because I like Thomas Harley as a player. Do I like Harley at $10.5 million? I'm not sure. If Harley was at $8 million, I think Stars fans feel differently about him, and I think I feel differently about him. And that's why I was saying, would I do Nyes for Harley 1-for-1 without a doubt? Not without a doubt. I think it's somewhat fair in terms of value and what the Leafs need and what the Stars would want for him. But going back to my original conversation, if he's at $8 million, that's a totally different conversation. $10.5 million for Thomas Harley, who I don't even think is like a solidified, like he's not a number one guy. You could make an argument he's a top pair guy with the right defense partner. That's the big conversation there. So I think Harley and Radish would be a great pair. Don't get me wrong, but $10.5 million is a lot, and Byram getting $12.5 million is a lot. Options with the $14 dono, man. You're unreal. Thank you so much. This Happy Canada Day. 159 years young. If the Leafs trade Riley, they will have over $28 million in cap space. It's going to be bonkers today. I think it is going to be bonkers today. I think if they trade Riley, though, it's not just going to be for picks. I think it's going to be a hockey trade. I've talked about that before. So options. I hope you're right in terms of the Leafs being busy and it being bonkers today. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Thank you so much for the dono. Where do I see Corey Perry signing? That one's tough. If he doesn't retire, I could see Toronto. I know people have talked about that one, but honestly, I could see a reunion in Anaheim. I know people have mentioned that. So maybe he looks at Anaheim. But again, he wants a cup. He wants another cup. So in terms of the teams that are in that conversation, I'm sure his agent would reach out to Colorado. I'm sure his agent would reach out to Minnesota. Beyond that, I'm not too sure. I don't know if he has it in him to go to the Panthers. After being with the Lightning, after being with Montreal, does he have it in him to go to another rival like that? I don't know. But he would be a classic Florida Panther based on what they're building there. So I wouldn't be shocked if Corey Perry went to the Panthers. Yeah, Doug, I could see Lawton coming back. I think they're going to talk to both Lawton and Jenner. I would love to see both of them with Toronto, but I know that's not realistic. So I would say one or the other for sure. All right, Nick Cousins signs a 2-year, $3.18 million contract with the Senators. Okay. I don't know when that officially dropped, but there you go. Looks like it just dropped recently here. All right, a lot of buzz around Bobrovsky. Let's pull up Jesse Granger's tweet here. All right, let's pull it up. So, Jesse Granger says all the focus is rightfully on Bobrovsky, but I'm also interested to see where this goalie partner, Daniil Tarasov, ends up. He's only 27 and put up better numbers than Bob behind that injury-plagued Florida squad last year. He could be an upgrade for several tandems. He's not a clear starter, but for a team looking for a 1B goaltender with potential, Tarasov offers more of that than the other older free agent options. He's a big goalie with excellent structure to his game. He presents well to shooters and takes a lot of the net away. Interesting. Wacky, thanks for subscribing. All right. If you guys missed this yesterday, Jeremy Lauzon signed a 6-year extension with Vegas, carrying an AAV in the $4 million range. Interesting. Again, guys, if you want to follow on Twitter or Instagram, the handles are down there. Appreciate all the support. And as I mentioned, guys, this morning we're collecting all the information. We're seeing what's out there. I'm giving you guys the buzz. And in the next 30 to 40 minutes, we're going to be getting a lot of news. John says Leafs eye Arvidsson systems to bolster roster depth. Is that a prediction? Hey, Chris, thank you so much for the dono. Says for today to be a big win, Toronto has to keep knives in the trade for Werenski. Ship out Riley, sign a top 6 winger and a 3C. Getting Bob is a bonus. Thank you so much, Chris, for the dono. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I'm biased. I hope they don't trade Riley. That's my opinion. But yeah, outside of that, I mean, yeah, that'd be a pretty productive day for sure. The Bobrovsky signing is so interesting because I think Leaf fans are going to be so split on it. If it's anything more than like $5 million a year, I think there's going to be a lot of split perspective on it. And Bradley, I agree. Greer fleeced the Ducks. The fact that Greer got over $4 million a year to sign with the Anaheim Ducks is wild. But that's what I'm saying, Library. If Bobrovsky does get $7 million plus on a 3-year deal, there's going to be a lot of debate on that. And I think that's a risk. 3-year deal's not crazy, but it might give me Marlowe vibes. But again, guys, we have 950 in the chat. Thanks to that. I mean, we've had like 1,000 pretty consistently in here. So Willie Stein says, if Bobrovsky helps recruit Werenski to Toronto and mentors AA, that's worth $2 million AAV at least. See, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of Leaf accounts on Twitter that do not want Bobrovsky for much. Like, if it's anything more than like 4 or 5 million, as I said, there's going to be a lot of critique towards that decision. How's it going, Simon? Colorado Rockies, what's going on? Giuseppe, what's going on? Yeah, Werenski, there's a lot of rumors around Tampa and Toronto right now. Morgan Riley trade for, in a hockey trade, not picks. I agree. What's going on, Katie? What's up, Mac Daddy? What's Bob asking for? What he was asking for from the Panthers was $7 million per year over a 3-year deal. That's what Friedman reported on. So what he also insinuated is it could be that overall dollar amount, which is why I said maybe if you're Toronto, you punt it across like 5 or 6 years. So you get that AAV, that per year amount, down to like $4 million per year and put it across like 5 years as an example. What would the Tampa package be? Bucks. If Tampa was to acquire Werenski, as I mentioned, I think it's going to be Moser in that deal. It would probably be Moser, Geeky, multiple future firsts, and maybe another piece in there. Maybe Sam O'Reilly, maybe. But hard to say. What's up, Simon? Thanks for being here. I should put a timer on the board because I think a lot of people think free agency's already started and they're like, oh, this sucks. This is boring. Can I ask the chat, did you guys know it starts at 12? Or there's some people that just assume it's already started? Because I might have to put a timer on the board because I think some people are just like coming in, they're like, this is so boring. Maybe if I put a timer on the board, that will help. Let's see. No, I know most people know. Did I have a timer last year? Okay, that's a good reminder. Let's do a timer, guys. Let's do a timer. All right, we'll get the timer up and then we'll be laughing. All right, how much time we got? We got about 1 hour and 38 minutes. There we go. Perfect. All right. Let's go! Hey! Woo-hoo-hoo! All right. There's our timer. There's our timer. Till free agency officially opens up. All right. Marco's reporting that Utah could be in on Maverick Bork. Yeah, exactly, Jose. At about 11 Eastern time, so in about 30, 40 minutes, the rumors of where teams go start to fly in, for sure. Bowen Byram. So that's Levshunov there. That's Alex Vlasic. And that's Bowen Byram. Okay, the Avalanche sent qualifying offers to Fabian Lysell and Bartikov. Oh my God. I can't believe Saravelli said that. Damn it, bro. T.O. Miracle, what's going on? Thank you so much for the $6 dono. It says, what are your thoughts on a possibly Ryan O'Reilly Leafs reunion? Not happening. Ryan O'Reilly did not want to be in Toronto. Thank you so much for the dono, T.O., but yeah, I think that's not happening. But yeah, this whole time, guys, I'm not going to lie. I figured the moment Florida filled up their goalie spots that Bobrovsky was going to Toronto. But I still think LA could blow them away with an offer. Yeah. And that's what a lot of teams do. I've heard a lot of teams do that. Like, basically, how do I explain this? How I see it as maybe not tampering, I don't know how the NHL is going to have a perspective on this, because I know a lot of other teams do this kind of stuff, is basically when you're pitching to a player or you're pitching to a free agent, you basically give that player the whole look of what it would look like to be part of their team. So what it would look like to be on their Jumbotron, what it would look like to be part of the organization, what different facilities they can offer. So I don't know. It's a really sticky one, the fact that that leaked. But what I'll say is this. Whoever was in that building that sent that picture, you gone. I can tell you that for free. Once they find out who did that, see ya. But thank you guys so much. We have almost 1,000 people in here still. And free agency officially opens up in an hour and a half approximately, but we will get more news as it gets closer. Claude Giroux, that's a big one. Does he stay with Ottawa? There's a lot of speculation that he could be leaving Ottawa after the Tkachuk situation. No, I mean, Saravalli, you never know. You never know, but I'm surprised that Friedman and others haven't talked about that picture. Because, I mean, I can't ignore it. It happened, right? That picture dropped, and it's like, it's kind of a crazy thing for somebody to Photoshop, if I'm being honest. Let's see. Hey, Adam with the $2 dono. Big shout out to Adam. Says, hey, Johnny, it's Adam. We spoke on Instagram. Let's go, Adam. Big shout out to Adam. Big Leafs fan. Big respect to Adam. Let's go. Thank you so much for the dono. Shea says, but why would Bob come to LA if we got 5 tenders already? Shea, it would be more if they were trading Kemper. That's like the speculation around it, is that they potentially would want to trade Kemper, get Bobrovsky. Bobrovsky wants to play with Panarin. There's that whole storyline there. But yeah, I agree. I think he's going to go to Toronto. That's what I predicted, and I think that's what's going to happen. Dominic says, would love seeing Luke Shen back in Vancouver for a third time. Great mentor for the rebuild. Colorado Rocky says, here are the Leafs ads that I have for today. Sabrango, Schwint, Regenda, Carlisle, Stenland. That's it? No Bobrovsky? Bobby says, who do you think Montreal is going to try and acquire during free agency or a trade? Mantha or Marchment? Guys, I'll say this. I'm going to have to probably repeat myself a lot of times because people are coming in and out. Obviously, you hope that when people join the live stream, they stick around. Like, I want all of you guys that are in this live stream right now to stick around with me for the day. Listen in. I'll keep you guys updated. I promise that. And yeah, there's no other stream that will keep you guys updated with news as it happens. Oh my God. Obviously, if you guys weren't in here before, we listened to Darren Dreger talking about it on First Up, and now he drops the tweet. It's been assumed Nyes will be part of a package if Toronto lands Zach Werenski. See how things develop, but there's a chance the Leafs won't have to give up the power forward if this trade comes together. Bro, John Chayka's statue will be built if they don't trade Nyes in a Werenski trade. That would be absurd. That would actually be absurd. Hey, there you go, Real Monique. Thanks for being here. Isaiah, I don't think that would happen, but that's an interesting idea. Jeffrey, what's going on? Excited for the day. Where does Patty Kane go? If he doesn't go back to Detroit, I would look at Buffalo. That's crazy, man. Zeta! Oh my God. It's insanity, guys. If somebody told you 5 years ago Bobrovsky and Werenski were going to be on the Leafs, what would you have said? Just insanity. Oh, I think Zach Werenski is one of my favorite defensemen to watch before he was even a Leaf. So if he's a Leaf, then... not really, Doug. I mean... I see what you're saying. The concussion concerns are always a thought. Cried, what's going on? Yeah, the Rangers, that's an interesting one. I think they're looking more into the RFA market or trade market. So, Freedom's tough to predict for them because they're in a weird spot, but they got Dorofeev. I think they could get Nikishin from Carolina. And I honestly really wonder if they're part of the conversation with Dallas for Maverick Bourque. So I would keep an eye on that. But it sounds like Philly's going aggressive. But thank you to the 900 people in the chat. You guys are amazing. We'll keep updated with everything going on, but there's a lot of speculation around Zach Werenski right now. That's the big one. But yeah, I don't know if I read that one out yet. Columbus is hiring veteran coach Don Granato to join Rick Bowness' staff as an assistant. I don't know if I read that one out yet. All right, let's see what the chat's saying here. Am I worried about Gavin getting targeted next season? No. Actually, that was the thing I was going to talk about earlier. Thank you for the indirect reminder. So, a lot of people forget how much of an impact a first overall pick has beyond just adding the player. The Leafs, I'll just say this, in the most unbiased sense as I can try to be, the Leafs are a sexier team than the Islanders were before getting Matthew Schaefer. Like, I love Matt Barzal. He's electric. Bo Horvat. They got some good pieces. Sorokin's one of the best goalies in the world. But beyond that, there's a lot of unsexy on the Islanders. The Islanders always played a very simple game. It's not a criticism. It's just a fact that when they got Matthew Schaefer last year, the Islanders were just a much sexier team to watch. They were more entertaining. They had more of an offensive threat. They had a more fun power play. Where I'm going with this is this. Braden Shen, if you guys didn't catch it last year, Braden Shen talked about how when Matthew Schaefer was in the picture for him going to the Islanders at the trade deadline, that was the difference on his decision-making, or at least a massive difference. He talked about how Matthew Schaefer being there was a huge factor, and I think that's a huge factor for some players considering Toronto. Obviously, Austin Matthews and Zach Werenski are super close, so that's a kind of a different conversation, but I'm talking about Sergei Bobrovsky. I'm talking about anybody the Leafs are trying to recruit right now. Getting Gavin McKenna and what that profile could mean is very exciting for players potentially joining the team. Let's go, Paul Matthews. Almost at 60K subs. Good for you, brother. I'm with you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're almost there. We are almost there. Kyther with the $2 dono says people think Leafs going to give up McKenna. Laugh aloud to Columbus. Yeah, not happening. Keither, thank you so much for the dono. Really appreciate it. I know. There was a lot of trade talk around Barzal. I'm seeing that in the chat right now. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened at all. But I think it was more people just pick it up, right? Like, I even talked about it a little bit. It was more the Leafs were listening on Barzal, the Islanders were listening on Barzal, and clearly nothing really materialized. But, guys, we are 60 subscribers away from 60,000. 60 away from 60K. Oh, my God. We're going to hit that before free agency even begins. You guys are wild. Appreciate you big time. Well, the Duck in Indiana, I mean, I don't know how much else we have to have this conversation. Like, clearly the Leafs lost the season, like just the mentality with Berube and Trey Living. And after Matthews got hurt by Gudas, obviously that was just a horrible lack of response. But I think when you saw what Cowan did, when you saw what Nyes did after that in certain situations, you would hope that a rookie coming in, Gavin McKenna, it's a different story, right? Austin Matthews is a grown-ass man, 28 years old. You definitely should be going after anybody that touches your captain. I would like to hope that if anybody does anything to 18-year-old Gavin McKenna, it's an all-out war. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not defending it. I'm just more so saying I think it's a little bit more clear-cut when it's an 18-year-old kid. All right. Nyes is a perfect captain for Columbus. Maybe. Spencer says, so if Nyes isn't involved, it's Cowan, Danford, Picks, and Hellebuyck. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'll just put it this way. They could be getting maybe one of the Leafs defensemen, too. It could be Jake McCabe. I don't think Riley's waving to Columbus. I mean, I could be wrong, but I just don't see it. So maybe it's McCabe. Maybe it's OEL. There's not really anyone else the Leafs would send to Columbus. I think they want to keep OEL. And I think Werenski would fill the minutes and the gap of what McCabe brings on the defensive side. And then obviously, I think the offense speaks for itself. Well, fantasy hockey, I know people are going to keep talking about that. It's not for sure that he's not part of the package. We got to wait and see. But again, guys, thank you so much to everybody hanging out. I really appreciate the loyalty of how many people actually come back to this free agent show. I know you have a lot of other options out there, but I'm very, very grateful that you guys are picking this show to hang out with me today. We have 900 people in here, but only 355 likes. If we can get 500 likes, that'd be great. Trying to read as many comments as possible. Adam says Lomberg could be an option for the Leafs along with Roslovic, Arvidsson, Bjorkstrand. The Duck says if Matthews doesn't get hurt, did the Leafs get the first overall pick? I know. There's just so many things that had to happen or happened to lead them to that spot. Paulo says I'd rather keep Cowan than Nyes. The kid is a pure winner. Oof, that's a hot take. Dominic says Kent Johnson would be an unreal ad for the Canucks to kickstart the rebuild. I wonder about Kent Johnson. I could see the Blue Jackets trading him for sure. Change of scenery. He had a brutal year last year. Yeah, Jacob, I've been watching the World Cup for sure. Habs fan says I'm a Habs fan, but you're my favorite hockey channel for live streams. Habs fan. You're welcome here. Look at this. I mean, I don't love having this next to me right now, but there you go. There's your representation. You got the Habs jersey in the stream. Pork Chops says you are the best in the business, John. I appreciate that. Jackie says thanks for streaming. Love the knowledge and dedication. Thank you. Tyler says Kiprio said that the Wild could get Dylan Larkin if they included Matt Boldy. Okay, that's a crazy take. They could get Dylan Larkin without including Matt Boldy. I think it'd be Urov. It'd be probably other pieces. Right. We're kind of in that dead moment right now where things are probably going to be coming out soon, but this is the big drop from Dreger. It's been assumed Nyes will be part of a package if Toronto lands Werenski, but there's a chance the Leafs won't have to give it the power forward. Thank you, Dave. Jeremy, it's tough. It's tough. I would say to cheer for Montreal or Boston, like Jared says, yard work day, you need to stay informed. Definitely staying here. You're doing a great job. The man is buzzing and keeping us informed. Quality show, man. Good luck to your Leafs. Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, to me, there's not really like a hate. It's more just like I probably couldn't throw on their jersey and root for them kind of thing. Energize, thanks for being here. It says Braden Schneider get moved? Question mark. Yeah, I could see it. I thought it was maybe going to be in a trade to Anaheim in a Zellweger package. There was a lot of rumors that the Rangers wanted both Zellweger and McTavish, and then when they traded Zellweger to Buffalo, it ruined it for the Rangers. So I think that was a perspective that was going on. Thank you for subscribing. Bowen Byram is the highest paid defenseman in the NHL. That's going to change soon with Kel McCarr. That's yeah, I think I've said it. I think if it's Tampa Bay trading for Zach Werenski, JJ Moser is definitely in the deal. I agree with that. Massimo, thanks for being here. Says, hey, John, always here for the annual HTH Free Agent Frenzy. Where's the HTH at these days? Where's, I don't know your question. Where's the Hot Take Hockey at these days? We're almost at 60,000. Thank you, Dominic. Appreciate you. Yeah, Skid. I hear you. I hear you. Oh my goodness, chat. We are 50 away from 60,000. That's electric. People are waiting for the big news to drop. Do I think Werenski could get traded to the Leafs? It's looking more and more realistic, that's for sure. Trade can't happen until 12, right? No, not trade. Signings. UFA signings can't happen. All right. Canucks got to do something. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. Cancer off Bedard Marchenko would be electric. That would be electric. Chances Mario Ferraro end up on the Leafs? If they trade Riley, maybe. Drager on first up says Austin Matthews and Zach Werenski are pretty tight, and Werenski wants to be close to family, and Werenski's a new dad and wants to be close. Drager mentions he's heard the Tampa offer is Geeky Moser. I mean, the Leafs can definitely beat that with or without Matthew Knies. I mean, if it's just Geeky and Moser, the Leafs could already beat that with like Cowan, McCabe in a first. I mean, Moser's the better defenseman. Cowan, Geeky, similar assets. Cowan showed more at the NHL level last year, so you'd maybe give him the slight edge. And then if you had the first round pick. I mean, yeah, Leaf fans would probably celebrate big time. I think it would be tough to see Cowan go in the Toronto perspective, but if it was like Cowan, Danford, McCabe, multiple firsts, and you don't give up Matthew Knies, that would be pretty electric. But a lot of speculation right now that Zach Werenski could be the big news of the day. So we're on free agent day. There's going to be a lot of signings, but it could be a Zach Werenski trade that breaks the internet. If you guys want to go retweet this tweet, I really appreciate it. Get more people in the live stream. We have 1,000 people in here. You guys are electric. Habs fan. I wouldn't say Cowan and Knies are the same player, but I would say there's some stylistic elements to their game that are similar for sure. Knies is bigger, right? Cowan's like 6 foot. Knies is like 6'3". Knies is more of the traditional, bit more modern power forward, where Cowan, I would say, a little bit more creative as a playmaker for sure. Yeah, I would say Knies likes to drag the puck, likes to shoot it up high, probably better in tight, where Cowan more likes that kind of quick wrister on net. There's some stylistic elements, like I said, that are very similar, but I would say Knies definitely has the bigger ceiling. Cowan kind of gives me, it's kind of hard to explain this, but like Cowan's ceiling would be like a lesser version of like a Brad Marchand, kind of, where Knies' ceiling, I mean, I see some Tom Wilson in his game, but I think that's like a safe bet. He's going to be like a Tom Wilson with maybe not as much of a early suspension history, and maybe not a mean bone in his body. Like, I mean, he has a mean bone in his body, just not Wilson level, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know if Cowan will ever get to that 70, 80 point mark, but he kind of gives me like early career Marchand vibes. Because if you guys remember, Marchand never really became the player that he was until like his late 20s or 30. Like when he won the cup with Boston in 2011, Marchand wasn't like one of the better players on that team. Like he had a great playoff run, I believe, but I don't think he was like the star on that team or anything. Yeah, I think Bobrovsky signs with the Leafs. We have 850 in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, Brian, you don't have to make an announcement on your way out, buddy. It's all good. Like I said, free agency doesn't start till 12, so obviously we can only have so much conversation about the same stuff. T.O., thank you so much for the $5 dono. Says, if not Bobrovsky, what about a trade for hometown boy Binnington to the Leafs? It's possible. I do think Bobrovsky's going to end up in the Leafs, though. DV. What's going on? What's up, Denny? What's up, Trevor? Yeah, I wouldn't put up like Cowan and Hagel next to each other. What's going on? Oakley. Oakley in the chat. Great to see ya. Keep nice. All right. Let's bring this up on the board here. So Elliot Freeman, Jason Robertson stars. My guess they go to arbitration unless Red Wings GM Steve Yzerman decides he's the best option for Dylan Larkin. So we read that earlier in his article. Jesse says Toronto would be a great landing spot. Stolarz is strong enough 1B to play plenty and keep Bobrovsky fresh. If he's not healthy, which has been the case too often, Hellebuyck is solid as well. Maintain Bob during the season and unleash him in the playoffs. If any goalie has the personality and skills, even when approaching 38, to end the Leafs playoff woes, it's Bobrovsky. So that's kind of what I was thinking and what I talked about last night, guys. If the Leafs went into next season with Bobrovsky, Stolarz, and Hellebuyck, they could literally split the season in thirds. Like one goalie play about 30, the other two guys play about 20 to 30 games, right, in that range. So you split it 3 ways over 82 games. You keep Bobrovsky fresh. He plays 30-something games, but he doesn't get overplayed. And then you keep him fresh for the playoffs when it matters. We know Bobrovsky can be a big game player, right? I mean, he shut down the Leafs in big games, and he shut down other teams in big games. So I think that could be the factor for Toronto. If you're bringing in Bobrovsky, that's what you're hoping for. You're hoping to have 3 goalies going into the next season. You split it 3 ways, and you keep Bobrovsky fresh. Hey, man, Toronto has done well with load management. I mean, Kawhi was a lot younger, and now the Raptors just reacquired Kawhi, but I think it's a big conversation that a lot of teams are having is if you're bringing in these veteran players, do they really need to be playing 82 games or keep them rested? I mean, teams are going to find those loopholes that are actually in the rules because obviously teams in the past have used like LTIR, have kept guys injured, brought them back for playoffs. Of course, with the LTIR, you can't do that anymore, but hey, Jordan S., good to see you. The Flames, I had them maybe going after Logan Stanley. I know they like those big type of defensemen. It's tough because I think the Flames, they don't have they don't have much money spent on their defense group. So to me, Stanley could make sense. Mario Ferraro could make some sense. Their forward group, I think if anything, they're going to trade some guys out. Like I would look out for the Blake Coleman trade. What's up, Michael? Thanks for being here. Bry. So I know I've brought this up before, but Utah has shown some aggression recently. I could see them making a big move. Yeah, the fact that they traded Peterka was surprising. That happened at the draft, and there was a lot of people surprised by that. Again, guys, if I'm missing your comments, just comment again. Sorry, the chat is moving quickly, so I'm trying to keep up with everything going on. And I don't want to miss any news for you guys, right? Because that's why you're here. You're here to get the latest news right away. Good morning, Blair. Thanks for being here. Free agent day is right. It's a big day. What do I think the Devils will do? Very interesting. I mean, they got Evan Rodriguez. I've been saying they need a middle six guy like that, a guy that's versatile, can play center and play wing. So they got Rodriguez. I like that move. I still wonder about them potentially trading Dougie Hamilton. I know they traded Nemec, so they actually need that guy on the right side, but I still wonder about Dougie Hamilton. Obviously, there was some feelings hurt last year with that relationship, so I would look out for that. The goaltending, Friedman says, chill out on the Hellebuyck to the Devils connection. So if that's the case, the Devils, I wonder, they're going to go after a goalie. So if it's not Hellebuyck, who is it? Do they call Toronto for Stolarz? Do they call LA for Kemper? I mean, we've gone through a bunch of these teams that could be trading their goalie. I don't know what the Devils are going to do if it's not Hellebuyck. And then if they don't sign a Bobrovsky, do they call St. Louis and see Binnington's availability? That could be an option. Or do they call Buffalo for one of their goalies? The one that I keep going back to that I don't think has been in rumors enough, and I could see them trading is UC Saros. I still wonder about Saros in Nashville. Hey, Blair, thank you so much for the dono. Blair, with the $7 dono, says, Happy Canada Day to all of my Canadians. John, can the Leafs make more moves? Yeah, it's going to be a busy day for Toronto, for sure. It will be a busy day for Toronto. Oh! The first big news of the day! Maverick Bourque is going to the Nashville Predators! Breaking news! Okay, here we go. Who said it was like paint drying? Maverick Bourque to the Nashville Predators. Here we go. I wonder who goes the other way. Is it going to just be picks, or is it a player going the other way? So if this is for picks and Dallas keeps their cap space open, I think this means they keep Jason Robertson. But if it's a player going back the other way, it still could mean they trade Jason Robertson. We'll have to see what the trade structure is. Oh, baby. That's a big one. On the surface, it's a W. It's a W for Nashville, but we don't know what they gave up yet. And it's in division, right? Nashville and Dallas trading together. We don't see that super often. Colorado, what do you mean, like, Chayka missing out on Bourque? They're keeping the cap space open, man. I think it's the right thing to do. Maverick Bourque's a good player, but the Leafs already have enough undersized guys. I don't think Maverick Bourque's the perfect fit for Toronto. I think it could have been a fit, but I don't think it's fair to like get on Chayka and be like, why did you miss out on Maverick Bourque? Toronto's going to be busy today. Let's wait and see what happens. Okay, so it is for draft picks. That's what I figured. So if it's for draft picks like Pierre LeBrun is reporting on, then I think Jason Robertson's going to stay in Dallas. Yeah, Michael, I think the Leafs are targeting Marchment. I think he's more of a favorite to go to Montreal or San Jose. Yeah, draft picks go to Dallas. I think Nashville's trying to be competitive. I think that's what it tells me. Ooh. Anthony's on it. Wow. If that's true, Lyubushkin going to Nashville, that's huge for Dallas. Clearing that cap space, that is huge. For 2 seconds, I told you guys, it was not going to be much more than a first and second or a second and second. Because the offer sheet to get it up to $7 million would have been like a first, a second, and third. So 2 seconds makes sense. So there you go. Anthony is on it. 2 seconds. A second in 2027 and a second in 2028. That's what he's reporting. Media is simple-minded and sometimes out to lunch. What? So 2 seconds for Maverick Bourque, it looks like. Shout out to Anthony. Wow. Beating Friedman on the return is pretty electric. Good shit, Anthony, if he's right. That's some big stuff right there. See, everyone's saying, that's it. Wow, that's no return. What the heck? That's it? I just don't understand how people are surprised by that. The offer sheet literally would have been a first, a second, and third if it was all the way up to $7 million. And you're likely not paying Maverick Bourque $7 million, but if you were, it's only a first, a second, and third. So 2 seconds, I'm not overly shocked. I'm more shocked that they included Lyubushkin. X, thank you so much for the $2 donos. Is Hellebuyck still to the Sabres? Thoughts on Levi? I think if that was to happen, obviously Devin Levi or Luukkonen would go to Winnipeg. This is actually a good reference for Devin Levi. A lot of people were telling me, oh, Devin Levi for sure would go to for a first. I don't think so. He might. But if I had to predict, like Devin Levi, his stock is not crazy high. Sebastian Costa went for a first-round pick on draft day. I think that's like the heat of the moment. It's on draft day. I think at this point, in terms of future pick for Devin Levi, if it was just draft picks, it'd probably be similar to this or less, like a second and maybe another pick. But maybe he's part of a bigger trade, like a Hellebuyck trade. All right, Rick Dollywall on it. North Vancouver native Colton Sissons. The Canucks have shown interest. Oh my goodness, the Panthers are finalizing the 8-year extension with Luostarinen, $5 million cap hit. The Panthers are keeping their third line intact long term, and the duo of Luostarinen Lundell. Katie, I think we're good for mods right now. I appreciate you offering, though. Wow, we are 40 subscribers away to 60,000. We're that close. And we have almost 1,000 in the chat, guys. The breaking news right now is Maverick Bourque and Lyubushkin traded to the Nashville Predators in exchange for 2 seconds. Bad trade by Dallas? I don't think it is. They dumped the Lyubushkin contract, and they lose Maverick Bourque in the process, but they clear the Lyubushkin contract. They get 2 seconds, and they create the flexibility, or they keep the flexibility to get Jason Robertson locked up. If they don't get Jason Robertson locked up, then yeah, I think this is an L, but I think this insinuates... Oh, so it's not 2 seconds. Friedman, Anthony. See, that's why people are quick on it. But it is a second and a third. That's even worse. Never mind. Oh, wow. Friedman. That's why sometimes we got to rely on Friedman. He's Mr. Reliable. Wow. That's, yeah. I mean, it's a fine line between 2 seconds and a second and a third, but that's more. I think that's mostly because Dallas was able to dump Lyubushkin in this deal. That's mostly why I think that is. Because that's not a lot. But over 1,000 in the live chat, guys. Again, Maverick Bourque to the Nashville Predators. Maverick Bourque plus Jack Drury, Mert's talking about it. Nashville has acquired 2 mid-20 centers from cap crunch Central Division rivals this summer. Neither had trade protection. Seems like good bets to make. Wrote about them for Winnipeg. Yeah, I like what Nashville's doing, guys. Like, if you look at the... If we pull it up here for a sec, the Preds lines. So, like... It's great depth. I mean, does Nashville have the top-heavy stars? Not necessarily. I mean, Philip Forsberg, I think, is an underrated star in the league. And it would be great for them to add a top center, but there's guys coming. Brady Martin's coming. But in terms of the depth, I mean, you would have to imagine Maverick Bourque is going to fit somewhere in here. The big thing that I would say is, I think Nashville's going to trade a top 6 forward. And when I'm looking at that list, it signals that this guy's going to get traded. I think Jonathan Marchessault is going to get traded, and I think it's probably going to be Maverick Bourque in that spot. Give me a sec, guys. All right. So we'll see what happens, but that's a pretty decent third line, all things considered. Nashville was struggling to have that depth last year. Even Joakim Kamel, he should be higher up in the lineup. So we'll keep an eye on that. What did I just see there? I saw something. Oh, the Calgary Flames have been listening to interest in veteran Blake Coleman. A move is far from imminent, but something to keep an eye on. We figured that was the case. So we could see a Blake Coleman trade today. Elliot Freeman via Rasmus Andersson. So we already talked about this, but I think they're going to sign him. Yeah, I think there was a handshake deal. I think they're going to sign him. All right, let's pull up the TSN coverage here.
New experience for myself, and we'll see where it goes.
No James Duthie this year. He usually eats up a lot of minutes on this broadcast. How do you guys fill the void?
I don't think you can fill the void.
Craig Berube's on the TSN coverage?
For a long time.
That's hilarious.
Very good job at what he does, so I don't see anybody filling that void.
Well, Brian Hayes gets the call up. A lot of talk about whether he is ready for this moment.
Craig Berube.
What's your sense of him?
Under a lot of pressure today, for sure. So he's got a big job.
Yo! Nick Robertson of Pittsburgh! How long have we talked about this? Nicky Robertson reunited with Kyle Dubas! Breaking news! Bop, 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 bop! Oh! That's a bomb! Nick Robertson to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Wow! Okay. Okay, hello. How are ya? Nick Robertson trade to Pittsburgh. Wow.
Feeling comfortable. I think we're all feeling relaxed because the muscle is here. It's great to see you, Craig Berube. That's right. Stepping in. We appreciate it. Mike
Let's
Johnson,
see what it is.
The O-Dog Jeff O'Neill, Cheryl Pounder, and again, the cast and crew, as we said, is here.
Not surprised. I wanted Nicky Robbo to get a new opportunity with the new coach, but not surprised. I told you guys we're going to get a busy trade day. This is just the beginning. Wow. All right.
First of all, this is feeling more like Trade Center Day. We have 2 deals to talk about, including
Trade Center.
Have traded Nick Robertson. Correct?
Yeah, about 2 years after it was rumored. But yes, it finally happened for Nick Robertson going to the Pittsburgh Penguins. We're still awaiting details on what the Leafs get in return. But they qualified him. Obviously.
My prediction is going to be like a 3rd round pick. I think that's what it's going to be. I think it'll be Nick Robertson for a 3rd round pick.
We'll get to the other trade in a moment. But first of all, we're going to talk about a player who is not a free agent. And that is
Yeah, maybe a Robertson family reunion in Pittsburgh. How nuts would that be?
Werenski of the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Yeah, he's got, it's been an emotional 24 hours, I would say, for Werenski and the Blue Jackets. And look, you almost have to go back to where this started to get a sense of how we're here. And
Wow.
after the season, there were some open conversations about
Oh my
the future.
God.
Werenski actually has 2 more years left on his deal.
So this was the photo, guys. This was the photo we were talking about earlier. Saravalli and now David Alter is adding to some validity here that this photo was real. If you guys didn't see that, it's a nuts photo. I think there's a lot of speculation. Is there Photoshop involved here? What's the deal? But people are saying this photo is real. Now, Saravalli is reporting. Toronto gets a 4th. That's it. I thought at least a 3rd, man. That's weak. I mean, you move on from the player. I'm not shocked, but that's a tough end of an era. I mean, he wasn't going to fit in a top 6 role. I get it. That just means the Leafs are going to be aggressive in free agency, right? That means they're going to be aggressive. I'm not shocked, but a fourth is pretty meh for me. I would have just kept him. I was thinking that you should be getting at least a third. You're really nitpicking at that point, but I think he was closer to a third. Yeah, I don't love that. I don't love it. I understand the change of scenery. He wanted out. There's no doubt about that. Nick Robertson wanted out. So, anyways, a fourth is pretty weak of a return. I'm not really content with that one.
Future is it Cowan, is it Danford? Go down the list.
Well, and I would just say this, that I know as of this morning, I think the Blue Jackets were hoping that at some point there could be a change of heart with Zach Werenski and Dallas.
That's frustrating.
The conversation as of this morning is whether emotions can cool down and whether there's a second thought on this.
A fourth. I mean, I'm not gonna, there's no point in crying over that, but just a fourth round pick is kind of insane. Just give the guy an opportunity. He has 20 goal potential, man. A fourth round pick's ridiculous, but anyways.
Well, look, I mean, when you win the Stanley Cup, it's almost intoxicating, right? And it becomes addictive. And anybody who knows Tom Dunn, the owner of the Carolina Hurricanes, knows.
But there was speculation. Some people thought they just weren't going to qualify him. So you qualify him and you get a fourth out of it. Hey, thanks, Jeremiah, for sharing the stream. I really appreciate it.
In Carolina, we've been talking about Alexander Nikishin being trade bait for the Carolina Hurricanes. I believe that deal is going to happen. I know
Drager's reporting that the Nikishin trade could happen. It could happen today.
He's likely ending up in the West. I know St. Louis was a contender for him as well.
Wow.
And what about,
He mentioned St. Louis with Nikishin.
the goaltending wasn't an
And he's talking about Hellebuyck now.
in the Stanley Cup final. Friday started, Bussy ended. They celebrate that championship, but I think Carolina is one of those teams that looks at the stability in the future Hall of Famer of Connor Hellebuyck. I'm not saying that it's going to get done by any stretch, but I know that there's been communication. It's something we'll watch.
Pierre, let's talk about some vintage players. Let's the oldies but goodies. Claude Giroux and Patrick Kane.
Couple of big names. Patrick Kane informed Detroit yesterday that he was going to market while keeping the Red Wings, while keeping that door open as well. And I don't know that Patrick Kane's going to be in a hurry. It may not be a July 1st signing. I think he wants to see what's out there. Claude Giroux also informing the Ottawa Senators that he was going to market on this day while also keeping the Ottawa Senators door open. I will just say this. I believe that one of the teams that will make a heavy push for Claude Giroux is the Philadelphia Flyers.
Wow. Flyers reunion with Claude Giroux, maybe.
Try and sign him. There'll be other teams interested for Claude Giroux. Another good year.
And we got to run real quick, but CJ, we always talk about offer sheets as a possibility, and there's a trade today that kind of potentially went off.
Exactly. Maverick Bourque goes from Dallas to Nashville in a trade.
I agree with Zita.
Ilya Lyubushkin going over to the Predators as well. And that's a trade entirely motivated, not because Dallas wants to get rid of a good young player, but it was a good young player they were going to have trouble signing with some of the other business that they have ongoing, including trying to get Jason Robertson extended. And so Maverick Bourque, instead of potentially being a threat for an offer sheet, goes to Nashville, and the Predators do expect to get him signed.
All right, Brian, we'll send it back to you, but a reminder that the NHL's all-time leading goal scorer is an unrestricted free agent today, Alexander Ovechkin, likely not to go anywhere else.
Okay, good to hear. And as you said, a lot going on here with free agency, but really it feels like trade center in a way because
there's been a lot, guys, and I think there's going to be more quality trades than quality signings, but there's going to be a lot of signings. So Pierre LeBrun reporting on that a reunion in Philadelphia is looking possible for Claude Giroux. So Flyers fans, you have a reason to be excited. We have almost 1,000 in the chat, guys. We are 30 subscribers away from 60,000. Wow. That is electric. All right. Appreciate everybody that's in here hanging out. We're going to get busy. The reactions are going to be crazy.
Allotted to these players, and I think they all deserve it. But this crop of free agents, it's not the greatest in the world. So our GMs, everyone has had a cliche in the last 10 years where it's like, put your feet up on July 1st and then maybe wait afterwards. But with this crop of players, it's going to be fascinating to see how much money they can get. But it's not.
So Flyers are pursuing a reunion with Claude Giroux. And David Pagnotta with a good report here says, in addition to LA and Tampa, I believe that Calgary and Minnesota are among the teams also considering pursuing UFA sniper Patrick Laine. Oh, intriguing. Calgary could pay him a lot, obviously. That would be the intriguing part for Laine, is like if he feels his career is pretty injury-riddled to this point, which it has been, and he's not going to get opportunities to make big money, maybe now's the time to try to cash in on like on a lower-end team and just hope that you do well enough to get a cheaper contract with a contender after the fact. But if it's with LA and Tampa, you'd have to expect in Minnesota for that fact, it'd have to be cheaper. It'd have to be like $3 million or less. Isn't that so weird for Craig Berube? He was just the head coach of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Now he's on the TSN Free Agent Frenzy panel. And he's going to be talking about if Zach Werenski goes to the Leafs. He's going to be like, yeah, I could have used that guy on my team. So there you go. Breaking news. The Sabres have signed newly acquired Olen Zellweger to a multi-year contract. Hello, Katie. Is Chevy awake yet? I think he had a tiring day. Well, free agency doesn't start until noon. We're 48 minutes away from the start of free agency. Thank you for subscribing. I'm seeing a bunch of people subscribe. We're 25 away now. Jordan says, I'm not too keen on Laine, but I think we should probably do something with the cap space after signing Nemec, of course. Taco says, hello, John. I make my yearly visit as an Isles fan. Do you think we sign or trade for anyone? I'm not feeling optimistic. I had Matthias Michelli tagged with the New York Islanders potentially. I could see that being a fit. They have a lot of like kind of, I don't know, guys with edge and a lot of two-way guys. I could see them going for a guy that just has pure like playmaking and skill ability. I mean, House fan, that's what I'm watching, right? I'm watching TSN or Sportsnet. I don't know how that's, I do that every year because that's what I'm watching. That's where I'm getting a lot of our coverage, is following the insiders and people of TSN and Sportsnet. So you got to give them a shout out. Don't think that's diabolical at all. I think that's what I've done every year. So Pierre LeBrun adding to the report earlier, Devils captain Nico Hischier is expected to sign a 5-year extension, 11.7 million AAV per season. So that will kick in 2027, 2028. So there you go, Devils fans. I know there's a lot of rumors around Hischier maybe being traded, but he is staying a Devil. Yeah, Joshua, I agree with you. We're almost at 500 likes. We should get there. Camden, yeah, I kind of alluded to what Darce is going to do. I don't think he's going to do anything massive. I think that's what Islanders fans are frustrated about. It seems like anything Darce is going to do is nothing crazy. Sam says, hi, John. What do you think the Blues will do? I think the Blues are going to go after that same demographic, like early, mid-20s. Dreger just tagged them with Alexander Nikishin. So maybe the Hurricanes and Blues make a bigger trade. Maybe a roster player and Binnington goes to Carolina, Nikishin to St. Louis, something along those lines could be possible. But yes, Nick Robertson traded to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Maverick Bourque and Ilya Lyubushkin to the Nashville Predators. Those are the two big trades to start our day today. But yes, people are reporting that it looks like it'll be a long-term deal for Maverick Bourque in Nashville.
We extracted as much as we possibly could from Sergei Bobrovsky, and we got 3 great playoff runs, we got 2 Stanley Cups, and now it's up to someone else to try and extract that. And there is a template up there for the Sergei Bobrovsky deal that is going to happen at some
Okay, Kevin Kurz reporting another guy to keep an eye on at noon, which would just be for depth, is Ross Johnson. He would essentially be a Delorier replacement. Wouldn't play every game, but is big, 6'5", 232 pounds, and tough. So Kevin Kurtz, I believe, right now is covering the Flyers. So yeah, there you go. So he's referencing that Ross Johnson could be a guy the Flyers target. But yeah, that's a great deal for Hischier, considering the market, considering the cap going up. 11.7 for Hischier is really good value. That's a massive W for the Devils. Joshua says, I think Pittsburgh's going to be very aggressive today. I agree. I agree for sure. And, I mean, I think Dubas is going to do what he did last year, which is buy low on guys that maybe didn't have the best opportunity, fill them into your top 9, and see a success story. And I think that's what's going to happen with Nick Robertson. He's going to get an opportunity with Pittsburgh to play top 6 consistently. And I think that's a huge buy low option for Pittsburgh. And the fact that the Leafs only got a 4th is pretty disappointing. But, yeah, another W for Kyle Dubas in the Pens. Yeah, Giroux with Couturier on the Flyers in 2026, 2027 would look very interesting. And I wouldn't have believed it if somebody told me that a year ago. What is Detroit doing? Maybe trading Larkin? We'll see. Montreal's been very quiet. Well, Massimo, again, I think, what does that mean to me? Like, I'm curious. I do see some comments where like, oh, this team's quiet. What are they doing? Are they sleeping? Free agency doesn't start for another 43 minutes, so they can't do anything. If there's no rumors about them, that means that their organization's doing a good job. That means Kent Hughes and Jeff Gorton don't have leaks in their organization, and you should be happy with that as a fan. Obviously, in terms of the entertainment and the excitement of getting that news, getting those leaks, I get it. But to me, it's not a bad thing that there's not leaks coming out of the organization. So we'll wait till 12. We'll see what news starts flowing throughout the day. I don't think anybody could say, oh, why is this guy snoozing? There's nothing about this team. Let's wait and see what happens. Yeah, I think Werenski's one of the best defensemen in the league. I think if you have an opportunity to acquire him, you do it. Jeremiah, what's your take on the Oilers? Is it just because the signings they made, or what about it? But yeah, going back to the Werenski Lightning reported package, Drager was talking about it, how it could be geeky, JJ Moser plus for Werenski. Bruce Garrioch on it, talking about hearing the Sens are one of the several teams interested in Rangers' Will Borgen. All right. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, the Oilers still don't have a goalie. It's insane. I agree with you. But it's an odd thing for sure. Like, you have 2 years left of Connor McDavid potentially, and you don't have a legit goalie. It's definitely a shocking thing. They missed out on Sebastian Costa. I really wonder. I also wonder if teams are, like, resisting on giving Edmonton a goalie because of the fact that they feel they can go after Connor McDavid in 2 years. I'm sure some teams, like, is Toronto resistant on giving Edmonton Anthony Stolarz, even if it's a fair price, because they believe that that could be the difference of them getting Connor McDavid in 2 years or not? I'm not saying that's the case. I'm speculating on how does Edmonton in year 12 almost of Connor McDavid, how do they not have a legit goalie yet? They haven't had a legit goalie once in the McDavid era. Like, who's been the best goalie or the higher ceiling goalie for Edmonton in this era? Or in the time of McDavid? Is it Mike Smith? Anyways, official from the Nashville Predators acquiring Maverick Bourque and Labushkin for a 2nd-round pick in 2027 and a 3rd-round pick in 2028.
It's not going to matter. If you can improve your team, you're going to overpay for a guy. That's the way you look at it. You got the cash, you got the cap space. You know, the player might not be worth that money, but it doesn't matter. He's going to fill the void in our lineup. He's going to help our team. You know, we're going to pay him. We're going to pay him.
So a guy like Mantha.
Yeah. And any term you give makes the contract so much more valuable. Bowl Byram, 4 years from now, 12 and a half, he'll be the 45th highest paid defenseman.
I might get paid $5 million.
All right. Wow, chat. We are 15 subscribers away from 60K. I can't believe it. 15. So new National Preds C, and again, winger. He can play center or wing. Maverick Bourque had the 10th most points last season among all 2026 RFAs. So if you look at this full list here, you've got Jason Robertson, you've got Connor Bedard, Cutter Gauthier, Trevor Zegras, Leo Carlson, Adam Fantilli, Connor McMichael, Colin Graff, Igor Chinnikov, and then Maverick Bourque.
Situational guys. Yep. You know, a lot of these guys are situational guys. Like Giroux, he's great in a face-off circle. He killed penalties for all.
Yeah, Jordan, that's a good suggestion. I can do that in terms of the best free agents available. Yeah, I can do that.
He can still go in and run a power play, so it's situational for him.
John Carlson was another interest. I thought he was going to kind of like just fade away and maybe
Not happening.
He's not fading away. It's more like that team traded for his rights, and now they're talking about the deals. It's like,
Yep, he's got a market, and he's getting paid. Speaking of markets, the goaltending panel is waiting for us because there is a goaltending carousel happening in the league right now. We just saw Frankie and Craig and Laura run through the list. Sergei Bobrovsky might be at the top of that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Boys, starting with Gino. Gino?
All right, Hazer. Listen, at the end of the day, we're going to decide who are the winners and losers. To figure out who the winners and losers are, we got to figure out what they're looking for and did they get.
All right.
To talk about it from a goaltending front, Marty Biron, Jay McLennan, and Weeksy.
All right, guys. So, again, keeping up with the list. Shout out to Daily Faceoff for having this list here. So, Rasmus Andersson, John Carlson, Sergei Bobrovsky, Ovechkin, Bunjenner, Trouba, Ferraro, Marchment, Mantha, Lee, Patrick Kane, Claude Giroux, Zuccarello, Laine, Schwartz. Just to name a few. Like, there's a lot of top 6 forwards here and top 4 defensemen. It's just either older guys. Like, the market's just not... There's no one like that big, sexy name that's in the prime of his career that's going to make 10+ million. Like, Rasmus Andersson's closest to that in terms of his prime, and he could, I think, demand up to 7 or 8 million a year. Beyond that, you'd be looking more at, like, Mario Ferraro just being at his prime and probably doubling his salary cap. Like, he was at 3.25. I could see him being as high as 5 or 6. So, a lot of interesting names here that could get paid, especially with the cap going up.
The Atlantic Division, with Sergei Bobrovsky, we could compete with Florida, we could compete with Montreal, we could compete with Buffalo, we could compete with Ottawa. Like, then you got to make the deal. You got to say, what will it take?
Oh, Eric Gustafson's closing in on a 1-year deal with the LA Kings. That's interesting. So that could be announced at 12.
And give him 5 or 6 years. But if you're thinking a couple years,
All right, Jay Fresh with a breakdown of Nick Robertson. Nick Robertson, acquired by Pittsburgh, is a depth-scoring winger who has shown some finishing touch and 5v5 scoring efficiency, but hasn't been able to establish himself higher in the lineup. What's going on? Ken Dog. Yeah, the Red Wings, we'll see if they trade Dylan Larkin. I think the biggest storyline for them is going to be, did they lose Patrick Kane for good after all that's happened? David, thanks for subscribing. Nashawn, what's going on? See, everybody flips on Don Sweeney so quickly. Bruins fans were about to celebrate the parade after that Carlo Minton trade. And now because what? What's the most upsetting part about what Boston has done or hasn't done?
I think they need one desperately, and for Tristan Jarry, yes, have a huge summer off the ice and on the ice to get ready for the season. But the Edmonton
Cone, yeah, I think they're trying to move Nikishin. I had my top 3 teams for John Carlson as Tampa Bay, Carolina, and Philadelphia. So
to me, they should have had Sergei Bobrovsky. I was told they weren't necessarily interested in him at the trade deadline. What?
Kevin Weeks is freaking out that the Oilers were not all in on Bobrovsky. They should be all in on Bobrovsky today. That's why I said, in terms of the best fit, it actually is probably the Oilers and Bobrovsky. I know he's older, but who did they get beat by twice in the final? Sergei Bobrovsky. The Oilers should be 100% the team that's aggressive at Bobrovsky. And if they don't get Bobrovsky, maybe it's because the Leafs, again, going back to everything goes back to McDavid. Is there even a small reason or a small factor that the Leafs are going after Bobrovsky because they don't want Edmonton to get him. I mean, I don't know. Traeger says, I think Marchman goes west. A good fit in San Jose. All right. So there you go, guys. Vegas expected to re-sign Rasmus Andersson long-term, $8.5 million times 7. I'm going to put that on the board because I think that's happening. VGK. There you go. So, not surprised at all that Rasmus Andersson is staying in Vegas. That's what we had talked about. So, Cap Wages is talking about the likelihood of this trade happening, and they have like a bunch of, obviously, AI requirements. So, they're saying that Dallas probably lost this trade, is what they're insinuating. We have 900 in the chat again. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Oh my goodness. What? Zellweger $9 million per year? What? I know it's only 3 years, but what the... That is insane. $9 million per year for Zellweger. A guy that was getting healthy scratched in the playoffs. Oh my goodness. That's got to be an error. That's got to be $3 million per year. It's got to be $3 million per year. They got it. That's got to be a typo. It must be. He must be talking about $9 million in total. Look at the comments. Yeah, it's got to be $3 million per year. Man, Friedman's got to be careful how he writes these tweets, man. I know he's a pro, but oh my goodness. I got scared for a second. I was like, Sabres, what are you possibly doing? It's got to be 3x3. But it's because usually how Friedman writes up his tweets is he'll do it as like a per year. So he doesn't usually do this. He usually goes 3 years times 3 or 3 years, 3 per. It's got to be 3x3. It's got to be. There you go. Yeah, it looks like it's 3x3. That makes more sense. That's a fair deal for team and player. Oh my goodness. I was for a second, I'm like, Freech, what are you talking about, buddy? I mean, I'll say this. I think Zellweger is going to be a perfect fit in Buffalo. So that's why for a second I was shocked, but I'm like, I thought he was going to get as high as $5 or $6 million per year. This is a really good deal for Buffalo. And this goes back to, it's more about the fact that he was healthy scratched in the playoffs and his stock is not super high the way it could have been. But yeah, this is to me, this is a steal for Buffalo. Only $3 million with the cap going up. I mean, it gives a good opportunity for Zellweger, but I think $3 million per year is a steal. So. But yeah, Frege, man, how he wrote that is hilarious. Biggest Swiss Army knife player in free agency. Hey, Brandon Secura, thank you so much for the $2 dono. That's a good question. Big shout out to the dono on the screen. Honestly, probably, I mean, the guys we talked about earlier, probably like either Boone Jenner or Scott Laughton, because they can do everything, right? Like Boone Jenner, probably a little bit more, because Boone Jenner can play center, he can play wing, he can play power play if need be, he can play penalty kill. So honestly, I would probably say Boone Jenner is the biggest Swiss Army knife in terms of the guys that are on the market. And it's not like he's super old. He's like, what, 32, 33? What's up, Herb? How many subscribers are we away? We are... Oh my goodness, chat. We are 12 subscribers away from 60K. We just need 12 more people to sub. That's wild. We have 950 in the chat, guys. Let us know where you're watching from in the live chat right now. Whether you want to give your hometown or city a shout out or just your country. Let us know where you're watching from. Kevin, thanks for being here. Leafs need dogs. Maybe the Leafs go after Mario Ferraro. I mean, I will say Mario Ferraro would be a great fit on the second pair if they went after Werenski. But right now, you obviously have a top four of potentially Riley, Radish, McCabe, Tanev in no specific order. So to me, if they got Werenski and they got Ferraro, that means Riley and McCabe are probably on their way out. Because to me, you're not trading you're not trading Tanev and you're not trading. You just brought in Radish. So those two guys are staying. Hypothetically, you could have Tanev on your third pair based on his age, and like $4.5 million is not crazy for a bottom pair. It's not insane. So, yeah, I mean, I could see a scenario where they trade OEL instead. Then they have Emil Andre on the third pair with Tanev, so more of that veteran with that undersized offensive puck-moving guy. So Andre, Tanev as your bottom pair would be pretty good. And then maybe you shift McCabe to the right side. So there's different options of Toronto, but I think in any scenario, if you do go after Zach Werenski, for sure, one of Riley, McCabe, or OEL are no longer on the team. I think that's pretty certain. Okay, Radko Gudas has signed a new deal with the Panthers. Radko Gudas is signing with the Panthers. So the Panthers' new defense pairs, you got some combination of Forsling, Ekblad, Seth Jones, Mikkola, and then your bottom pair, Kulikov and Radko Gudas. So the Panthers have their defense group. And that's why I said it's very unlikely the Panthers go after Werenski. The Leafs, on the other hand, and the Lightning, on the other hand, I think they're the two teams that are going aggressive at Werenski right now. Hey, thank you, Ken Dog. Appreciate you sharing the stream on Twitter. There we go. Shout out to Ken Dog. Solid bridge deal for Zellweger. Again, I do apologize, guys. Reading that just freaked me out. I was like, because here's the thing. Bowen Byram just got $12.5 million per year on a long-term deal. And up until last year, he really didn't do anything to prove anywhere close to that. If somebody asked me what Byram deserved a year ago, I would have said $7 or $8 million. He's now making $12.5 million per year. So I'm surprised, but also not surprised if guys just make weird cap hits right now with this cap going up. But honestly, this is why I'm also surprised. Because to me, if somebody asked me what Zellweger's market value was, I would have said around $4.5 to $6 million per year based on what he could do in Buffalo and based on what Buffalo just did to move Byram. $3 million per year is an absolute steal for the Sabres in today's cap world. For 3 years too, if it was 1 year, I understand, but 3 years, that's a great signing for the Buffalo Sabres. Like, if you're a Sabres fan, you should be celebrating Jarmo Kekalainen. Oh my God. Like, again, look at these weird contracts that are to be handed out. 6 years, $1.5 million per year. That's such a funny contract. This guy's retiring in sunny Florida. Radko Gudas, 36 years old, signing a 6-year deal, $1.5 million per year. Bro, the Panthers, like, how is the NHL even letting this happen? You're telling me Radko Gudas, the way he plays and how slow he already is, you're telling me Radko Gudas is going to play till 42 years old? These contracts, man, are such baloney. It's like the Marchand contract. Like, all these contracts they've been signing. It's just so funny. That guy is not going to be playing past that 4th year. There's just no way. Six years for the 36-year-old. That's why I'm like, if the Panthers are going to do it, more teams need to do it. The Leafs need to do it. If signing Bobrovsky to a 6-year deal means the cap hit's going to be under $4 million, you do it. Like, if you can get Bobrovsky for $3.5 to $4 million over 6 years, do it. You still get Bobrovsky around $20 million overall, but you get that cap hit down. I think that's how you do it. Because look what Florida's doing. They get Gudis at 1.5. Blair with the $7 dono. Thank you, Blair. Says John, the fact that the Claw came back to the Raptors is amazing, and good luck to Portugal playing in Toronto. You were a legend. Thank you, Blair. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm nervous for that game, but I cannot believe Ronaldo's playing in Toronto. It's nuts. And John Barros with the Elite membership. Big shout out to John in the chat. Thank you so much. Wow, Keith Tkachuk promoted to advisor to the Blues president Doug Armstrong. Oh my goodness, chat. We are 5 subscribers away from 60K. 5 subscribers away from 60,000. Oh my goodness. We are about to celebrate on Free Agent Day. A lot of news cooking, guys, and we are 23.5 minutes away from the opening of UFA NHL Free Agency. Okay, breaking news from Bruce Garrioch. The Ottawa Senators are close to a new deal with goaltender Samuel Ersson, who they acquired from the Leafs, who the Leafs acquired from the Flyers. Wow.
Being among them, but he's a loyal dude and the Devils captain.
Oh my goodness, we are 1 subscriber away from 60K. We need 1 person to subscribe.
A year, and honestly, probably left some money on the table in this new salary cap landscape. I think that's the guy that could have got 14 million in a year.
Viva Portugal. Yes, John. Did we get there? Hey! 60K! Hey!
Yeah, they got his rights on Monday for AJ Greer. We saw Greer sign yesterday in Anaheim.
Look at that shot.
His contract is he goes 6 years.
60,000 subscribers. W's in the chat. Everybody spam. Let's go. Thank you so much, everybody. That's unreal. Thank you so much. 60,000 subs on HTH. Woo! Thank you, guys. It was a long road to get from 50 to 60. Obviously, I got a lot going on in life, but I really appreciate you guys. That's amazing. Woo! W's King Carl. Let's go. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. Paul, Jern, thank you so much, everybody. Hard work paying off. Yes, sir. Bad back. Keep going. And we're just over 20 minutes away from free agency opening up. That's legendary. Happy Canada Day, Brendan. Thank you. And bring on the trades, bring on the signings. Let's go. Thanks, McD. Woo! Leaf Nation 67, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, for you and everybody else, if I miss a comment, please just get it back into the comments because I can't read every live chat comment, but I try to read as many as possible. And if I miss it, just don't spam, but drop it again in the chat until I read it. Shakes, welcome to the 60K sub club, buddy. Well deserved. Trust me, you'll be at 79K in no time. Hey, road to 70K starts now. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Leafs McKenna, his thoughts on Hellebuyck. Yeah, I mean, the biggest team been around Hellebuyck is Buffalo. I think Kekalainen's not fooling around. I could see it happening. All right, we'll get back to the news because there's a lot of viewers out there that don't want to celebrate. So they'll leave. They want what they came for, which is the breaking news. So I'll keep that up. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. I think like 30 people subscribed at once. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Really value and that has a lot of value in the market. But his contract now has amazing value in this market, given where salaries are headed and where this contract has him locked in at. So,
But the market has to be bigger than 3 teams.
Exactly.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
All right, so the combination of Trade Center and Free Frenzy continues, right?
Yes, it does. Thank you, guys. And when we come back, we will check in with our
All right.
reporters in Calgary, in Edmonton, in Vancouver, and in Winnipeg.
Cam says, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Future duo has you most excited.
All right, a lot happening, guys. The countdown. We are less than 20 minutes away from the opening of NHL Free Agency 2026. Everybody, drop your most confident prediction in the chat. Who are you most confident about that they're going to sign with a certain team? Blair, thank you so much for the $7 dono. Says, John, I also applied to become a volunteer for the 2026 Memorial Cup happening in Guelph. And John, who do you want the Leafs to sign? Okay, who do I want the Leafs to sign? So if I had like a dream world of what happens with the Leafs in free agency here, I want the Leafs to sign 2 of these guys. Marchment, Jenner, Lawton. So 2 of those names, I know all 3 is not realistic, but if they could sign 2 of them, getting Bobrovsky for under a $4 million cap hit, again, that's probably unrealistic, but it could probably happen if it's 6 years, which again is crazy. But look what the Panthers are doing. You got to match up against that. Because here's the thing. If the Leafs got Bobrovsky at $4 million or less over a longer term deal, then they got, we'll say, Jenner and Lawton at about $4 million per. So that's about $12 million total. The Leafs have about $23 million of cap space right now. I think, yeah, it's around 22, 23. So that's using up about 12. You just built out a third line, which is great. Then the Leafs could trade for Zach Werenski, and that fills out your cap space. So again, and they would probably trade a defenseman on the way out in that aspect. So that would be like the dream day, and then maybe like a Kevin Stenlund or like a 4th line right shot center. If I had to make a more of a realistic prediction, I think the Leafs make at least 2 signings today, maybe 3, and one of them is probably Bobrovsky. So we're just over 17 minutes left till the opening of free agency. We have 900 in the live stream. Appreciate you guys all sticking around. I know a lot of people are watching from different areas. Red Dreams says, gotta love it. Trocheck to Pittsburgh. That'd be a bit of a homecoming. I wouldn't be shocked by that. But I think Dubas has been trying to keep it fairly younger, so I don't think that's like the perfect fit of what Dubas is trying to accomplish. But it would be a pretty good fit for that third line. And then you could also allow Malkin to go to the wing, so there's just options there. But I don't know if Pittsburgh's giving out big pieces to a rival in the Rangers. Steven Rosner says, not expecting much for the Isles today. Yeah, that's why I think a lot of Islanders fans are getting frustrated, because Darsh just doesn't seem like he's going to do much. But again, thank you to everybody that's hanging out. Appreciate you guys being here. I've been live since before 9 a.m. Eastern time, so we're getting close to the 3-hour mark of this live stream. Putting in the work. We're going to be putting in a lot more work today. It's one of the busiest days on the channel, so I appreciate everybody that gives the channel a chance, sticks around. A reminder on the updated compensation level for Group 2 RFAs. So between 1.575 and about 2.3, 2.4, you're looking at a 3rd round pick. And then that's where it goes up pretty quick. So this is what I was talking about with Maverick Bourque earlier. If the Nashville Predators, or any team for that fact, offered $7.1 million per year long-term for Maverick Bourque, they would have just had to give up a 1st round pick and 3rd round pick. So in this deal, we'll see. I don't think they're going to sign him to that high of a number, but they only gave up a 2nd and a 3rd. But they did have to take back the Lyubushkin contract, which I would say is similar value to that compensation. The 1st and a 3rd, 2nd and a 3rd, but you're taking back the Lyubushkin contract. So it's pretty similar to what the offer sheet compensation would have been. I think where Dallas benefited from that deal, as I mentioned, is they were able to create that cap space and get off that Lyubushkin contract. And I think it's more likely than it was yesterday that the Dallas Stars will keep Jason Robertson. As mentioned this morning from Steven Rosner, David Riddick is testing free agency. Just checking to see if I got any texts or any updates. The Penguins made the Nick Robertson trade official, so it is a 2028 fourth-round pick going to Toronto. I just think that's like baloney. The fact that they couldn't get a third-round pick from a team for a guy that could score 20 goals this year, I think it's just ridiculous. But clearly Nick Robertson wanted out. I think that's got to be the case. Skinner says, all Stanley would do is make your blue line worse. What's going on, Skinner? Thanks for being here. Yeah, Ryan Shea is going to be an underrated ad, but he might get overpaid because there's not a lot of big or bigger left shot defensemen like Ryan Shea. I think Ryan Shea's what, like 6'1" maybe? Yeah, good guess. He's 6'1". 6'1", 200. Good, fairly good puck mover. 35 points in 80 games. And good defensively as well. He's a plus 30 as well. Not that we're reading too much into plus minus, but it's a factor to look at. Hey, thank you to the couple people that just subscribed. San Antonio wants Kane and Jenner. Colton, Knives for Werenski, 1-for-1. Yeah, I would do that for sure. I mean, the fact that Dreger's reporting it might not need to involve Knives is also nuts. But as I mentioned, guys, the Leafs and Penguins have made this trade official. A fourth-round pick in 2028 heading to the Toronto Maple Leafs in exchange for forward Nick Robertson heading to the Penguins. So if we pull up the Penguins' potential lineup here. So have they already added Nick Robertson? Yeah, they have. So as of right now, if the Penguins made no moves to their forward group, this could be a good indication of what their forward group could look like. So Raquel, Crosby, Rust, Chinnikov, Novak, Malkin, Kindle, Robertson, Brazeau, and Soderblom, Lizotte, Dewar. And I honestly, if I had to make a guess, if the Penguins did not trade Raquel or Rust, I would say Robertson's probably on their third line. I think that's fairly accurate. You have some size with Brazeau. Kindle can bring everything offensively, and Robertson, just a pure shooter, wants that opportunity in the top 9 consistently. So I think it's a good get for Pittsburgh. I think the thing with Robertson is like he's in that in between of like if he's not a top 6 forward, it was like how they had the problem with Matthias Michelli. Like you just don't want guys like Michelli and Robertson to be on your third line for like a cup contending team. So if the Leafs are trying to go all in this year on like, hey, Matthews has got 2 years left. Go all in on Werenski. Go all in on Bobrovsky. Go all in on guys that are going to win now. I think that was the biggest thing that like a lot of people were talking about, oh, the Leafs should like blow it up. You have no first over the next 2 years. You have Gavin McKenna. Even if the Leafs go all in for this year, it's not like Matthews is a rental. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. He's got 2 years left, and signs would point towards that. If McKenna doesn't have like this amazing year next year, he will the following year. That's been the trend for recent first overall picks, except for obviously Matthew Schaefer, who just exploded on the scene right away. But even Celebrini, like he had a good first year, but oh my goodness, what he did this year. So like my expectation for McKenna is similar to that projection. I don't think he's going to be as good as Celebrini maybe, but might be close. Again, he's a winger, so you have to think about that. The perspective on Celebrini is how good of a center he is and one of the best players in the world already. I think McKenna can be a 100-point guy in this league, but year one, we got to temper those expectations a bit. I think McKenna's probably going to be like a 60-point guy year one or a 50-point guy year one, which again is really good for year one. And then you're hoping for that to jump to 80 or 90 year two and really show that confidence. But again, he's also stepping into a role where he could be playing with Matthews and Nylander, and that's just going to boost his production right away. But yes, it does feel like the start of something that the Leafs are opening up roster spots. They're going to be going for a different style of a third line. And we're just over 10 minutes left until the start of free agency. Thanks to everybody for hitting that like button, guys. Let's try to get 1,000 likes today. I think we can do it. With this group of great people in the chat, I think we can do it. Oh my goodness, Nate with the $10 dono says, good morning, John. Just finished an early morning dentist appointment here in Southern California and now pumped for another free agency day, tuning into the best live stream on YouTube. Oh, Originate, you're the best. Let's go. Let's get some hype for Nate in the chat. Really appreciate that dono. Thank you so much, Nate. Mark Stone Glazer says, Jason is now going to go Pittsburgh to join his brother. Maybe. I could see it. Maybe. All right. I'm just going to get a quick drink, guys.
Let's launch the quiz here. We are asking the question, which of these new NHL combos are you most excited to see just what unfolds next season? Matthews and McKenna in Toronto, Babcock and McDavid in Edmonton, the Tkachuk brothers in Florida, or Pittsburgh's Ruck twins, albeit they will be in Medicine Hat next season. Oh,
I'm going to go with McDavid and Babcock. You've got the best player on the planet, and you have got a coach that hasn't won a playoff series since 2013, and he's been mired in all these other issues in Columbus.
All right.
And for some reason, the Edmonton Oilers felt that this was the best guy somehow to get him over the hump. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
Well, it's Matthews and McKenna for me. You got the first overall draft pick. He's creative. He's got those Marner-like qualities to be able to distribute the puck. So I'm looking at a guy to be able to get the puck, transport it through the neutral zone, and get it to a guy like Austin Matthews.
All right, guys. Thank you to everybody sticking around. We have 900 people in the chat. I appreciate the patience.
To drive play. So I want to see that combination. I know he's 18 years old, but really interested to see it.
Doesn't it have to be the Kachucks? I mean,
Drager is on this. Drager has upped his insider value, his insider stock. He was struggling there for a few weeks, and now he's cooking. So he said it earlier, and I think he's pretty solidified on this take, that he thinks Nikishin, one of the favorite landing spots for Nikishin, is the St. Louis Blues. That screams a good fit, so I would not be surprised if that happens. All right, chat. 8 minutes. Everybody get the countdown going. We're 8 minutes from the opening of NHL Free Agency. Oh, I'm hyped for the... Bro, are we going to get the noon drops? Or is the NHL clamping down on these teams for doing this? We'll see. We'll see if we get the noon drops. Oh, here we go. Aaron Portsline. Wondered if Columbus GM Don Waddell might tap brakes and play his cards. Patience got all summer. Let Zach Werenski's discomfort grow. After deal with Dallas fell through? Not so. He's moved on to other teams. Toronto, Tampa Bay, hoping to quickly find a deal Werenski likes. This is going to happen today. Zach Werenski is going to get traded today. Oh my goodness. It's just getting more real and real. Oh my goodness. Hey, Night Snow with the $14 dono. Thank you so much. Says, hi, I'm Carissa, and I hope the Leafs or Oilers get the Florida Sergei Bobrovsky goalie. I love you from Whitehorse, Yukon, Canada. Yukon represent Gavin McKenna. Let's go, Knight. Everybody hype up Knight. Give a thumbs up to that dono. Thank you so much for the dono. That's really generous. Thoughts on the Preds, Stranger? I think the Preds are doing some great things. Big credit to McFarland. On the hockey aspect side, they're growing out a deeper team. I still think they need some stars up front, but obviously they drafted guys recently. I think they're going to help them. Let's go. Whoa! Breaking news! The Montreal Canadiens have signed Ivan Demidov to an 8-year extension, $9.125 AAV. Wow, Jeff Gordon and Kent Hughes are not fooling around. They want to keep that cap ceiling, and they want to sign all their guys to $8 to $9 million long-term if they can, and they do it with another one of their core players. Demidov, long-term, 8-year extension, $9.125. Oh my goodness. That is some breaking news right there. The extensions are coming in, guys. I told you. It is busy, busy. And we are just over 5 minutes away from the opening of NHL Free Agency, the open market. But wow. That is big-time breaking news. I think that's a great deal for Montreal, right? Like that deal is going to age like fine wine, right? It's maybe a lot on the surface for year one, but honestly, not even. His offensive production is already going to be worth it. He's going to have to grow into his two-way game still quite a bit, but 9.125, an 8-year deal, that's wild. Like, I would say it's going to look like a steal by year 2. Maybe even year 1. But year 2, it's definitely going to be a steal by then. What a deal for Montreal. Oh my goodness, another extension. Look at all these extensions, guys. What a crazy stream. Tyson Forster with the Flyers, 8 years, $7 million per year. That's a risk. I think it's going to age well too, but that's a risk. He only had 13 goals. He was obviously out, but they lock in the long-term talent. I think it's going to be a good deal long-term, but it is a risk. There's no doubt about it. There's some risk. Day one, it's an overpayment, but I think over 8 years, it's going to age well. Again, guys, keep in mind the long-term cap picture. It's going to keep going up. Hey, for those Isles fans holding breath on Anders Lee somehow remaining on Long Island, let it go. Multiple sources confirm he will sign elsewhere. This has always been the expected outcome since the near end of the season. Wow. All right, guys. I mean, I've seen it time and time again. I really thought they were going to try to bring him back, but I predicted the Wild to go after Anders Lee, a homecoming story, and it looks like it's possible. Anders Lee officially, I shouldn't say officially, but now based on numerous sources, he will be leaving Long Island. Whoa! Halo with the $10 dono. The donos, guys. It's a big dono train. Cezito about to drop one more nuke. Stay tuned. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Okay. Okay. Guys, big shout out to Halo. Thank you so much for the dono. We're getting a Bill Zito nuke soon. Oh my God. If he got Zach Werenski, I would just be sick. I would be sick if that happened. Thank you for the dono. I really appreciate it.
News in the NHL the last couple of weeks, the last couple of hours, the last couple of minutes, and the free agent board is going to start to dwindle down in just a matter of minutes. So to set the scene, as we are that close to free agency, let's head back to Laura and the guys to run down the list.
Wow.
Frankie and Craig, obviously a day like this, the attention's really going to go to the top of our TSN UFA list, the top 50. So we're looking at the top 5, the top 10. No, we're going to spin things upside down here. We're going to look at the bottom 5 when it comes to our updated TSN UFA list.
All right, Max.
50, I guess we can put a big X across that now because it was Radko.
Wow, Max, who I met at the draft, he's saying this is a number that should give the Sharks somewhat of a market price on Will Smith. So he thinks Will Smith with the San Jose Sharks is going to get about this number. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, in case people are not here from the Discord, again, guys, if you want to join the Discord, let me know. If you could share the stream around, let's try to get back to 1,000 concurrent, and if we can get 1,000 likes to get the stream out on YouTube, more people in here, that'd be great. But David Riddick testing for agency, we'll see what happens there. And again, if you guys missed it, Radko Gudas signing a 6-year, $1.5 million contract. Crazy stuff. All right. So we are about to get into free agency.
You like it. He fits their DNA. You know, their D's shoot the puck like when it goes up top, they're pounding it to net. He's got a heavy shot. They like physical players, and he's definitely that. So he fits their DNA. I think it's a really good signing for them.
Do you agree with the other Craig saying that that's the team to beat now in the NHL?
How could you not?
TSN, what's that echo about? Let the games begin. We are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are in NHL Free Agency. Everybody W's in the chat. The chaos is about to begin. Oh my god, the first one already! Oh my god, tampering! Guys, it happened. I actually was thinking, okay, is it actually going to happen this year? It's already happened. NHL Free Agency opens. A guy's already signed. He just signed right away. He's scribbled on the piece of paper right at the beginning. Oh my goodness. Already. Trevor Van Riemsdyk heading to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Okay, another right shot defenseman. They are definitely trading Erik Carlson. Wow.
$1.5 million is the AV on this extension that kicks in
Game on.
The signing bonus money in total on this deal, I'm just reading it right now, is front loaded. $57.6 million in signing bonus money for Ivan Demidov. Base salary of just $1 million in the first. So how many years of the deal? It's an 8-year deal. Sorry, thanks for bringing the leap here. Yeah, $57.6 million in signing bonus money, but by keeping the AV at 9.1.
There's the Discord link in the chat if people want to join.
Exploding in the new salary cap stratosphere here. I think the Canadians again have scored a bit of a win here in terms of their.
Oh, Rob Williams is retweeting this, so Ian Cole could be heading to the Vancouver Canucks. We'll keep an eye on that. Wow. All right, we'll have to clean up this thing here, but Vegas re-signed Rasmus Andersson. All right. TVR to Pittsburgh. Add that one on the board. To pot. All right. We got news. So Trevor Van Riemsdyk is the first UFA to sign as free agency opens. And Dan Vladar officially a 5-year contract extension worth $5.5 million per. I think Erik Carlson's going to get traded here. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but I think it's going to happen soon.
Maybe not if they land Zach Werenski. So there's a lot of balls in air from a Leafs blue line perspective. And, of course, of note is the fact they already made the deal with Tampa Bay and put Darren Radish back there. But I do think that San Jose is another team that we're going to have to keep an eye on over the course of this day, because I think they're going to add a forward in Mason Marchment as well, which is one of those middle-of-the-road forwards that a lot of teams were interested in.
Drager saying that looks like Marchment will head to the San Jose Sharks.
This is July 1st. Players
sounded like Montreal and Toronto were heavily interested in.
They're starting to sign.
Yeah, the fire hose is about to be turned on high here, I would suggest. Can share with you is that Trevor Van Riemsdyk, the veteran defenseman, spent the last 6 years in Washington, will be signing with the Pittsburgh Penguins as free agency opens. But as I admit,
wow, that's a quick one. That is a quick one. Oh, Frank Saravalli says sources say the LA Kings are adding free agent center Erik Haula. There was a lot of rumors that they wanted Erik Haula instead of Scott Laughton, and then Erik Haula got injured. Well, now that interest has materialized into a signing. So Erik Haula to LA. Saravalli's on it, guys. There you go.
Canadians know his vision. He can create on a power play. I still think they need to align with someone on that second line, whether it's a 2C. I got my eyes on someone like Marchenko, but no question about it. Demidov is the future. This is a fast team, a quick team, a rush team, and he's right in line with that. But I really do love his IQ and his ability really to distribute.
Oh my God. Drager on TSN says Riley is eager for a change of scenery. San Jose is trying to get a deal done.
Way more. Yeah. So having this guy at 9.
Guys, I'm not ready for Riley to be traded. I'm not going to lie. I hope that doesn't happen on the stream. I'm just, my head's not on. My head, I want it to happen on stream because I just won't even be able to focus. That's just, not a good thing. I hope that does not happen while we're on stream. I know a lot of Leaf fans want to see Riley gone. To me, it's a bigger thing than just the player on the ice. great guy, great organization guy, has gone through everything with his team. Every time I've interacted with him, he's just been top tier guy. So I hope he doesn't get traded. That would suck.
Player of his caliber and understanding where he could be and what he could get paid, take a deal like that. He likes Montreal, he likes the core.
And you know what? If it happens, it happens. But I just don't want it to happen while I'm on stream.
They're really going in the right direction. They've made huge strides over the last couple of years, and I only see them getting better.
Yeah, they had a great season. A culture there where guys
We got 960 in the chat. What's going on, Rick Smith? Thanks for being here.
$3 million. But I would have to say, listen, you signed.
But yeah, I mean, Demidov, that's a big contract, but honestly, it's going to age so well for the team. That's a great contract for Montreal. I agree with Josh. On the surface, this makes zero sense. That's why I'm saying, because they brought in Korczak already, and now they're bringing in Trevor Van Riemsdyk, I'm pretty certain Erik Karlsson's going to get traded. And I think they're going to get a really good return. All right, there you go, guys. Devils make it official. The New Jersey Devils make it official. The 5-year contract extension with Nico Hischier. So a lot is happening here as we open up free agency at noon here. We're 5 minutes in. We already got a UFA signing, a bunch of contract extensions, and I'm sure the UFAs are going to come flying in. Gustafsson closing on a 1-year deal with the Kings. Oh, actually, we got 2 UFA signings if Saravelli's report is accurate with Eric Holla headed into the Kings.
Mike Johnson, everybody knows, we all know here, you want competitive players that want to win. So you want to be in an environment where
It's crazy because Drager is saying that Riley wants to change scenery, but Elliot Friedman just said that he thinks Riley's going to stay. The reporting has been all over the place.
One of the biggest challenges for all these teams now with the modern player in today's NHL.
Montreal's far from done. They are not done. They are going to do a lot in the coming days.
And say, listen, this is our vision, this is our belief, and we think we have the pieces that can do it, but we never everyone to buy into.
We have almost 1,000 in the chat. Let us know, guys. Dub says no better place than Hot Take Hockey for free agency. Ah, Dub, I really appreciate that.
To Mike's point, could take a 5-year deal and cash in a little more down the road. They're saying, I trust.
So I know there was all this speculation about a Nico Hischier trade, maybe. No way, Jose. No way, Jose. 5-year extension.
Towards the Stanley Cup. They still have a few more pieces to put in place, but that's a big piece of business getting that done.
and you can pay all these players lots of money.
Thanks, Tyler. You're the best. Says I look forward to the stream every year. But yeah, it looks like Gustafsson's heading to LA. Yeah, Rick, it looks like Bobrovsky's going to be a Leaf unless some team comes in super aggressive to beat out the offer that's on the table. So Freeman thinks it's going to be over $20 million total over the course of the contract. So if it's like a shorter term deal, it could be $6 or $7 million per year. If it's a longer term deal, it could be 4 or 5. Yeah, I think the better way to go about it for Toronto is if it's a longer term deal at $4 million, you kick it down the road, deal with it later, and you keep cap space open. But yeah, there's a lot of speculation around the Kings having interest. I think that would be dependent on them trading Kemper somewhere else. And then the other one is I think Edmonton should be, but there's been no rumors around it. But Edmonton should be aggressive after Bobrovsky. There's honestly a chance Bobrovsky just doesn't want to go out west. There's a good chance of it. So maybe that's why. Well, there you go. Frank Saravalli is on this, man. He's got some good sources, I guess, among the Kings organization. He is reporting that Holla is going to get $3.5 million for 2 years. It's a pretty good contract, I'd say, for both sides. Holla's on the older side now, and cap's going up, so $3.5 million for a guy that could be on the 4th line. Maybe as high as the 3rd line. I don't think it's bad. Barzal to Montreal, I don't think I see that kind of fit. But I don't know. Maybe he's close to Dobson. Hayden, what's going on? Says Bobrovsky's 38. I'm not a fan of the idea. Yeah, I guess he turns 38 when? Is it in September? Yeah, so he'll start the season at 38. I mean, it's a massive risk. I think it's probably going to be worth it to have a guy like Bobrovsky for the first 2 years, and then after that, it's going to drop off real quick. So, to me, I mean, if you can get him for 3 years and it's like $6 million, I would probably do that. Again, the cap is going up. The cap's going to keep going up. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate that signing if it was like $6 million per for 3 years. I'd kind of be like, okay, that's all right. Anything more than that, like if I see $7 million, We have 950 in the chat. But yes, Trevor Van Riemsdyk signing with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Eric Holla signing with the LA Kings. More to come. Again, that's a massive report from Eric Portsline. So Portsline is basically saying that Werenski is going to get traded and get traded very soon as today. It looks like Waddell's trying to just do this super quick. So I think there's a real chance that this is going to happen today, guys. This is going to be a crazy day. Anybody that's doubting how crazy this day is going to be, wake up. Because again, it's only 12:10 right now. I think by 1 or 2 p.m., probably 2 p.m., we're going to sit there and go, I cannot believe this is happening. There's going to be some massive stuff that drops today. And whether it's some big signings or big trades, there's going to be some stuff that drops here in the next hour. Yeah, I mean, San Jose is going to be a wagon. San Jose is definitely going to be a wagon, I think. Voodoo, I'm not going to the game, I don't think, unless I can find tickets or somebody has a connection. But outside of that, I will be watching the game. But yes, Portugal in Toronto tomorrow. But yeah, Freeman on the Hall of News now. So after trading Lyubushkin and Bork, the Stars have $12.5 million in available cap space with 19 active players. Of course, the big RFA is Jason Robertson. So the thing is, they still don't have enough cap space if Jason Robertson wants $14 million. And I think that's the debate that's happening right now. Dallas is trying to convince Jason Robertson to sign in around that 12 mark. And if they can get Jason Robertson to sign around $12 million, then it's realistic to bring him back. If not, he ain't coming back. They're trading him. So I think it's more likely Jason Robertson stays now, but it's definitely not a certainty. So for the Demidov contract, a 10-team modified no trade in the last 3 years of the deal. Wow. Heavy on the signing bonuses. $57.6 million total in signing bonus money. Crazy stuff. I mean, Tyson Forrester, look at that defensive even strength numbers. If he can be a consistent 50, 60 point guy, this contract is going to age really well. Like if he can put up 25 goals every single season at least, like that's floor. And based on his goals per game, he's on like a 25 to 30 goal projection. And to be a consistent second liner in the NHL, like you're going to make $6 or $7 million. That's the reality of where the salary cap is going. If you're a top line player, you're likely going to make 9, 10 million plus. If you're a second line player, you're likely making 6 or 7 million plus. That's the reality of the new NHL and how the salary cap is going towards. What's up, Will? I don't see that, but I think Larkin's going to get traded to a U.S. team, but I guess you never know. What's up, Adam? Adam says timeout. What's your timeout about? Ethan, thank you so much for the $2 dono. Yes, I think Werenski gets moved, and I think Tampa or Toronto ends up being the team, one or the other. Yeah, Tyson, I could see the Canucks trading DeBrusk. According to Rick Dollywall, it sounds like the Canucks have interest in Colton Sissons, and they have interest in Ian Cole. So Jonathan Drouin is a free agent. We'll see if a team gives him a chance. Thank you for the dono. Adam, you think Sissons to the Leafs? We'll see. That could be a good fit as a fourth liner for sure. The Leafs need more right shot guys in their bottom six. Like if you look at their like fourth line as an example, it's all like left shot guys for the most part. So the Leafs definitely need to add a right shot guy or two into that bottom six. Yeah, Maddie. I mean, there's a chance after the Penguins got Nick Robertson and they go after Jason Robertson. That would be a huge selling point for Jason Robertson as well. Like, especially if Nick is there, Pittsburgh could be like, hey, Jason, we can't sign you to $14, $15 million per year, because that's going to strap us, but we could give you 13 per year and you're playing with your brother. And maybe that's a lot more of an intriguing option. That's why I was saying, like, Dallas could have been a smart situation. Like, Toronto had a lot of cap flexibility. They could have convinced Jason Robertson to stay by trading one of their middle six guys or one of the roster guys to Toronto, create that cap flexibility. I don't know. Clearly, they're not, like, completely sold on giving Jason Robertson the bag. So, Elliot Friedman, we talked about this earlier. If Connor Hellebuyck is traded, Winnipeg makes the most sense for Stuart Skinner. Oh, Colton Sisson to the Leafs. And Ross Johnson with the Blues. David Pagnotta. Breaking news. That's a great fit. That is a great fit. Adam, you dropped that kind of early. Where are your sources? All right, Colton Sissons. Hopefully it's not more than like $2 million per year. There we go. I've talked about the Leafs targeting Colton Sissons in the past. I think it's a great fit. That's a great fit for sure for Toronto. Hopefully not more than $2 million or in around that mark, but we'll see. But I love that fit. That's a great fit. And Ross Johnson with the Blues. Interesting. Ross the boss. So, again, I'm tired of reacting to things like crazy until I see the number. We'll see. It's a great fit. We'll see what it comes in at. Leafs get their 3C? Okay, hold up. I don't know if Sissons is necessarily a 3C. Let's hold up on that. I don't know if I agree with Anthony on that one. I think it's a good ad, and he was great in the playoffs, too. I don't think that's like a locked-in 3C. Oh, that's a great deal for Seattle.
Doesn't need waivers this year. He can be up and down. Right. Keep in mind, 84 You'd have to probably said, like, Hellebuyck's got to go, though, right? I would think Hellebuyck would be the guy on the way out. Absolutely. And I think Weeksy would agree with that. But it's more about giving Artie, I call him Artie because Akhtiamov is a mouthful. But
So TSN is saying that they think Hellebuyck's going to get traded when Bobrovsky gets signed.
And you have Stolarz, who's never played more than 34 games in an NHL season.
All right, so you mentioned three goalies. Weeksy, let me come to you. Next year, we go to an 84-game schedule. Sergei Bobrovsky is going to turn 38 just before the start of the regular season. How many games do you give Bob next year that you say, okay, if we can give this many games, at least we'll get the best out of him?
Is Stolarz healthy? If not, I go to Akhtiamov, but I would say in and around the 50-game mark for Sergei Bobrovsky on an 84-game schedule. Guys, I'm telling you, this guy's in unbelievable shape. He's impeccable.
Wow. Oh, my God. Drager, bro, he's showing up Pagnotta. Uh-oh, guys. Pagnotta, did you say something premature? Oh, I thought Zuccarello was going to go out west to California, but I thought the Ducks. Matt Zuccarello to the Kings per Emily Kaplan. Wow. Bro, I can't believe Dregs is showing up Pagnotta like that. Oh, boy. We got some beef. We got some ground beef, guys. Blake, thank you so much for the $7 donos. This is Werenski a free agent? If not, how many more years does he have on this deal? He has 2 more years, Blake. So it would be a trade. He's not a free agent. It would be a trade. Thank you so much, Blake, for the dono. Oh, boy. Drager and Pagnotta. Get in the ring. Yeah, I agree with Zeta here. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe a multi-year deal, $2 million to $2.5 million per year, and he plays likely as their fourth-line center. If you go into next year with Sissons, Joshua, and Lorentz as your fourth line, I think you're pretty content with that. Oh, here we go. We just saw it. I thought Emily Kaplan. Yeah, guys, I predicted Arvidsson to the Red Wings. That would be a W. Man, my predictions are looking pretty good right now. I'm batting 500 right now, I'd say. So Emily Kaplan is saying all signs are pointing towards Matt Zuccarello to the LA Kings and Victor Arvidsson to the Detroit Red Wings. Here we go. We have 1,000 in the chat. Thank you guys, everyone, for being here. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Hit that like button. Willie Stein chimes in, says, I like Colton Sissons. Good defensive center and strong in the faceoff circle. Better offensively than some of the other pure defensive 4C options. Could also slide up to the third line and a punch like he did for Vegas in the playoffs. I agree with that, for sure. He's probably going to give you 10 to 15 goals in a full 82-game season, and I like that fit. So, again, if it's anything more than $2.5 million, I don't love the fit. But $2.5 million per year, I like it. So we'll see what the Arvidsson number comes at for Detroit. If I had to guess, it's probably about $4 million to $5 million per year, which is pricey, but look at the year Arvidsson had last year. So I would expect it with a rising cap to be somewhere between $4 to $5 million per year. All right, so Emily Kaplan is saying it's about to be official. Sounds like it's getting done for Matt Zuccarello to the LA Kings, so I'll add that to the board. All right. Zuccarello to LA. So yeah, Arvidsson and the Red Wings getting closer to a deal. We're waiting for the insiders from TSN to give us some more info here. And then again, the Kraken signing Mackie Samoskevich to a 3-year, $3.85 million cap hit deal. Don't mind that at all. I think that's a good deal for the Kraken. And we have 1,000 in the live stream. Thank you guys for being here. Let us know your thoughts on the signings and trades so far. It's going to keep getting busier and busier. Okay, so 2-year deal potentially for Arvidsson. Like I said, I predict $4 to $5 million per year. And Pierre LeBrun chiming in. So 1-year deal with bonuses for Zuccarello signing with the Kings. Eric Gustafsson is also signing with the Kings. So Arvidsson, 33 years old, had 25 goals and 54 points last season for Boston. So the Leafs have a ridiculous amount of cap space now, roughly $25 million even after signing RFAs. Wow. So as we talked about, guys, when's the last time the Leafs in the Matthews era had this amount of cap space? And again, assuming they sign Bobrovsky, they're still going to have roughly $18 million to $20 million of cap space to fill out the roster. Assuming they sign Colton Sissons, and we're assuming it's around $2.5 million per year, that's my prediction. You knock that down, they would still have over $15 million of cap space to add a top 9 forward and potentially a top 4 defenseman. Is that a trade for Zach Werenski? You would have to assume contracts are going back to Columbus in that deal. Columbus wants roster-ready players. So is it a combination of Jake McCabe or OEL on the defensive side? Potentially. Leaf Nation, Ross Colton is part of the Nashville Predators. We're talking about potentially Colton Sissons to the Toronto Maple Leafs. We're waiting to hear. One UFA forward for Columbus to consider is Oliver Bjorkstrand per Aaron Portzline, who started his career in Columbus and was traded to Kraken in a salary dump after Gaudreau signed as a free agent in 2022. Bjorkstrand spends off seasons in Cleveland and loved his time in Columbus. Okay. So the Blue Jackets could be looking at Bjorkstrand for a reunion. Daniel, I think the Blackhawks are going to be busy for sure. It sounded like Kyle Davidson said they are far from done on doing anything big. Whoa, that's super cheap. We'll see what that contract ends up coming to, but if it's anywhere close to $1 million, that's a steal for the LA Kings. Yeah, Joe, it sounded like the Minnesota Wild and Zuccarello had a falling out. It sounded like contract extensions were just, those talks were just not good, which is surprising to me that Zuccarello might sign with cheap with the LA Kings then, in that case. So I guess we'll have to wait to see what the official number is. David Pagnotta says Carolina isn't fully out just yet, but John Carlson is exploring other options. Philadelphia and Tampa Bay is also in the mix. So that's what I had already talked about. I think if Tampa Bay misses out on Zach Werenski, like, there's a real scenario, guys. Think about the chaos of today. We could see very likely that Toronto gets Zach Werenski and Tampa Bay gets John Carlson. That is realistic. The fact that I'm saying out that out loud is insane, but that is a realistic outcome that we see today, that Zach Werenski gets traded to the Toronto Maple Leafs and John Carlson signs with the Tampa Bay Lightning.
One-year deal, pretty good bargain here for the LA Kings trying to upgrade their offense.
So we talk about, Minnesota loses Zuccarello. They got Quinn Hughes coming up in a year, right? They made the big
Oh, it looks like Jaden Schwartz could be headed to the Colorado Avalanche.
Tell you that talks on an extension for Quinn Hughes were actually not that far advanced. It's not a concern. Craig Leopold, the owner's on record last week saying they are getting him signed. It should be a 3-year extension when they get through the process with Quinn Hughes. I just don't think we're going to hear news on that today. But no one involved in that process is concerned that it won't get done.
Right, so there's some signings dribbling in, right?
If LA just got him at $1 million, that's an insane value for Zuccarello.
Coming in, but as we've been talking about here, Sergei Bobrovsky, number 1 on our list. He is still a free man. Where will he play next?
Man, Bobrovsky. All signs are pointing towards Toronto, but does Edmonton come in and blow him away with an offer? But the fact that the Kings just got a steal with that Zuccarello contract, that's big time. We have 1,000 in the live stream, guys. Let us know if you're new. Oh, man, Rocha. Kawhi back with the Raptors is so hype. And the Leafs, Toronto sports are back up. Big time. Let's go. Whoa, look at this reply. If the Carolina Hurricanes don't sign John Carlson, does that put them back in the mix for Connor Hellebuyck? There's been a lot of speculation the Hurricanes are trying to do something aggressive, even after winning the Stanley Cup. So, we will see. But Nikishin seems to be part of a lot of these trade negotiations. Yeah, Midnight Sam. I could see Michelli or Laine being a fit on the Blues. But the Blues have filled out quite a bit in terms of their top 9. So, Rocha. Yeah, you know what? There's a couple guys that I could see the Sharks signing. Ryan Shea. He is a left shot defenseman. I think the Sharks prefer to go after a right shot defenseman. There's a lot of speculation that the Leafs and Sharks are talking about Morgan Rielly potentially being traded to the Sharks. So keep an eye on that between Rielly, Ryan Shea. We can go back to the free agent list here. Like, other guys that I could see the Sharks targeting, Logan Stanley for sure. I could see them targeting Jamie Alexiak. Could they bring back John Klingberg? And then between these guys here too, Andrew Peeke, Nick Blankenberg. So just a few names to list. Like, personally for me, I think Nick Blankenberg would be a perfect fit for the Sharks. He's a bit undersized, but he's only 28 years old, good puck mover. I think he would fit the Sharks system. Andrew Peeke could be another interesting one too. Like, the Sharks have that cap flexibility to do something aggressive like that. So if they're not getting one of the bigger names, I think one of these two guys could be a perfect fit on that right side. Because, again, it's going to be a couple years at least until Ryan Lynn's ready, and then probably at least a year before Veerhoff's ready. So I think Veerhoff, he won't be ready for the Sharks this season, but if he plays one more year in college and looks like he grows and matures quite a bit, like he's 6'5" or 6'4". So like the fact that he's that size, if he shows really well in college next year, I could see him with the San Jose Sharks in 2027, 2028. So we'll keep an eye on that. So, yeah, Evan Rawls saying it as well. It looks like Jaden Schwartz will be headed to the Colorado Avalanche. That's what all rumors are pointing towards. Austin, why are you asking if Montreal's done? Montreal hasn't even started yet. I think I already said that. Montreal is going to be busy. Yeah, it's crazy that the Kings got... I don't know what the Kings did to convince Zuccarello to come so cheap, but that is such a good deal for the LA Kings. Wow. Like, what did Ken Holland do to get Zuccarello there so cheap? That's a crazy good contract. I mean, Clutch Network, if I had to make a bet right now, I'm betting on Werenski going to the Leafs or Lightning. Like, it looks like it's going to happen. Don Waddell wants this situation done with, and it looks like it's going to happen. They don't want to lose Werenski for nothing in 2 years. So they're going to try to get as much as they can right now so he can plan for the rest of the offseason. And here's the thing. I think he's going to ask for roster players back, but I think it's also going to be prospects and picks that he can flip for other roster upgrades. Like, this is the tweet I'm talking about here. It's a crazy tweet, but I think it represents the situation pretty accurately. Again, I'll read it out loud. Aaron Portsline wondered if Columbus Don Waddell might tap the brakes and play his cards. And then fast forward the conversation about after that deal with Dallas fell through. He was ready to do it. He had a deal agreed upon with Dallas, and Werenski did not want to go to Dallas. He's moved on to other teams. He's moved on to Toronto. He's moved on to Tampa, and he wants to find a deal quickly that Werenski likes. It's crazy, but it's the reality of the situation right now. And there you go, guys. Wow. Mason Marchment to the San Jose Sharks. $7 million per year. Rocha, what a time to join. There you go. Rest in peace to Brian Marchment. Obviously, this is a sentimental thing, but that's a great contract. That is an amazing contract. $35 million. Oh my goodness. $35 million over 5 years, $7 million per year for Mason Marchment to the San Jose Sharks. Wow. I thought Montreal was maybe going to get him, but I don't think they were ever going to pay Mason Marchment this amount of money. And he goes to San Jose. Wow. I think it's a great fit. But that's a lot of money, man. But you know what? San Jose is getting meaner, man. They need that, a little bit of that grit, a little bit of that sandpaper, a little bit of that edge with skill around Celebrini, Will Smith, and Misa. And now they have Kiefer Sherwood, and they have Mason Marchment. They are getting meaner. They are getting meaner. They gave Sam Urson $2.2 million per. Bro, what is Ottawa possibly doing this offseason, man? Bro, this guy had a horrendous year. Oh my goodness, bro. I just don't know what Ottawa's doing. Oh, if Toronto did that, I would be losing my mind. I'd probably pop off. 2 years? Oh, God. $2.2 million. That's just insanity, man. I just don't know why you signed that contract. Wow, that's an overpayment. Cole Smith to the Blackhawks, 3 years times $3 million. Wow. Okay, guys, we're getting into the fourth liner overpayments. That scares me for Colton Sissons to Toronto. That means the Leafs might be giving $3 million to Colton Sissons. Because if somebody asked me, would you rather have Colton Sissons or Cole Smith? I'm picking Colton Sissons every time. And Cole Smith is getting $3 million per year. I don't like that at all. I think Cole Smith is a fine fourth liner, but I don't like that at all. All right, guys. It's July 1st. The overpayments are going to be happening. Wow. Pierre LeBrun chiming in. John Carlson hasn't closed the door to Carolina, but the Hurricanes couldn't close the deal before noon. So Carlson's agent, Rick Curran, now taking calls from other teams. Tampa and Philadelphia are among them. We'll see where this goes for the number 1 UFAD. $3 times $3.25 for Jaden Schwartz in Colorado. I like that deal. Jaden Schwartz could still probably chip in 15 goals on a season. I like that deal. See, Colorado continues winning. I like that deal a lot. See, that's a guy you sign for $3 million times 3. And I think that's the difference of the perception of Colorado versus Chicago. Chicago wouldn't have been able to get Jaden Schwartz at that cost. Colorado is a cup contending team. And I think Jaden Schwartz is a perfect addition to their third line. And it's an older replacement for Ross Colton, but a cheaper version as well. So I like that. Well, that's what I'm saying, San Antonio. I think for me, Colton Sissons, under $3 million, I'll take it. $2.5 million, I'm content with it. Anything lower, I'm happy with it. But yeah, I would say I agree with you. If it was $2.8 million on like a 3-year deal, I'd be happy with that. But Cole Smith, I mean, again, Toronto's going to be a better team this year than Chicago. I definitely believe that. Jaden Schwartz is not good. Austin Patrick, you think that? I mean, you have to understand, he had his stretches last year where he was actually really good when he was healthy. And he was also on a Seattle Kraken team that was just not good at all. So in 50 games, he had 26 points, 11 goals. The year before that, he had 26 goals in 81 games on Seattle. And Seattle was not good the last 2 years. So you have to think on Colorado, on a good team, in a third-line role, he's probably a 20 and 20 guy. So for $3.25 million, if you're getting 40 points at a Jaden Schwartz, which I think is very possible, like I said, on a bad Seattle team last year, he had 26 points in 50 games. An 82-game pace, he's probably putting up 40 points. So I think that's a good deal for Colorado. Oh, Steven Roster saying Bjorkstrand maybe to the Isles. Okay. That's interesting. Very interesting. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. And Colton Sissons, I think the big part of it is his skating. The Leafs are trying to get faster. Wow. Okay, there's a lot of things happening right now. Just got a couple texts. Okay, keep an eye on Toronto to load up. there's something happening right now. All right, chat. Something's about to happen with the Leafs. I don't know if it's just the Sissons contract becoming official, but I think it might be something else based on the text I just got. Oh, baby. What's up, Terran Future? But yeah, I think that's a good contract. So Ben Pope adding some more context to Cole Smith, just saying Cole Smith could be the Ilya Mikheyev replacement. Averaged 2 minutes, 15 seconds penalty kill time per game over the last 3 seasons with Nashville. Okay, so I mean that aspect, like if Chicago needs that penalty killing aspect, I guess. Oh, I love free agency. Guys, I just told you what it is. I just told you. I just got something on the vibe of look out for something just to drop. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't have a specific deal to report. I ain't Elliot Friedman. But I think something's about to drop. David Pegg notices Ryan Lomberg has multiple options he's been evaluating right now. Leafs expressed interest, but they're out. Okay, so no Leafs and Ryan Lomberg. Hey, Harry with the $5 dono says, big fan of your Canes coverage. Let's go. Let's go. There you go. W. Terran Future, thanks for being here. Says, what's up? I'm new here. Well, I hope you subscribe. Thanks for joining. Austin Cranfield, thanks for being here. Yes, guys, please hit that subscribe button. Big W's to Harry. Appreciate the dono. Oh, I'm always smiling on these big days, man. It's free agency.
Carlson replacing Darren Radish on that power play. We'll see where it ends up.
Drake's Mason Marchment's a hot commodity today. His dad, Brian, was a very popular San Jose Shark who went on to work for them in their player development system before passing away. Is he headed there? Yeah, an emotional connection, and that was our sense right out of the gate when we signed.
Guys, the more I'm hearing about it, the John Carlson thing, if you're a Leaf fan, you're rooting for John Carlson to sign with Tampa in the weirdest way. I know that's going to make Tampa better and potentially to beat Toronto, but if John Carlson goes to Tampa, I don't think John Carlson's coming to Toronto, so you can rule that out. If Toronto was to get Zach Werenski, I think it's mostly because Tampa got John Carlson or one of the big defensemen in free agency. Wow! Ryan Lomberg, breaking news, heading to the Blue Jackets on a 2-year deal. There you go. Some more breaking news. Lomberg to Columbus.
Do well, they keep their own talent. He gets an 8-year extension, Gord, with a $5 million AAV, and this is something we've seen Florida do consistently. Mention the Ratko Gudas.
It's a crazy steal for Zuccarello. 1 year, $1 million. That's insane.
Cap it down and keep the band together.
Oh my goodness, man! LA is so old. My goodness, LA is the retirement home, bro. I can't even say it clearly. Oh my god, there's no way, bro. Ken Holland is literally making a retirement home in LA. Corey Perry, 41 years old, heading to the LA Kings. If they get Bobrovsky, they're the LA retirement home. Corey Perry back to the LA Kings. That's insane.
Do some of what they're doing to him, but he was going to be popular, and San Jose makes a lot of sense because they need a player like him, Chief.
Yeah, for sure. They got a
My god, LA is so old. Hey, Brando, I appreciate it. John Mantha coming an elite member. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support, everybody. Frank Saravalli saying, as much as the Maple Leafs want to be in and take a big swing, I think the ultimate preferred destination is the Lightning. That's fine if it's the preferred destination. But here's the thing, and this report's coming in at the same time. Philadelphia isn't close on John Carlson. So if the Lightning get John Carlson, they are likely not going to get Werenski as well. It's very unlikely they can get both. So 1 million times 1 for Corey Perry. How is Zuccarello getting the same as Corey Perry at this point in their careers? But that's just Ken Holland, buddy. As much as it's like old Central over there, it's just W's. Some of these older guys are loving LA as a retirement place. Yeah, I agree, Zito.
This guy was a star there, in my opinion. Yeah, he was unreal. And so players going to want to go there and play with this guy and be around him because he's a leader already at a young age. Great player, we all know that. If they get some help on defense, they're going to be pretty dangerous.
Absolutely. Speaking of defense, it sounds like John Carlson, maybe Tampa Bay could be lurking.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
They need a shooter, a right shot, guy can play off.
Yeah. Yeah, they're saying it too. I think John Carlson's going to Tampa Bay. That's what it looks like it's happening. Okay, Kyle Davidson. You were on your way up with Blackhawks fans. You were on your way up after that draft. And now these are the signings you're making. I like Ian Cole's fit, don't get me wrong, but oh my goodness. It's only a 1-year deal. What do you guys think? Ian Cole, $4.75 million. Bro, Ian Cole is making a career out of soaking shots. Blocked shots. Unreal. Cole Smith and Ian Cole are making a combined $7.75 million. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, Mason Marchment's on the show.
It's full circle, and me and my family couldn't be more excited. So we were talking about how San Jose is set up for the future, and one player in particular in Macklin Celebrini, and how he's kind of changed the whole reputation of that team.
Patrick Kane is interested in Toronto. Man, if the Leafs get Patrick Kane, I think that's just such a cool thing to play with McKenna and Matthews. That would be so hype.
Shaken in the right direction for San Jose. Yeah, I think that's just it. He comes in and he really took the league by storm, and just playing against him, watching clips of him, he's a one of a kind of player. So just to go join them and help build that, and something I've always kind of in the back of my head kind of wanted to do, and I think it's perfect timing. They're on the up, and they got so many good players, and Bruce's done a great job of
Joe, I had the Penguins maybe going after Tarasenko, but now that they got Nick Robertson, they filled that shooter on the right side. That's a great deal for Columbus.
There and Edmonton there, you're going to be taking on a few Western Canadian teams, and
a lot
of debate, a lot of rumors in terms of how many teams might be knocking on your door. I'm sure there were a lot. How deep into conversation with your family, with your agent, did you get to maybe going elsewhere? Or was
we have 1,000 in the chat, guys. Stick around. It's about to go down. John Chayka's cooking.
They were one team, that was right at the top of my list. Like I said, with all the young skill and stuff they have there. So, obviously.
This is Mason Marchment talking right now.
It's going to be fun, but at the end of the day, I thought it was just the best place for me, and I love
Baji, you want me to nail every prediction? I can't be perfect on every prediction. I literally talked about. You want me to pull it up? I mean, I was off on the contract. I had it at like $5.5 million for Marchment. He got $7 million per year. But in my Sharks video, I'll pull it up right now. In my Sharks video, I had Mason Marchment going to the Sharks. And then there was a lot of rumors around him going to Montreal. So I was like, okay, I could see that as a better fit. If you guys see right here, this is the video I made 13 days ago. And as you guys can see, I signed Mason Marchment. I said, watch out for Marchment. This was before Eklund got traded. So I had a 5-year deal of $5.5 million. Obviously, he signed for $7 million, which is a huge W for Marchment. I don't think it's like a bad deal for the Sharks, but I was just comparing it more to the Sherwood contract. But, yeah. I always thought Marchment was a great fit in San Jose. And then after they traded Eklund, it made sense. But Montreal, to me, if they miss out on Marchenko, Marchment would have been the perfect fit. I think Montreal and Ottawa are going to be the two teams for Mantha. I think Montreal might be the favorite now for Mantha after missing out on Marchment.
The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid can get up to 776.
Yeah, Denver. I mean, the Leafs could be a playoff contender already with their roster that they're building out. But if they get Werenski, oh, for sure. Oh, we got a trade. The Rangers acquire goaltender Korpisalo. So I wonder if Boston's in the goalie market. Or finally they're going to give Michael DiPietro a fair shot to be the backup to Swayman, which is also a possibility. So there you go. Rangers make a trade. They get Korpisalo to be the backup, likely for Shesterkin. Not a bad deal. Just a 4th round pick. Wow. Sorry, guys. I didn't even clue in. Mikheyev with the Lightning? Oh, my goodness. I was reading something else, and I guess this already popped up. Ilya Mikheyev to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Wow. Mikheyev to Tampa Bay. We'll see what the contract is. Let's see what it was. It a showdown? No. Let's see what this contract is. Does Tampa get a steal, or did they have to pay market value? Oh yeah. Well, it's a 4-year contract, but how much money? I'm gonna guess it's like $3 million per year. If I had to make a prediction, because Tampa Bay, like if it was another team, I think he could have got maybe $4 or $5 million. But with Tampa Bay, I'm gonna say $3 million per year for Mikheyev. Let's see how accurate I am. No, Keither. Tampa definitely can afford Werenski still, but it sounds like they're gonna go towards John Carlson, which would leave Toronto for Zach Werenski potentially, unless the Flyers come out with a big offer. Oh my God, imagine Werenski on Toronto. All right, we're waiting. It's going to be a domino effect. I really think it's going to be a domino effect. We're going to get the John Carlson news and get the Zach Werenski news right after, or vice versa. We're just waiting for it. Yeah, I mean, Mantha's inconsistent, and I didn't really like his effort in the playoffs, but at $5 or $6 million per year with a rising cap, I don't think it's horrible. I mean, I'd be worried though. If you're a team signing Mantha after Marchment just got $7 million per year, he's gonna get a payday for sure. All right, Canucks checked in on defenseman Connor Clifton, but he is signing elsewhere. So Clifton news coming up. So we're almost at 1 p.m. in the first hour. We've gotten a fair share of news. But like I said, guys, by 2 o'clock, I think we're going to look back at going, holy shit, look what just happened. Yeah, Tyler, we haven't got the official number or details for Colton Sissons. Pagnotta was kind of, he jumped the gun a little bit, according to Drager. Pagnotta's probably going to get ripped by Leaf fans if Sissons doesn't end up signing with Toronto. Because I'm trusting Pagnotta, right? I'm taking his word for it. I think the Leafs are talking to both Lawton and Jenner. We'll see if something happens there. But if they sign Sissons, it's less likely they'll bring in Lawton. Rasmus Andersson, 7 years, $8.5 million per. We already had that, but Freeman tweeting that it's official. Habs fan says Carlson to the Habs, screenshot it. All right. I don't think that's happening. They'd have to trade a defenseman, and at the same time, John Carlson wouldn't get power play time in Montreal. They already have Lane Hudson and Noah Dobson. It doesn't make sense. John Carlson wants to be that guy. He wants to get that opportunity. And that's why Tampa Bay is such a great fit, because they just lost Darren Radish. Even if Hedman's healthy, there's still an opportunity where you'd have John Carlson on that number one unit because of that shot, because of the right shot aspect, and Kucherov is loving that. Because you have to think about it, right? Kucherov's on that right side, right? When he's feeding it up back to the blue line, that right shot is that one-timer. When Kucherov's feeding it to Hedman, Hedman can't one-time it. So that's why I think Tampa Bay is really honing in on that right shot guy being on the power play, because Kucherov can just feed those one-timers like it's nothing. And that's why Radish had such a big year. But again, it doesn't make the Leafs signing Radish a bad contract. It just means that the Leafs have to keep that in consideration on what Radish's strength is. Radish is great on the one-timer. Radish is also very solid defensively. So even if he doesn't put up that offensive production, he's still really good defensively. So is that contract rich? For sure. I think it'd be a much better contract, a great contract, if it was in the $6 million range. But you got to be a little bit aggressive. I think Marchenko might go to Montreal. Yeah, I think that could happen. It's a lot more realistic than John Carlson in Montreal. So we're still waiting for that Mikheyev number. I'm guessing $3 million per year. We will see. Bradley, I think it's just a matter of they have Lorentz and Joshua. They would have to trade those guys for Lomberg to have a fit, right? Because right now the Leafs' fourth-line wingers are Dakota Joshua and Stevie Lorentz. So to bring in Lomberg at 1.3, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless they're trading Lorentz. What's up, Scott? Thanks for being here. So it sounds like there's some more heat towards Giroux and the Flyers reuniting, guys. It's sounding more and more like Werenski's going to get traded today. Hey, guys, we are 30 away from 60.1K. Thanks to everyone for hitting that subscribe button. Again, our goal for today is to get to 1,000 likes. We are at 600. We need less than 400 likes to 1,000. Let's do it. So Samuel Ersson signed 26 years old. 2-year deal, 2.2 per year. To me, this could end up aging fine for Ottawa. Goaltenders are so unpredictable, so it's hard to say. But on the surface, he had a really bad year, like a really bad year. And I just don't think it was a necessary thing to do this. You could have signed one of the free agents. I guess the devil's advocate side is Steve Staios and Sens management is betting on Ersson to be as good as like a Stuart Skinner as an example, and they're signing him for less. I think Stuart Skinner is going to get over $3 million in the open market, maybe even $4 million. So with that in mind, they're just saying, okay, we'll sign Samuel Ersson for cheaper and hope he has a good year. All right, there you go. There's the number. I guess around the 3 range. So $3.85 million per year for 4 years, Mikheyev in Tampa. So I figured it was not going to be 4. 3 always made sense if it was Tampa Bay or a contender. So $3.85 million per year for 4 years for Mikheyev in Tampa Bay. I think it's a really good deal for them in the bottom 6. It does fill out some more cap space. So if we go look at the Lightning, let's look at their potential lineup here. So the big goal was them improving the bottom 6. And if I had to guess, Mikheyev probably fits on this third line with Yanni Gourde. So add some speed. Pontus Holmberg could be there, or Dominic James, maybe Nick Paul. But either way, Mikheyev is probably fitting in on this third line. And then in consideration for the Lightning going after John Carlson, to give you guys the cap space, the Lightning, after this, it gets real tight. Once they sign Mikheyev officially, they will have about $6 million of cap space, just under $6 million. So, do they sign John Carlson to a longer-term deal at $6 million? They could do that, and then they would have a full roster. Because right now, assuming Scott Sabrin and Pelche are not going to be with the team, they sign Mikheyev, they would have 14 forwards with that in mind, and they would have 7 defensemen. They would have about $6 million of cap space. They could shrink down to a 21-man roster or a 20-man roster, have more flexibility, and then sign John Carlson for $7 or $8 million per year. That's a realistic standpoint. I think obviously the tax situation is a factor here in Florida. So for the Tampa Bay Lightning, getting John Carlson at $7 or $8 million per year, I think is realistic. So we'll see what happens, but I think that's a real possibility. And the Lightning might be done after that. They might just sign Mikheyev, and then they might just sign John Carlson. All right, I gotta go for a quick restroom break here real quickly. But oh my God, Ross Johnston, $2 million per year? That's pretty wild. All right, I'll be back, guys. Count to 30.
We've been talking about, and really the key to the whole market is Zach Werenski, Pierre.
Yeah, and listen, we all know what happened, as CJ said at the start of the show, that deal with Dallas did not happen. And the sense I get right now is I don't expect the Zach Werenski trade today. Famous last words. But the sense I'm getting is Columbus regrouping here. Again, looking at the other teams involved, Tampa, Toronto, among others, but having a bit of a reset in this situation. today's not a trade deadline. Zach Werenski does not have to be dealt today, despite the fact that we're all here on set and hoping for that. So this could drag out a bit more.
But you also said earlier, it's not out of the question he goes back there?
It's not out of the question. I mean, I think the thing that I find difficult in terms of, you know, the horses leaving the barn is some of the emotion that's transpired here over the last 3-4 days. But that was the original offer from Judd Moldaver, the agent, to Don Waddell when all this started, this process, is that if you can't get the deal that you need this summer, Zach will come back and play, and then you can figure it out again over time. He's got 2 years left on his deal. So that's not out of the question either.
Dregs, has any player in the history of the NHL had a better arbitration case than Jason Robertson has in Dallas, coming off a 45-goal year? He's a restricted free agent, eligible for arbitration. What's his status?
Well, it's up in the air. There's no doubt about that. I think from the preference of
All right, we back.
And his family, he'd prefer to stay in Dallas. Right, that's his home. Loves playing for the Dallas Stars. But from a Dallas standpoint, you look at it.
Oh my God. He doesn't expect a Zach Werenski trade today? That's bullshit. Oh my God. Tampa Bay lands Jeffrey Viel on a long-term deal, $2.5 million per year. Tampa Bay is really building out a fast and physical bottom six. I'm surprised by that it was that much. I guess they're expecting Viel to be... I think it's Viel. I think it's Jeffrey Viel. I think that's how you pronounce it. My bad.
I wonder if Jason is going to end up in Pittsburgh. But again, it goes back to the player wanting to stay in Dallas.
Wow, they're really betting on Viel here.
And would like to move Jason Robertson. So maybe similar to Zach Werenski, everybody just needs a little bit of time and space to cool down.
CJ, if you talk to fans in Canadian markets about William Mikheyev, he played in Toronto.
So Pierre LeBrun and Dreger are basically saying that they could see a scenario where Werenski just cools down and things are not as bad. But if Toronto puts the right deal forward, then it could happen. Noah Juleson signs in Colorado.
Instead, he goes to Florida. And as you mentioned, it's a healthy deal. 4-year contract from the Tampa Bay Lightning at a $3.85 million AAV. So they've made a commitment here to bring him in. And, you know, look, the Blackhawks at one point in time did have interest in keeping him. Obviously, they weren't comfortable getting to that kind of number. But Mikheyev is back in the Atlantic Division. And
Mike Benning signs in Calgary. 1-year, 2-way contract.
And those are the insiders doing what they do best, but we have a new insider with the ultimate insight, the most personal insight you could possibly have.
Yeah, I agree with Zita. I think Colton Sissons will probably get, well, it was 2.5 for Viel. So I think it's probably going to be around $3 million for Colton Sissons per year. Brendan Gaunt signs with the Bruins.
To win some faceoffs. Last year he had 57% with Columbus, had a couple shorthanded goals for them. And what Boston gets is my mom's favorite son, along with a lot of other things that he brings to a table. I think Boston's lucky to have him. I know I'm lucky to have him as a brother, so I'm very happy for my brother.
I love seeing that.
Brendan Gaunt to the Bruins. That's pretty cool, his brother announcing that. Yo! Roslovic to Toronto! I said earlier on a tweet that could happen, and people thought I was lying. I knew the Leafs had interest, but I didn't know if it would actually happen. Hopefully this is not more than like $3 million.
So they made sure that he was telling me the right information. I love it. I mean, the brothers, there's a lot of them in the NHL right now.
What is his daughter announcing signings? We got brothers announcing signings. It's a family affair today.
That's not bad. You got the Kachuk brothers down in...
See, my problem is if you trade Nick Robertson and then sign Jack Roslovic, I don't know.
We got the Sedins running Vancouver. That's right. You know, they're all over the place.
Okay. Let's get into the Edmonton Oilers here and try to detail or look ahead to possibly what could be happening. Because as we know, if McDavid did not sign that contract extension last year, he would be coming up. He'd be coming up right now. Just a reminder, he would have been a free agent had he not signed that 2-year extension for an ultra-friendly $12.5 million per season. Now that makes him the 6th highest paid player going into.
Well, looks like there's a good chance Roslovic could be a Leaf here.
Austin Matthews, Nathan McKinnon ahead of him. Like, does that make sense? We're a year out. He did the deal. He signed the deal. He's committed to Edmonton at least for the next couple of years. But best player in the world, Not even the top 5 when it comes to being paid.
I don't think anybody should be anywhere close to that guy, but that's who knows what that.
Well, that's an aberration. That's nothing to do with the
I get it.
That's
In 2 years, who knows what's going to happen with that guy? The Edmonton Oilers, the team he is with, though, is going to be fascinating. They just hired Mike Babcock. They've got McDavid and Draisaitl. They've been to 2 Stanley Cup Finals, couldn't get it done, and it now seems like they're in desperation mode. How does it all fit? I mean, and the big thing with the Edmonton Oilers, you can talk about the coach, you can talk about the 2 best players, but can they defend?
Okay, let's keep an eye on it.
Poor goaltending. What is it? How are they going to fix their issues?
And also the nurse situation, right? So what's going to happen there with that money as well? So you're thinking about, okay, if we lose him,
All right, so Arvidsson is headed to the Red Wings. 2-year deal, $5 million AAV. I said it was going to be around 4 or 5, and it is 5.
I'm looking to the crease for sure.
Yeah, well, they've already spent a lot of that money.
Well, the whole point of McDavid's deal was that he was putting faith in the management team to make good decisions with the money.
All right, guys. So, quick mock lineup. If the Leafs were to keep Nyes and get Werenski with a Cowan, Danford, and numerous firsts, plus Jake McCabe, bring in Sissons. Oh, God. I don't like it. I don't like it. No. Not a fan. Not a fan.
More on the Oilers in just a moment. Gord, what do you have? My next order now. Jack Roslovic is a guy who a couple years ago looked like his career was stalled. Had a 9-goal season, but since then kind of resurrected things with Carolina, and then last year in Edmonton, back-to-back 20-goal years, and now he's a
Toronto Maple Leaf. Jack Roslovic lands a 2-year deal with the Leafs, carrying a $4 million cap hit, and this will be a much better summer for Jack Roslovic because, as you remember, he was on the free agent board last July 1st, weathered a long wait before he got his deal ultimately in October with the Oilers, but that proved to be a good fit. He had a nice season there.
I'll give it a chance. I don't love it. He's a bit of a defensive liability. I wanted the Leafs to keep their cap space open for other things. I don't hate it. We'll see where he plays. He very well could be the winger on Matthews' line. But the Leafs needed a right winger. He can play center. He can play right wing. He's primarily a right winger at this point.
That's the key for him, right?
I don't hate it, but I don't like it.
Issues. Yeah. So that's the key for him. By the way, you reported earlier, Pierre, Corey Perry.
1 year times $1 million plus bonuses for Corey Perry. You know, one thing Corey Perry told me
I don't love it.
Montreal first round series, really appreciated the way Ken Holland and the Kings handled his trade to Tampa. Very transparent, made sure he was comfortable with it. Not surprised going back to LA where he really enjoyed it.
All right. And by the way, on Roslovic, 5th team now in the last 4 years.
Well, he's got a little bit of term now. Jack Roslovic on his way to Toronto, and that was a name we were linking to the Maple Leafs last year prior to him actually even signing in Edmonton. What do you make of it, Craig? Jack Roslovic as a player and joining the Maple Leafs, and where could he play?
Yeah, we talked about him last year at free agency at this time. And
I mean, Michelli was not great defensively either, so I think Roslovic's worse probably, but he can score more. He's back-to-back 20-plus goal seasons.
And they need help scoring.
He showed this year that he can skate, he can make plays, he can play with big-time players.
Yeah, so they're basically letting Michelli and Robertson go and replacing that goal scoring with Roslovic.
Game, I don't, but if he can move out there and complement other players and put some pucks in the back of the net, then that's what he's brought in for.
And for me, it's secondary scoring that he's going to provide. Like, it's not all on the top guys to do all the scoring. He needs secondary scoring, so he provides that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and for me,
Craig Berube's given some context. For him with the Leafs last year, they didn't have enough secondary scoring, and Roslovic has back-to-back 20-plus goal seasons. I can wrap my head around it. I think $4 million's a bit rich for me.
To elevate that part of their game.
Well, yeah, hang on. You trade away Nick Robertson. You don't qualify on Michelli. Those are two sort of offensively inclined wingers you're going to need to find their offense. Whatever you think of the player, they did provide some offense. And one thing we didn't know about Toronto's vision was what they saw for their forwards. We kind of got a sense of what they wanted from their defense. Puck movers, more mobile. But, John Chaika didn't really lay out, what do we see as, are we going to have 2 scoring lines, checking, physical?
Oh, Joe Veleno joining the Rangers.
He's a third-line winger. It tells you he's going to think, 3 attacking lines, which is maybe a bit of an indication of where they might want to go.
Yeah, and there may be more moves, right? If they're going to be active in terms of
And guys, I'll give you a bit of a tidbit here. Jack Roslovic played with Zach Werenski and Austin Matthews at the U.S. development program. So Matthews and Werenski, somewhat close with Roslovic as well. Just saying. Obviously, Matthews had a conversation with Roslovic in this. Keep in mind. Keep in mind.
I think the contract, the term, the dollars is a nice fit for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
If you're talking about depth scoring for the Toronto
So, yeah, Dom says Jack Roslovic is one of the most average players in the league, but does it in a way where he will look like a star for roughly 20 games, and it goes for the other 62.
going to get you 20 to 25 goals. It felt like that didn't exist very much in that lineup. It was we had to squeeze a lot out of guys that make $1 million, and we.
I will say, obviously, the big free agent class in 2028 with McDavid is 2 years away. So you're signing Roslovic for a 2-year deal. See what he can do in 2 years. Cap's going up again. Do I like it? No. Do I hate it? No. It's a guy that can score 20 goals. The Leafs need that. Oh my God. Does that mean Helly's gone? Does that mean Hellebuyck's gone? Stuart Skinner goes to the Winnipeg Jets. Wow. Stuart Skinner to Winnipeg.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't lived in California yet, so we figured why not try that out. Just kidding. Obviously, it's a great place to live, and quality of life is high.
Nola Chari to the Flyers. Jump ship from the Penguins to the Flyers in the rivalry. Oh, Penguins fans are not going to be happy about that. Guys, look at that. News dropping like it's nothing. Wow.
Yeah, I expect a guy who's gonna, demand a lot, and that's what you want from your coach. So, like I said, just looking forward to get started.
And Anze Kopitar is leaving LA, so it fills a void up the middle of the ice. Leadership as well.
So the Jets get Stuart Skinner. Hellebuyck trade today is possible.
How much responsibility do you expect to take once you walk into that room in terms of Kopitar leaving, you and others coming in?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, been on a few teams now, and I think the best way to go in.
Oh boy. So not super far off, but that's kind of why the Sens, I guess, went Urson. They didn't want to pay that little extra for inconsistent Stuart Skinner.
Yeah, baby steps of getting to know everybody and then kind of feeling it out. That's what's been working lately, and that's what I look to do.
So what's Henny's plan once he gets out there? Is he a hockey player? Is he going to get into surfing in LA? What's
okay, so I saw that earlier. I didn't know if it was official. So Vanacek is a New York Islander.
Excited to the LA hockey right now. Pretty excited to Junior Kings.
Junior Kings? Right.
He wants to play with the Junior Kings, Eric Hall's son. That's awesome.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Awesome.
So Vinny Darnay not returning with the Sharks, it looks like.
That's the first time I've interviewed a kid.
Skidmark, thanks for being here. I appreciate the kind words. If you guys haven't yet, please hit that subscribe button. Hit that like. We're trying to get 1,000 likes in the stream. I'm trying to read as many comments as possible, guys. So if I miss you, I'll try to get back to it in the comments. We have over 1,000 people in the chat. The Penguins traded for Nick Robertson.
It's part of the dominoes and how you put
Stuart Skinner to the Jets.
Together. There was some conversation internally. Do they bring Eric Comrie back? To a degree, I guess there's uncertainty, of course, around Connor Hellebuyck. But at least with Connor Hellebuyck, you have him under contract through 2031. So it's not always easy to get players into Winnipeg. So the Winnipeg Jets going with Stu Skinner as at least the potential backup.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, but we hear so much about players, giving very small lists to be dealt to. Connor Hellebuyck has given Winnipeg a pretty wide set of options, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. But again, it depends on how you dissect what that list looks like, because, you could have a list as deep as 20 teams on it and 15 teams on that list.
don't need a goaltending upgrade. Now you're talking about a future Hall of Famer here, so it's a different conversation. But it is.
I wonder still. The Sabres are going to do it, I think. They've got to do it, right?
Right. Okay, thank you.
I think Luukkonen and Skinner would be a pretty good tandem in Winnipeg, or with Devin Levi.
Very nice pun. Skinner, I mean, this is a guy who he plays a lot wherever he goes, right? He's not used to being.
Craig Berube was with his glasses on his phone, and then they went back to him. That's so funny. So Joe Veleno is going to the Rangers. 1 year, $1.2 million.
Sitting across the room, Brian, but there's something about Stuart Skinner, and I know he's had his flaws, but I think there's one guy that can regroup and kind of reinvent himself.
Hey, Daniel. Appreciate the dono. Daniel says, I like Arvidsson in Detroit. 21 out of his 25 goals last year were even strength on a Bruins team that wasn't amazing. Kane replacement, probably. Yeah, potentially. I think Patrick Kane is more likely to leave Detroit than stay at this point. So we'll see what happens. Thank you so much for the dono, Daniel. Appreciate it. Big shouts to Daniel. We have 1,000 in the live stream. So Austin brings in his friend Jack Roslovic. 2 year, $4 million per year. I don't mind the Noel Acciari signing. I think it's fine. It's fine value. It's not anything crazy in terms of the contract term. If it was a longer term contract, I'd maybe have a bit of a problem with it, but I don't mind it. Landon, it sounded like the Canucks were in on Colton Sissons. That hasn't been made official by the Leafs yet, so I would imagine the Leafs probably make a few signings official soon. Like I said, I don't know if my tip was on the Jack Roslovic news for the Leafs. It's possible. To me, maybe I'm different than other people. I don't qualify that as a big one, but it is what it is. $4 million per year on a 2-year deal. It's not a lot of terms, so it's obviously not crazy risk. All right, let's keep an eye on the breaking news here. So, again, guys, after signing Mikheyev, the Bolts have $8.5 million in available cap space with 23 active players. So, I don't think that's with considering VL, but they could still sign John Carlson, is what I'm getting at. Oh, what did I just see? So, Dreg says that the Skinner signing, it does not mean that a trade is imminent with Hellebuyck. Decent insurance or backup for the Jets. Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair deal for Mikheyev, to be honest. Like, I think his market value is always between 3.5 to 4 million. I thought he might get on the cheaper side because it's Tampa Bay, but Tampa Bay, I guess, just liked him a lot and said, no, we don't want to lose him to another team, so they paid him. So Arvidsson's move to the Red Wings reunites him with Todd McLellan, his coach in LA, for 3 seasons. Byram says his contract extension with Chicago isn't quite finalized, but it will be shortly. But thank you to everybody for being here in the chat. Appreciate the 900 people in the live stream. I don't know if we lagged there for a second. I saw the viewers drop and then it went back up. Guys, let me know in the chat if it lagged at all or something happened. See anything? Anything of substance? Okay, it did lag. My apologies. We're back, though. We're good, guys. Thumbs up in the chat. We're good.
But he goes over a province or two, and I think he's going to be very comfortable. I think this is a very nice, undervalued, by the way, signing in Stu Skinner based on the money.
Oh, Nabokov fan. Sorry about that. That's annoying. Yeah, we're waiting for the Elvis Merzlikins to Edmonton trade. I could see that happening. Yeah, guys, I'll show you guys something. I know I said it earlier, but some people are more visual, so let's show you guys. So, in both 2013-2014 and 2014-15, as you guys can see, this is the U.S. National Under-18 team, so the U.S. Development Program. You guys see who's at the top there. Oh, wow, Matthews and Jack Roslovic. So teammates there. You scroll a little bit down. Or sorry, no, it's the next one. I get it. Is it 13-14 or is it 14-15? Oh, it's 13-14. Here we go. Scroll a little bit down. Zach Werenski. Teammates with Roslovic and Matthews. Because, yeah, in 14-15, Werenski went to University of Michigan. But on that U17 team, he was with Matthews and Roslovic. Just saying. Keep an eye on it. And Roslovic was on the Blue Jackets, former teammate with Werenski as well. Oh, there you go. The Canucks. Somebody just asked me, are the Canucks going to do something? The Canucks have agreed to terms with forward Paul Cotter on a one-year contract worth $2.15. So the Devils did not keep him, and Paul Cotter heads to the Canucks. Islanders signing Michelli. That's what I predicted. W's. Another HCHW prediction. Let's go. The Islanders are getting Michelli. That's another W prediction for HCH. I literally predicted that last night. Hey, Ian, good to see you. Happy Canada Day. Yes. We'll see if Jake is cooking some more.
Well, obviously, you guys have talked all about the fit and what he can bring to this team, but there's two main things that I think stand out to me. And number one is he wants to be here. And, you know, you've talked about him being in Edmonton. He knows what it's like to be in a Canadian.
What's up, Hank?
But I think that sparks a lot of conversation about someone that wants to actually be a part of this organization. I know there's been no.
So, Michelli to the Islanders, it sounds like. And Skinner's $3.75 million AAV is the 29th highest in the NHL amongst goalies. I mean, yeah, that's like pretty good, honestly. It's pretty low end for like a 1B situation. Oh, 5 new subs. Thank you so much, Ian. I really appreciate that. Yeah, guys, we are 30 subscribers away from 60.1. Let's keep her going. And let's get 1,000 likes if you haven't yet. It's free to hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe. It's free for both. So Byram doing a bit of a presser. We'll check in on that after. But again, Michelli to the Isles. Give me a sec. All right. Got 1,000 in the chat. Let us know if you're a new viewer, guys, or where you're watching from. My God, Trevor Van Riem's like $4 million cap hit, 2-year deal. 34 years old. What are the Penguins doing, man? They brought in Caden Korczak on the right side, too. They must be trading Erik Carlson. There's no way they're not. Adrian, what's going on? We're still waiting for the official news on Sissons. I haven't seen it yet. It might not happen. Knox is just joining, hearing the Leafs want to leave Nyes out of the deal for Werenski. Yes. JVR needs a deal somewhere. Yes. K-Bikes, what's going on? Yeah, no one has to donate. I really appreciate that. If you want to, you can use the link, or you can use the $sign. When you go to the channel, there's like a $sign. Let's see if that works. It should work. But yeah, usually, yeah, so there's a Streamlabs thing there, but you can also use the $sign on the channel. Or in the chat. I think there's a way to do it in the chat too. Yeah, there's like a $sign beside where you chat as well. Josh, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, I see it now. Okay, so Steven Rossner confirming it on the Islanders side that Matias Maccelli will be a New York Islander. But a lot of big fish still available. Sergei Bobrovsky still available. And a lot of other big names. John Carlson still available. Ryan Shea still available. Boone Jenner, Scott Lawton. A lot of big names still available. A lot of people have pointed towards Bob to Toronto. Wow, what a deal for the Islanders. And guys, that right there tells you why the Leafs did not qualify Maccelli. He only gets a 1-year deal, $2.25 million. That's not much. His qualifying offer was like $4 million. And there you go. That is why the Leafs did not qualify Maccelli. His market was not going to get more than $3 million. So Maccelli feels he'll get a good opportunity with the Islanders. And honestly, it makes me not like the Roslovic signing a bit more. Because to me, if Roslovic wants a 2-year deal, there's probably a lot of teams that wanted the 1-year deal. If it's a 2-year deal, get it in that $3 million range. But I'm sure they're hoping for more consistency from Roslovic. No word on Bjorkstrand yet. No, Keither, I know Max Domi's out indefinitely. All my lineups that I've put together, I don't have Domi in it because Domi's going to be out for the foreseeable future. At least to start the season. Might have to scroll real further down. But yeah, anyways, if you go to the Hot Take Hockey Twitter, I put the lineup with Roslovic in it, and Domi's not in it. All right, so as we said, Vidanichek is off to Long Island as well, $1 million, and Scott Perunovich to LA. Ryan says the Leafs are trying to appease Matthews to keep him happy. Maybe. Him and Roslovic are buddies, it sounds like, so. I still think the Leafs are talking with Michael Bunting as well, so. Since they missed out on Marchment, between Bunting, Lawton, and Jenner, I could see the Leafs bringing in one of those three. Because a lot of the middle six guys are dropping off the board. The Leafs have a lot of cap flexibility. I expect them to bring in one of those guys. Again, here's what the Leafs want, based on what we've talked about. They want a good bottom six that's defensively strong, and they want guys that have offensive ceiling in the top six. Roslovic has that offensive ceiling, he's just not great defensively. So you got to keep him in the top six, likely.
Another former Oiler, Stuart Skinner, on his way back to a Canadian market, much like Roslovic going from Edmonton to Toronto. Now Skinner coming back to Canada and signing in Winnipeg. Considering the
Crixie says Lawton over Bunting. Fair. All right, Kirkland to the Wild. So Justin Kirkland going to the Wild, 1 year, $850,000. More of a depth signing. Wow, that one's underrated. Declan Carlisle. Carlisle, who was with the Lightning last year, $1.5 million AAV on a 2-year contract. We knew the Lightning had him as like a bottom pair 7th defenseman. The Penguins bringing him in. Hopefully he can be a bottom pair defenseman for them. And we know they were going to start bringing in more left shot defensemen. Hey, 4 more subscribers, guys. Thank you so much. We are 25 away from 60.1. Oh, Jordan Harris staying with the Bruins. Interesting. Okay, so Kevin McGran dropping a little bit of an outlook for us. So he says, Leafs depth chart after Roslovic. They have $16.9 million of cap space. If their lineup started today, not great. You probably want a third line center there. And you probably want a third line winger in there. So all at I'll add the reply so you guys can see my lineup from earlier. All right.
I don't know that management is going to overreact and force trades that don't make sense just to change things up. I think there was some belief in the group they carried into the playoffs, and if they could be better defensively as a group, that their core is still solid and they can still be in contention. So as much as those
There we go.
season media availabilities might have made you feel like massive change was coming to Edmonton, I don't think that's practical.
So this is what I put together, guys. If they sign Sissons and they can sign 2 more guys or 1 more guy, like I'm saying Kapanen and Stenland because I think they would be cheaper and more realistic. But it could be like a Jenner, it could be like a Bunting. But if they go after a Hayton in terms of a trade, could be something like this. It could also be as simple as their top 6 is, because I think they're going to start the year with McKenna with Matthews. So it could be Tavares in this spot with Nyes and Nylander, and then Roslovic, Matthews, McKenna. I have Cowan obviously not here because he would be part of the Werenski trade based on Drager's reporting. I still think Nyes would have to be part of the trade, to be honest, but we'll see. But yeah, there's a lot of top 6 options for the Leafs right now.
And it's interesting, though, you know, the contract is probably the most reasonable right now, given that the cap's gone up and you're seeing what everyone's going for, right? Was he just over $9 million? So yeah, you know, it's a tough pill to swallow, but when you look at that number right now and you think of what everyone's getting, you look at someone like, you know, San Jose as an example, they need defensemen.
Does he want to stay out there?
Right, though, that's the problem. And so does he want to stay out there? But if you think about that, a guy that, you know, he's got, you know, that leadership quality, he's a veteran, so it's a young group, so we could bring him along.
All right.
He's had that playoff experience, so that's a big question mark as well. So interesting, but he, you know, he battles, he competes, he's a physical guy, can be intimidating.
He was one of the big questions in Edmonton was
All right, we have 1,000 in the chat. Barrett Hayton is not bumping John Tavares. Jaden, to me, you don't look at it that way. You look at it as it's just good depth. Like, look at the Hurricanes last year. They had Jordan Stahl listed at their first-line center and Aho listed at their third-line center at some points. It doesn't matter. I wish people would pay attention to those things. I really, really wish. Because watch the Hurricanes, what they did during the playoffs. They didn't care who their first-line center was, their second-line center was, their third-line center was. They balanced out the minutes. Everybody got their looks. Everybody got their big minutes. So Matthews is your first-line center, of course. But after that, Tavares 2C, Tavares 3C, it doesn't matter. Tavares is going to get his minutes. To me, you want to balance your second and third lines.
Is he worth it? Is he not worth it? Whatever. But the player feels like he has to live up to that number. And I feel that's happened with Darnell.
Yeah, Morgan, it hasn't happened yet, but we'll see what happens with Bobrovsky.
Be direct, be simple. Just we want you to be a great defender, good penalty killer, be physical. And just
NRC, we'll see. Werenski to Toronto would make a lot of sense.
he has a lot of qualities to him. He's a good teammate. He's physical, big size. There's a lot of good elements there.
If he was available today as a free agent, that's what I'm saying, would he sign a $7 million a year deal?
Winnipeg signed Skinner as insurance, Calvin, because if they trade Hellebuyck, they want a good tandem, and Skinner will probably be part of that. So the Canucks are showing interest in Luke Schenn. So Luke Schenn could be back for a 3rd time in Vancouver. That'd be funny.
The thing about Darnell that is still excellent is he can really skate. He's physically still a strong player. He can skate, he's strong, he can move. Some of his decision making, that might leave you asking questions a little bit, but the actual physical tools are still there. And if he doesn't feel like he's got to force offense or chase points or whatever it might be, which a lot of guys do feel that when they get that big contract. He's still very much an NHL player, can play in your top four, but with a little bit, he can't be your number one. But if he's your number four in a structured system, he could be a good player.
I'll say this now that the goalies aren't in the room, they're eating lunch. It's tough to make a mistake, and every time you do, the goaltender can't bail you out.
They're listening, just for the record. They're going to come
All right.
and they will address that comment.
They know what I'm talking
I don't disagree with you, but I understand what you're saying. Frankie, where do you stand on Darnell Nurse and the Edmonton Oilers?
I have one quick question before I want to make a comment about the Edmonton Oilers.
Yep.
Craig, you had Jay Bobrovsky.
I just retweeted this, guys. This is how I felt, and I still am so pissed that like certain fans just grind my freaking gears, man. I remember when people were just ripping Kyprios for saying they should trade Nick Robertson and picks or a pick for Sam Bennett, and people were like, "Oh, Kyprios so dumb." Blah, 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 blah. Like, look what Sam Bennett's done in the playoffs and for the Panthers, and Robertson was traded for a fourth. It's just absurd, man. Some people should not have a Twitter account. And I get ripped sometimes, and it's like, it's crazy. It's just too free of a platform.
I iced the puck 5 times in a game once. I got sent to Wilkes-Barre. And now you're here. And then you become an analyst.
But Jay, the expectation is going to get all this offense, and he had to skate up the ice and produce points, and you got him and just got him right into being a really good player. Can we get that board of the Edmonton Oilers up, please? I want to show everybody the board here.
So while we wait for the board, just really love the way.
All right. We're still waiting for Colton Sissons to become official, if it becomes official.
I feel like you're back with the Toronto Maple Leafs core. So what did the Toronto Maple Leafs core do when it mattered? Well, that would be nothing. And the Edmonton Oilers, we keep talking about, you think this is a Stanley Cup team? Listen,
Yeah, I can't believe I'm looking at this Oilers team the way it is right now. This is far from a cup-winning team. Look at that goaltending. It's actually atrocious. Jari and Tompkins. I don't know what the Oilers are thinking.
As of today, no team has played, no one has won and lost. But we can analyze every team like this on paper. And in the Western Conference, I can think of 6 teams right off the top of my head that are definitively better than that.
Yeah, people can make fun of Stuart Skinner all they want. But at the end of the day, it's simple. The cap's going up. 3.75 for Skinner being a 1B is not bad at all. Wow. So, I mean, I'm giving you guys the context. Drager's the only one reporting on it, so it's interesting. But sounds like Werenski, his agent, Judd Moldover, and Blue Jackets GM Don Waddell spoke today in an effort to clear the air and calm things down. Werenski is comfortable going back to the Blue Jackets. Waddell could present him with a trade in the meantime, but that isn't on the radar at this point. Wow. Like, how does that change from the report earlier? This is... God, like, I'll pull up the tweet earlier, guys. Look at Portsline's tweet. This is why I'm, like, skeptical on Dreger right now. Watch Portsline's tweet. This is his tweet from literally not even 2 hours ago. Wondered if Blue Jackets GM Don Waddell might tap the brakes and play his cards. Patience got all summer, let Zach Werenski's discomfort grow. After deal with Dallas fell through. Not so. He's moved on to other teams, Toronto, Tampa Bay, hoping to quickly find a deal Werenski likes. Portsline is well connected in Columbus. So you're telling me in a matter of less than 2 hours, it went from they want to find a deal quickly to now it's nowhere close? I don't know, guys. Something smells a little bit off there. I'm not saying Dreger's getting fed a bunch of baloney, but he could be getting fed a bunch of baloney. There's a realistic scenario here where Columbus is feeding something to Dreger, or somebody is feeding something to Dreger, and basically saying, hey, we're no rush. Werenski could come back to Columbus, no problem. Like, how does it get aggressive? Like, Friedman literally reported last night that it got nasty. You know what the word nasty means? It got nasty. You're telling me it got nasty and the next day they're forgiving each other? No. I don't believe that for a second. I maybe believe the report that things have calmed down in terms of how pissed off they are a little bit. But I don't think it goes from a trade is going to happen quickly to it's far away. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that changes in a couple hours. I think it's more Columbus doesn't want to give away Werenski for free. So there's information being fed around that they're not desperate. Luke Schenn back to the Vancouver Canucks, sorry. The Canucks run it back with Luke Schenn a third time. 1-year contract, $2.25 million. Schenner loves it out in Vancouver, eh? And Matt Kessel to the Islanders. Pretty cheap deal. 1 year, $850K. Aaron Portzline is retweeting it. That's very interesting. So maybe there's some truth to it. I can't believe that's changed in such a short amount of time. All right, so Luke Schenn to Vancouver. We've seen that before. Third time's the charm. All right, we're almost at 2 o'clock. A lot of news dropping. Havix is trying to boost a trade to get more of a return. Yeah, I mean, Portzline is pro Columbus, so maybe he's doing that as well to try to boost the return for Columbus. Fire says, I want Curtis Douglas back in Van. Loved him last year. Hawk, I'll probably be on for at least a couple more hours. I would say bare minimum at least till 4 o'clock, maybe later, depending on how busy it is. Oh, yeah. I think so, too. I think Nick Robertson's going to put up numbers in Pittsburgh. I agree. No Montreal news right now. What's up, Micah? Kane's move pending? I could see it, yeah. Isaiah says Werenski thing is definitely damage control. Diz says Columbus doesn't like the offers. I hope Cheka is standing firm on Nyes. You don't want them to trade Nyes for Werenski? I love Nyes, don't get me wrong, but if it's trading for Werenski, I think they should do it. We'll see. David Pagnotta saying, plenty of interest in winger Eli Tolvanen, but nothing close at the moment. He continues to weigh out offers in the 4 to 5 year range. That's so funny. I agree with this. Adding Luke Schenn and Brendan Gallagher to your locker room within days will do wonders for your team culture. You love to see it. I agree. Having those guys in that room, that's big time for the culture. Yeah, you can see, guys, Luke Schenn is literally, like, only strength at this point in his career is his penalty kill abilities. So if he's a 6th or 7th defenseman and he's primarily playing penalty kill and defensive starts, I think it's fine. All right, we're in commercial break on the TSN feed right now and looking to see any other news that comes out. Luke Schenn's the big news right now. But a lot of developing and mixed signals on the Zach Werenski front here. That's for sure. But there's a lot of buzz that Sergei Bobrovsky will sign today. So we're keeping an eye out for that. Did Congo tie the game against England? Wow. What are the Wild going to do? Tom, please don't spam. I said the Wild actually could be a team for Tolvanen after losing Zuccarello, so we'll keep an eye on that. Thomas, I think in terms of the offer, Toronto would definitely have a better offer than Tampa. But that's depending if Nyes is included in that or not. Omar says, this is like in Big Brother when they make a last-minute plan to backdoor someone, then chicken out of the veto meeting. So funny. Very funny. I'm sure if Toronto offered Matthew Knies, with how things stand, Zach Werenski would be a Leaf. I firmly believe that. So I think that's what's happening here. Because I think based on what's happened here, there's no way the Leafs are offering Knies. I think this deal would have been done by now.
I've loosened up. A little bit tight out of the gate, but I think your line mate's got your back now. You're not going anywhere. Best line mates in the league. Going anywhere. Best line mates in the league. How lucky are you that he's your line mate, Craig Berube? Because we have video that we're going to play here in a moment. You're going to get flashbacks. This is probably every other Tuesday for Craig when he was in the NHL.
Traeger said on TSN, Dallas wants to move Robertson. I mean, they don't have a lot of cap flexibility. I'm sure in an ideal sense they want to keep him, but if he's asking for $14 million, it's just not realistic. What's up, Blair? What's up, Garrett? Scott, what's a plan B for what? Yeah, Darkness. So the market's gone a little bit quiet, but that's kind of expected after we got like an hour and a half straight of just consistent news. Holy man. Logan Stanley wants a 5-year, $5 million per year deal. If some team gives him that, it's going to be a massive mistake. Flames fans, hold your breath. It could be the Flames. It could be the Flames that do it. It definitely could be the Flames. I've heard some things. I think Chicago's not done. There's no way they're done.
If you don't move, I won't kill you. I just went, well, perfect. I'm not moving. Turning into a mine. And he did it, though. He didn't beat me up. He'd already had his full with everybody else in that.
Werenski is comfortable returning to Columbus after a conversation with GM Don Waddell today. A trade is still a possibility, but nothing is currently in the pipeline. And then watch, boom, in an hour we see the Werenski trade. And then that one's going to be the one that aged poorly. What? Kipper's saying at this point they'd rather move Knies than Cowan. They don't feel his upside is as high as the perception out there and they want to capitalize. Man. There's such inconsistent reporting. It's insane. How is this a thing? And then Drager saying Knies is not part of it. You have TSN people and Sportsnet reporting so different. What is true at this point? Elliot Friedman's reporting that the Zach Werenski thing cannot be repaired. It's nasty. And then you have Darren Dreger out here saying that they've talked and he could return to Columbus. What? This reminds me of the Brady Tkachuk thing. Like, if Columbus could get Matthew Knies plus for Werenski with 2 years left, you almost feel like you have to do that, no? I just don't. My understanding is this. I don't understand how Dreger puts out that report this morning and then is confidently saying this. I just don't get that. I just don't get it, man.
That's a huge hole to fill, and then they were hampered with injuries from there on end. And you look at the Carolina Hurricanes who win the Stanley.
Where do you think Patrick Laine will go? I thought LA, but they've added some guys. Tampa Bay's added some guys. I wonder about Minnesota. I think Minnesota's going to add somebody, whether it's Tolvanen or Laine. I think Minnesota's going to add somebody. Yeah, I mean, the Blues are adding a lot of size. Wither Toast, thank you so much for subscribing. The Leafs getting Bobrovsky, I would throw it at a 70% right now. I think the fact that it hasn't happened yet, he's obviously talking to other teams. Edmonton's probably one of them, if I'm being honest. I think Edmonton's got to be in that conversation. It hasn't leaked yet for whatever reason, but I'm confident Edmonton's talked to him. Maybe they didn't want him at the deadline to give that first-round pick, but I'm confident they've talked to him.
The Red Wings were also close to joining the
Line A to Calgary could happen. Yeah. I could see it. It depends on what Line A wants. If Line A wants to win versus he wants to get paid. I talked about it earlier. He might look at the situation and go, I'm not going to get paid again. So if Calgary's willing to pay him, they might do it. What's up, Denver? Garrett. What's up, guys? Lasky, thanks for being here. You think a DeBrin kit for Jason Robertson swap could work? Ooh. Yeah, Bryson, we'll see. Did England just score? It's 2-1 England. All right. Garrett says Bob to Leafs. You can see the line 8 to Boston Vicious. All right. Never. Yeah, could be happening. You came here for hot take? I've given a lot of hot takes, but I can try to add another one to the board. My hot take. Jack Roslovic scores 30 goals next season. Boom. That's my hot take for you. Yeah, Wither, it's been a busy FA. There's been trades, there's been a lot of signings, and we're not even 2 hours into free agency yet. Wait, so Congo was actually up 1-0? That's wild. And now England's up 2-1. Whoa! How did not one insider get this? I had to do a double take. That's the real account. Jacob Trouba to the San Jose Sharks. Oh my goodness. They must have paid him a lot. Oh my God, this must be like $8 million a year. The Sharks get their right shot defenseman. I thought he wanted to be out east. He's willing to stay in California. Oh my, what a bomb! Trouba to the Sharks. Not a single insider had this before dropping. And I was right. It is over 8 million. 8.25. Jacob Trouba to San Jose. Wow. Honestly, I like it for San Jose. I like it. It's a lot, but I like what San Jose is building. Wow. Sierra, thank you so much for the $5 dono. Says Happy Canada Day from Buffalo. I'm at work listening to you. Hopefully Buffalo can get Helly and maybe Jenner. So excited for the season. Let's effing go Buffalo. Thank you so much, Sierra Charlie 13. I really appreciate the donation. Big shout out to Sierra. Welcome if you're a new subscriber. But Jacob Trouba is heading to the San Jose Sharks. That's a perfect fit. That is a perfect fit. It's a lot. It is a lot. Don't get me wrong. But that is a perfect fit for the San Jose Sharks. So, John Carlson, yeah, he's probably getting the bag, Jeremiah. So, you're probably looking at a top 4. I mean, we'll look at it right now. But I think Sam Dickinson's going to be in the top 4 for San Jose next year. So, when you're looking at this, the picture here, say Kesselring slides down, they could still add a defenseman. I could see them still adding like a Ryan Shea, but with them adding Trouba, it's probably less likely. But like, say it's Cagnoni and Kesselring as your bottom pair. Sam Dickinson with Trouba and Muka Madulin with Orlov. It's a much better top 4. It's still not great, but it's all of a sudden much better. It's not one of the worst in the league anymore. Michael, there you go. You're an insider. But you know what? I just thought Trouba was not going to want to stay out west, but hey, I was wrong. They probably like it in California, and Anaheim wasn't willing to give him that AAV, and he gets it in San Jose. What a deal for Trouba. I don't think it's anywhere close to a steal for San Jose, let's put it that way. But it's a great fit. The fit is great. But look at this, guys. You guys thought it was going to be dead. Per Puckpedia, 1:45 Eastern Time, 41 players with new contracts worth an aggregate of $555 million. Average deal, $13.5 million total. I told you guys free agency was going to be great. The mix of trades and signings, it's been so busy. Has it stopped? There hasn't been one point where we've been sitting here for 10 minutes going, where's the news? Lane Peterson to LA. I like that. They get a little meaner on the back end. Big hits, penalty kill. I like it for San Jose. And when you think about it, it's a 4-year deal. When a lot of these guys that they've just drafted, like as the cap's going up, it's not going to cap strap them long term. So I really like the fact that it was a 4-year deal for Trouba. Nothing super crazy. But yeah, it's an expensive contract, that's for sure. I knew it was going to be $8 million. I knew it if it was San Jose, and that's why he went, right? Like if you're Trouba, you're getting over $30 million over 4 years. I'm sure the teams out east were not offering close to that. Skeletor, what's going on? But yeah, look at the value. Dom and Shayna have him in around like the $3 to $4 million value, and he got over $8 million. John Howard, good to see you in the chat. JVR still needs a job, yeah. I mean, Garrett, I never thought the Leafs would be a fit for Trouba, so I'm not shocked by this. Darren Radish is definitely better value at 8 than Trouba is. But yeah, there's no insider that had that one. Clearly, San Jose just got to bidding.
Here in the NHL, and a number of signings have already happened, and a guy who's very familiar with playing in a Canadian.
Yeah, Austin, lots of trades and signings can still happen. We've got almost 1,000 people to chat, guys. Again, please hit that subscribe button, hit that like. But the Sharks add some snarl with Marchman and Trouba.
Luke, great to see you, and take us through the process here. Going back to Vancouver, why did this make sense for you?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you're not really sure what's going to happen when it comes to free agency, and obviously, I'm,
Wake up, John Chayka. We need you to make a move.
At the end of the day, had a couple choices, but for me, the Vancouver fit just makes sense. Obviously, I played there a couple times before. I'm, a BC guy now, and where I spend my off season, and at the end of the day, I mean,
Sergei Bobrovsky, come on to Toronto! Sergei Bobrovsky to the Leafs! Bobrovsky's back on the force! Bob! Bob! I'm all in. I don't care. I don't care what all the haters say. I'm hoping it's not too much. The Leafs are back! Stanley Cup! Bob! And hey, Sergei Bobrovsky and Jack Roslovic were former teammates with Zach Werenski! Sergei Bobrovsky, come on to Toronto! Woo! I don't care. It's going to be so much fun. That guy does not give a shit, man. Werenski Bobrovsky. If your last name ends with ski.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You got it. There's Luke Shen signing a 1-year deal in Vancouver. Right? They're in transition. They were the worst team in the league last year. Quinn Hughes isn't there anymore. They've got a lot of young guys. Again, Caleb Mulholtra's there. They have a rookie head coach.
Here comes Bobrovsky.
Heavy lifting. I don't think they're expecting to be a playoff team this year, but if you're running...
Let's go, chat. Let's go. Get hyped in the chat.
...in terms of what they can establish this
year. Bobrovsky!
That's why they went out and signed Luke Shen. You bring in a veteran presence, guy that's won a cup, he's been around, he's a great teammate. He can help a lot of these young guys move along and also add some stability to their lineup throughout the season.
So, in terms of Vancouver and kind of what else they might do, they got some money. You got to get the kids opportunities, right?
Like, Jake DeBrusk's going to be there. Like, I start thinking about the players they have that maybe don't want to be or might not the right fit timeline in their careers that they will last.
Let's go.
Obviously, Elias Pettersson's up top, and everyone will pay attention to him. But whether it's Besser, whether it's DeBrusque, players like that, I would be curious to see what the market would be and what their appetite might be, even if with trade protection to move along. And also, just quick little point of reference. Oh, I know you love the Nuggets. Last year on this day, the team that spent the most money, Vancouver Canucks. Doesn't always guarantee you anything.
You start and end with what happens or what he is going to be with Elias Pettersson. You've got a guy making 11.6. We were just talking about him off air. Used to be a number one center in the league. He was at one time, and as soon as the ink dried on his contract, he morphed into just a pedestrian player.
Let's go.
I don't know how it's possible. I was his biggest fan and his biggest supporter. But when he comes to training camp next year with new management, a new coach, the Sedins are there. I'm sure they've tried to support him in the best way possible. But what is he going to be? Is there any way to get his game back on track?
Bobrovsky to Toronto. I'm just waiting for the details.
To maybe elevate all the players around him, a Besser, a DeBrusque, because if he comes back and he's the old guy that signed the contract and he's a 100-point guy who's dynamic, it's almost like everything is kind of better than what it is. But if he's a guy you don't even want to put a jersey on him in the dressing room, you got serious problems.
Well, it also feels like there's a bit of a haze over the organization right now, right? So now all of a sudden you bring in a Brendan Gallagher.
We'll see how much it is, but it looks like it's about to happen.
Sending him back there.
So Joseph Woll out, Bobrovsky in. Do they keep Stolars? Bobrovsky and Stolars won a cup together.
Some speed, some pace, some energy. So
Devin Levi to the Oilers. Wow. Wow. Oh, bro, I'm going to rip a guy. I'm going to freaking rip a guy. This guy was in my face going, oh, bro, you're so stupid. Devin Levi's going to get at least a first-round pick. Let's go. Let's see. That's hilarious, bro. I knew it was going to be a third-round pick and maybe another couple pieces like prospects. It was literally just a third-round pick. Wow. There you go. Oilers are getting the guy that they think could be their guy. I like that buy low option for. I like it. So, could the Devils go after Anthony Stolars? Sonny familiar with him in Florida, and he's a New Jersey native. Could Stolars be heading to New Jersey? Bobrovsky, 3-year contract. Oh God, it's gonna be like 6 or 7 million per. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's only 3 years. But the Leafs are not breaking the rules like the Panthers. 3-year contract for Bobrovsky.
John Carlson has a decision to make with his family about what feels right to him. He's going to end up looking pretty good contract-wise. I think it's more about the fit right now between Tampa, Philly, Carolina. So we should know by the end of the day.
All right, and Driggs, we started the day talking about Zach Werenski, and this is a domino that's going to be
Look, Bobrovsky, you're back on the force. Bob, you're back on the force. Get back. Sergei Bobrovsky. Woo! Won a cup for Toronto, big boy. Clifton, reunion with the Boston Bruins. 2 years, $2.25 million. Wow. Wow.
This isn't saying that Waddell can't come back to Werenski or John Muldaver and say, hey, we have something of interest from Toronto or something interest from Tampa Bay or another team for that matter. But it seems more likely
see where it goes from there.
Right, but as they say, sometimes the toothpaste is hard to put back in the tube. Once the conversations have started.
Bobrovsky, 3 years, $7 million per.
Yeah, $7 million per. I'm not shocked. It's pricey.
Drager Bob right at 2 o'clock. So Sergei Bobrovsky signs with Toronto. Give us the numbers again. 3 years.
3-year term, $7 million, which has been speculated on, but we knew it was close, but now it's closer than close.
$7 million per. It's only a 3-year deal. I don't hate it, man. I don't hate it. It might end up being a disaster contract by year 2 or 3. But going into this year, you're hoping Bobrovsky has a bounce back. 37 years old. Wow. Let's hear what Berube thinks about it.
Possibly do competitively this season.
100%. I think it shows signing him that you're in it to be competitive and push to get into the playoffs, and that's a huge start. And like I said, I know his age is up there, but he's a solid goalie. Now you have the tandem back together, him and Stolarz. Pretty solid in net, in my opinion. I mean, and it shows the team that they're pushing the right buttons to get back in the playoffs.
A couple important factors with the goaltender. Looking at him playing in Toronto is his age, how he can respond from his year.
Like I said, I don't love the price tag, but it's only 3 years.
Where the shots are coming from playing with the Toronto Maple Leafs, because they gave up some shots last year that he's probably not going to get used to. They have to tighten up back there, and it's just like if you look at the way the Florida Panthers have played in their own zone, they've been pretty airtight over the last 2 or 3 years, and they've given him a great opportunity to make that first save, and then everything's cleared out. So it's definitely going to be different. It can be a great.
Sergei Bobrovsky's a Leaf. That's actually so hype.
Plays like the Bobrovsky of old. It's a great
Habs fan, you're being a real hater. Should we go look at the Habs Puckpedia here, bud? The Habs have great top end contracts, but there's some bottom 6 contracts in there that are.
As we talked about, so to me, I really like it. You know, you can say, okay, $7 million, 3 years.
But $7 million with the cap rising is $4 or $5 million 2 or 3 years ago. If somebody could tell you could get Bobrovsky for $4 or $5 million in a couple years.
What happens now? Well, something else has to happen. Whether it's
Nashville signs Kerfoot. Oh, that's interesting.
Maybe you try to recreate the Florida tandem that was so good with Bobrovsky and Stolarz together, and maybe you get more out of Stolarz. Maybe they're able to split it down the middle, 41 each, and Stolarz doesn't have the pressure on his body because he's had a hard time staying healthy, so he gets more rest between games. We know his record was way better.
Kerfoot to Nashville. Nashville's really building out a deep bottom 6. They must have more moves coming.
And neither one is taxed too much because when they are right, they're both really good. But it's not without risk, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, they age, the performance last year, and it's going to force Hellebuyck, who has to clear waivers.
They got to make a decision on that.
They're not going to lose a goalie. That would be poor asset
They're
management.
They're going to make a decision on that.
I
think they might trade Stolarz. You never know.
The idea that they're sending a message which is clear as day now. They want to be competitive. They want to be winners next year. That message.
Yeah, it sounds like Pagnota jumped the gun on the Sissons signing.
Right. You look at the history of Sergei Bobrovsky. He's won a Vezina in 2013. Won a Vezina.
2 Vezinas, 2 Stanley Cups. That's the resume. Anyone complaining about the signing can shove it. It's a risk, man. You got to take risks to win Stanley Cups.
Leaving Florida, heading to Toronto. Gino, I can see you and the boys ready. Noodles, you're ready to chomp at the bit here and get after. What do you guys make of this pod on his way to Toronto?
Hey, as we look down the resume, yes, he's won a couple of Stanley Cups. Yes, he's won a couple of Vezinas. But this is a signing that's loaded with ifs. If he could bounce back to better form than he had last year, where he recorded his worst save percentage in 3 years. If he could fight off Father Time. Weeksy, what's the question? What can Leaf fans actually expect from Sergei Bobrovsky, a guy who's going to turn 38 before next season starts?
I think they're going to get some of that pedigree from Sergei Bobrovsky. Not that a guy that was undrafted that's going to be a Hall of Fame.
So the Leafs have now about $10 million of cap space. They still have $10 million of cap space, and they can still trade guys away. They can trade Dakota Joshua away, right? They can trade one of the defensemen. Riley's been rumored to be traded, right? But yes, Bobrovsky's in there now with a 3-goalie trio of Bobrovsky, Stolarz, and Hellebuyck.
If it's 50 games or less, I think that's a sweet spot for him. But he's going to up the professionalism in that group.
I agree. The pedigree in that locker room just improved greatly. And at the end of the day, guys, about $10 million to basically sign 2 forwards is a lot of dough. You could easily bring in Jenner and Lawton with that money, or Jenner and Bunting with that money, and build out your third line. And all of a sudden, you're feeling really good about the Leafs going into next year if you can get 2 guys like that to fill out your third line.
What are the odds that it doesn't happen and that he does continue to maintain? He doesn't have to play 65 games, just what we've said.
Wow, Akil Thomas, 1 year, 2-way contract with the Canucks. That's underrated.
Then you're going to have Anthony Stolarz. We just talked about Akiyamov, sorry, butchered his name.
Bobrovsky's a Leaf. That's crazy.
Yes, and he doesn't need waivers. So now you have a 3-headed monster that can chew up 84 games. What you need is him to play 45 to 50 games and be playoff ready if this team gets...
Yeah, I agree with that. Bobrovsky should not be playing more than 45 games, though. If he can play 45 games and Hellebuyck and Stolarz split the rest, you're happy. And prepare him for playoffs.
And look, the Leafs are the team that brought in Anthony Stolarz, and he performed really well. When healthy, he's doing well. So they can find the goalies. Here's my issue, and I know the main panel has been kind of throwing Craig Berube under the bus a little bit. They're saying they're giving up a lot of shots from the slot and a lot of... Leafs were 27th in goaltending and goals saved above expectation. They did not get good goaltending by Stolarz and Wall. So Danny, over there.
There you go. They're defending Chief.
Chief, that's why. And now they have to make a difference.
Goalies cost coaches their job. That's what Berube just said. Bobrovsky's going to save the Leafs. He's back on the force. Wow. Carolina's actively exploring the D market, which will pave the way for Tampa Bay and John Carlson potentially. Guys, we are 20 subscribers away from 60.1. Can we get there? Can we get 1,000 likes? Yeah, freaking Bobrovsky better not steal number 72. I will lose my shit. McKenna is 72. Bobrovsky, get back to 35. Bobrovsky was number 35 in Philadelphia. He can go back to that. We're almost at 700 likes. Let's do it, chat. Let's do it, chat. Let's do it. Akiyamov, reward him? So that means you're trading Stolarz or Hellebuyck. I could see the Leafs trading Stolarz, honestly. To me, I would trade Stolarz because that's over $3 million off the cap. Gives you more space to sign a forward or defenseman with that money. Let's go! Yeah, I think Akiyamov 1 more year in the AHL won't be harmed. Like, keep giving him confidence. He's, 24, 25. Give him 1 more year in the AHL, and then he'll be NHL ready for sure by next year. But he might be there already.
To me, you've got an opportunity to develop the goaltender, and then you've got a 38-year-old, according to Gino, he's 114 years old, and then you've got Stolarz. So to me, you've got 2 veteran guys at the NHL level. This is the perfect pathway of they're setting up their goaltending. If you can believe you can move Hellebuyck out.
Chief, let me put you on the spot here.
Wow, putting him on the spot? That's crazy.
Sergei Bobrovsky and Stolarz. If you got those 3 guys next year with an 84-game schedule, and you had your choice of how you would break up the number of games that you would use each of them without stunting Akiyamov's growth, but at the same time using Bob when you need him, and not forgetting about Stolarz, where would you draw the balance in games for each of those 3?
Stolarz for the most part, I think. But I would try to get AA up there as much as I could to get some experience. Like, at some point with the age and the injuries that happen with Stolarz, you're going to have to get him in there to play some games, which would be good.
Yeah, I agree.
Experience in the NHL.
Well, It's going to be interesting to see what else the Leafs do here. I mean, they still have big swings though. That is a big swing.
Big swing for John Chayka and Matt Sundin. You guys can criticize it all you want, but they're not hesitating. That's for sure.
Craig, Frankie, you guys standing by. Where do you stand on this signing into Toronto?
Okay, so there's obviously a little bit of risk associated with this, but for the Toronto Maple Leafs, they were going to have to calculate their risk accordingly. It was going to have to be Sergei Bobrovsky. You understand what that entails. Darren Radish, you know that maybe he's not going to be a 70-point guy the same way he was with Tampa Bay, but these are the big swings that the Toronto
I
Maple
agree.
Leafs are willing to make while Austin Matthews is here for 2 more years. And it feels like the days of kicking tires are gone. Like the tires are being changed in real time for Toronto, and I would imagine they would do more of the same as they try and keep up with the.
Yeah, like people need to understand that Matthews is not guaranteed to come back. There's risk to what's going on right now. I don't even know if retool is the right word. They're kind of loading up. They brought in Radish. They're kind of loading up. He's buzzing. We have 1,000 in the chat. I mean, Avi, Werenski obviously wants us to stay close to home, stay close to his family, right? For now, Stolarz and Bobrovsky are reuniting, but does Stolarz get traded? What do you guys think? In the chat, do you guys think they go with a trio of goaltending with Bobrovsky, Stolarz, or Hellebuyck, or do they trade Stolarz or Hellebuyck? Drop your comments on what you guys think in the chat.
So Sergei Bobrovsky on his way to Toronto, which means Mark Masters is waiting for him. And Mark, you have been on the other side of this battle many times in 23 when the Leafs played the Panthers in the playoffs, in 25 when they played the Panthers in the playoffs.
Mark Masters is hyped. Oh my God.
He was very good in those playoff series. He broke a lot of hearts here in Toronto during those playoff series, and I guess what
They did not just do that.
is obviously the relationship he's already
Oh my God.
has spoken so.
Okay. I was on board with everything the Leafs were doing up until now. Oh God. They better trade Dakota Joshua. Dakota Joshua better be off this team. 4.25 for Sissons. What are we doing, man? Oh, God. I thought maybe max 3.5. That is expensive, man. Oh, God. Oh, my God. That number is insinuating you think Sissons can be the 3C. I don't agree with that at all. I like Sissons, don't get me wrong. But that is expensive. They better trade Joshua and Stolarz now. I liked Sissons, don't get me wrong, but 4.25? Eesh. I mean, it's only a 2-year deal. Again, it is lower risk. And he's what, 31 years old? All right, let's look at Sissons here. Sissons, 32. He'll be 33 this year.
I think it's a simple transaction. The kid was drafted on Friday night, and everyone assumes he's getting 72.
With Vegas.
He wants 72. There's a Rolex
We'll pull it up. He had a good playoff. He had a good year. Where was he here? Yeah, so Sissons.
It's not just some plug that got drafted in the 4th round. He's first overall. That's his number. If he wants to say, let's talk and negotiate, the Rolex exchange, and you get 72, that's the deal.
All right.
Johnny? Yeah,
I don't know.
How about Bieber makes a call?
part of me thinks that
McKenna's
going to be around a lot longer than
Yeah.
Bobrovsky.
Oh boy.
Yes, he is.
Face-off win percentage. What was he? Pretty good. He was 54% on the face-off draw.
Guy goes the veteran and the Hall of Famer, not the guy who's first overall. Right. So
And he had a good playoff run.
72 and find something else.
Man, that's expensive though.
What number is Colton Sissons? Because he
Tell you what
apparently
number I
signed
like,
the Leafs.
his bank account number.
Yes, Darren Dreger reporting that he's a Maple Leaf now, 2 years at $4.5 million per.
4.25 per.
4.25 million per.
That may never some people might think that'd be total value, but that's per. Listen, he's a defensive guy. He knows exactly what you want. Coaches like reliability. Chief, you guys talk about, defense's own face.
I don't understand why they just wouldn't add more term. It's like they're trying to keep their cap space picture open for 2028 for McDavid or something. Because I just don't understand this at all. They were desperate for a right shot center. I know that.
Right-handed centerman is important for him. They didn't have one. Penalty kill, face-offs, defensive role. And he's a versatile guy, wing, center, wherever. So he's a bottom 6 player.
Okay. We have an update on Jersey Gate, Florida, when Bob originally went there. Frank Petrano was 72.
Yeah.
Bottle of wine, hamburger. What was the other one, Billy? And a Rolex. So there you go. It was a Rolex. So a Rolex, bottle of wine, and a hamburger.
Has Petrano been in the NHL already, though?
Yeah, that's right.
Might just cut it off with the hamburger.
Yeah, we'll see.
Steer clear of the watch.
Bro, how many Leaf fans are going to be so pissed after buying 72 McKenna jerseys if Bobrovsky steals that number? They'll have to do like a swap exchange thing.
Full permission if he wants to switch from 72 to 92. Yes. I think
McKenna's going to 92 maybe?
That's a big.
Is that what he's saying?
So the big signings, they're officially starting to come in, including Sergei Bobrovsky signing a 3-year deal in Toronto.
All right, guys. So this is the lineup that I put together earlier today. It could be something like this. And I wouldn't mind that. You trade Stolars. This is what I would do. I would trade Stolars and maybe even Hellebuyck. And I would go after Werenski still. If you trade Cowan and Danford and it gets you Werenski, you do it. But it sounds like they might trade Nyes over Cowan, which is also wild. We'll see. To me, signing Sissons to 4.25, that tells me you think he's your third line center, not your fourth. I just don't see how you're signing your fourth line center to 4.25 million. I don't get it. That's extremely expensive. I like Sissons a lot, but not that much. So, if the Leafs started today, let's think about this for a second. If the Leafs season started today, Lawton is going back to LA. See, I understand the right shot center thing, but I would have loved Lawton instead of Sissons. God, it's so frustrating. Is Sissons on there yet? Nope. I mean, yeah, this is kind of... So I would say, yeah, McKenna, Matthews, Roslovic. Then I would go Cowan, I would go Nyes, Tavares, Nylander maybe. Then Cowan, Bogru, or maybe Sissons. Frig, man. Joshua, Sissons, Cowan, Man, that's so weak. It's almost like you have to put Knives on that third line with Cowan to get some offense with Sissons. And then who do you put on that second line with Tavares and Nylander? What a disaster. What a straight up disaster. It's Joshua, Sissons, Cowan, and then what is that after that? Lorentz, Quillen, and Ryan Tverberg, maybe. Man. That is weak. I can tell you that for free. And then the defense group, they have OEL up there. I mean, it's probably McCabe, Radish, Riley, Tanev, and then OEL, Andre. Like, that is weak. Weak.
Win the off-season trophy and be successful the following year. There's lots of example teams that didn't, but CJ, fair to say the Toronto Maple Leafs on day one of free agency have made the biggest splashes.
Absolutely, and really I draw back a week or two to when they traded for Darren Radish's rights and signed him to a big contract extension, taking him away from being open on a day like this.
But yeah.
But getting Sergei Bobrovsky, Radish, adding a little bit to the forward group where they felt they had some holes.
It's a weak bottom six still. So if the Leafs season started today, McKenna, Matthews, Roslovic, Knies, Tavares, Nylander, Joshua, Sissons, Cowan, Quillen, Grew, Lorentz, McCabe, Radish, Riley, Tanev, OEL, Andre, Stetcher, Bobrovsky, Stolarz, Hildeby. You need a better left wing here to slide Joshua down or trade Joshua.
Who have really focused on building from within and building their own foundation, and a foundational piece signs.
Yeah, Ivan Demidov, a massively important extension for the Montreal.
Yeah, they've got to trade Stolarz and Joshua and get their cap space back.
Look at their young core now. They don't have a single player, any of their young stars in double digits for the foreseeable future, from Caulfield to Slavkovsky. Lane Hudson already under $9 million a year looks like a bargain. This is the key for Montreal.
So yeah, Scott Laughton is back to LA. I'm a huge Scott Laughton guy, so I would have preferred Scott Laughton over Sissons, but at the same time, Sissons is a right shot center, and that's what the Leafs needed. They needed that for defensive starts. That was a huge, huge conversation point. I really hope Chayka and Sundin are far from done. Like Judd Brackett too. I hope all these guys are just realizing this can't be it.
You look at Dylan Larkin, Vinny Trocheck, Darnell Nurse for the Edmonton Oilers, Zach Werenski.
Jason Robertson has not gone to Pittsburgh. Anyone saying that in the chat?
Through all of these, the
No.
majority of them are under contract. You start with Dylan Larkin. I think that Steve Yzerman of the Detroit Red Wings made it very, very clear that they're just...
I mean, the Leafs could have one of the best second lines in hockey with Knies, Tavares, Nylander, if that's their second line.
It has to be in the best interest of the Red Wings. So that has the feel of a marathon to it. Maybe Riley is another example of that. So then you tick closer down the box, and you've got Werenski, who they're trying to calm.
Avi says there's no way the Penguins make the playoffs again this season. Yeah, I'm tending to agree with that.
Going into the draft weekend,
Lazinski signs with Vegas. So key moves under John Chayka so far. Hiller in, Berube out, Bobrovsky in, Wool out, Radish in, Carlo out, Roslovic in, Robertson out. Why does he still... he keeps spelling the Roslovic wrong. Sissons in, Michelli out, Andre in, Benoit out. On the surface, that's really good. That's actually a good way of looking at it. Because that's... when you look at it that way, it's really good.
Throughout the NHL, some of the Canadian teams who have been active, and one of them would be the Winnipeg Jets, and One of those players would be Stuart Skinner, and he
Yo! So they truly do think Sissons is their third line center. Bluger to Toronto. Wow. Okay, now I'm really confused. Bro, the Leafs must be far from done. What is going on? Teddy Bluger to Toronto. He did have 9 goals in 35 games with the Canucks. I'm really hoping this is cheap. The John Chayka era is back up if this is under 2 million. If this is like 1.5 million, 1.75 million, we're back up. Oh, God. What are you doing, man? Oh, my God. My head is hurting. Oh, my God. Like, I just, oh. Anyways, it's all good. It's all good. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm nitpicking at this point. 2.5 is the new 1.5. You have to think about it that way. Brad Trey Living signed David Kampf to 2.5 million per. So you have to think about it that way. They signed David Kampf to over 2 million 3 years ago. So Bluger is definitely better than Kampf. There's no doubt about that. So let's edit that. Let's try this again. Let's try this again with Bluger in the lineup now. And now they're down to like 7 million of cap space. Let's try this again. If the Leafs started today, we're going McKenna, Matthews, Roslovic, Nyes, Tavares, Nylander, Joshua, Sissons, Cowan, Quillen, Bluger, and Grew maybe, right? Well, interesting.
You know, that would really help me out. You know, being able to work with somebody like that, again, working with Flats, and just the type of culture that Winnipeg truly brings.
Well, congrats. I know people in Winnipeg very excited to have you in town. So enjoy the summer. Good luck in Winnipeg. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You got it. There's Stuart Skinner, newest member of the...
Okay, so we're trying it again. McKenna, Matthews, Roslovic, Nyes, Tavares, Nylander, Joshua, Sissons, Cowan, Quillen, Bluger, Lorentz.
Werenski, you know, a lot of signings, some trades, but a lot of the big names still out there.
Winnipeg fans, I bet, would be cautiously optimistic. They're probably thinking it's just going to be our tandem, Hellebuyck and Stuart Skinner. That's pretty
Again, you still have to upgrade that third line. Joshua's got to go.
Is Hellebuyck going to be exiting stage left? So quite the situation there for the fans of Winnipeg.
All right. Let's look at Bluger here.
And sort of maybe the right guy to be in that situation where Hellebuyck might be up in the air for a little while and it won't sort of phase him and he'll be the right mentality. And just, I keep thinking the Toronto Maple Leafs have sort of been one of the busy.
Yeah, the Leafs have been super busy.
And just the idea of like they took some swings. Roslovic.
Let's look at Bluger's face-off percentage here. So he sits in around that 50% for the most part.
They spent it. We knew they were going to. They're different. If it all works, they're better. But it all has to work. There's not a lot of guarantees for some of the age of these guys and what they're going to ask them to do.
Where do you stand on that, Craig? On the action?
Great day, in my opinion. What they've done going forward here, we're starting with Radish and Bob today, Citizens. I mean, their team's improved, and I thought they did a great job. And obviously, Florida put themselves in a great spot too.
I think I like Montreal getting an 8-year for Demidov. I think that's an outstanding play to have that kind of talent, young talent at that number for that duration. Of course,
They need a top, like, man, get Patty Kane, bro, and I'll forgive you, Cheka. They're getting, here's the thing, guys. This is where I think Patty Kane would actually be a fit for Toronto now. Just think about it for a second. You got Teddy Bluger, and you got Colton Sissons, who are really strong defensively, right? If you go out and get Patty Kane now, who's just all offense, no defense, your trade-off is you got two really solid defensive guys in Bluger and Sissons, and you got two just true offensive scorers in Kane and Roslovic. I'd be so back if they did that now. Omar says prefer lower term at a higher cap hit. Fair. I mean, lower term keeps it at zero, not zero risk, but much lower risk. Because to me, I get it, but I would almost rather Bluger at 1.5 or 1.75 on a 4-year deal with the cap going up, because you can just bury that. So the Leafs have $3 million in available cap space with 22 active players now, with Quillen and Andre still to sign. But you have to think they're going to trade guys. They're going to trade Joshua or Stolarz, one of those guys. They have to. And they're going to trade somebody on the back end.
Sergei Bobrovsky, he's a Maple Leaf.
Bobrovsky's a Maple Leaf. Yeah, and I agree. Sissons and Bluegrass, your bottom 6 centers, not good enough. Definitely not good enough. Definitely not good enough at all. I almost wonder if maybe they consider trading Joshua and Lorentz, having Sissons and Bluger on your 4th line, and they alternate faceoffs. Like something along the lines of, like, if they were to go after a 3C still, that's an upgrade. But to be, based on how they signed Sissons to 4.25, they think he's their 3rd line center. I don't know, guys. I'm torn, to be honest. There's a lot of risk, at least for this upcoming year, with Matthews deciding if he wants to stay in Toronto or not. That's the problem right now. All right, Blue Jackets signed Phoenix Copley. So since the Leafs hired John Chayka on May 4th, you see the players that have been brought in, and you see the players that have been brought out. On the surface, ignoring the contract context, that is better. There's no doubt about it. Anybody that argues that, talk to a wall, because that is better. There's no doubt about it. Like, at all. Bobrovsky and Darren Radish over Wool and Carlo, that's, like, debatable. That's not even close. And then, obviously, McKenna is a factor. They got lucky. They got McKenna. So let's ignore McKenna for a second, even though it's a massive piece. Emile, Andre, and Sissons, I would much rather those two guys. Much rather than Benoit and Michelli. No doubt about it. And then Roslovic versus Robertson, to me, that's a trade-off. Like, to me, they're both probably going to score 20 goals next year. The advantage for Roslovic is he's a right shot guy. And he's not as short as Robertson. Robertson's what, 5'9"? Roslovic's 6 foot. So, the Leafs got better. There's no doubt about that. I just don't know if I love the contracts for each of those players. But, yeah. So, I think the Leafs... Here's the thing. They have $3 million of cap space with basically a full roster right now. They just have to sign Andre and Quillen, and those are going to be cheap. Andre's going to be like $2 million, $2.5 million, maybe max. Quillen will be $1 million. And then they're going to have to send a guy or two down, and that will be Pizzetta. Pizzetta will be sent down. So they're going to fill their cap space here. If they can trade Joshua and trade Stolars, that's $6 million of cap space to get one more top 9 forward. Yeah, I don't agree with Kevin at all. Maybe the Flyers get a top 10 pick, but we'll see. Let's go, chat. We're 15 subscribers away from 60.1. Legends in the chat. Yeah, they still might trade Morgan Riley. Blake with the $3 dono. Sorry, Blake. I was just catching up on a lot. Everything is 2 years. McDavid is 2 years. Yes. Yes, Blake. The only one that they signed to 3 years is the Bobrovsky, right? Because they had to put that third year out there. But outside of that, yes, the other 2 contracts are 2 years. And yes, for people saying the Leafs have no cap space, if they trade for Werenski or trade for a big fish like that, it will be a hockey trade. So it'll be money in, money out. So there should be no worry there. Like, if at this point, I still think it's going to be Matthew Nyes in the trade if it's Werenski. So it'd be like Matthew Nyes and Jake McCabe out, Werenski in. And if anything, the Leafs would be saving cap space in that aspect. Bluger and Joshua were excellent together a couple of years ago in Van. Controlled 59% of the expected goals together, outscoring opposition 23-11 at 5-on-5. Had just a 41.16% offensive zone faceoff percentage too. Should be a good fourth line duo. That's why they have to go for an upgrade. Because they need a third. If they keep Joshua, then that's fine on the fourth line. But again, they don't have much cap flexibility there. Yeah, like they need an upgrade in that top 9. They definitely need an upgrade. I don't know what it will be, but I can't believe they gave 4.25 for Sissons. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Wow, Zach Ashton Reese, former Penguin, going to the Flyers. 2 years to the Flyers. Bjorkstrand to the Rangers. Wow. I want to see what this money's at because I might freak out if the Rangers got Bjorkstrand for less than $4 million. There's no way. It has to be over $4 million. With the prices that are being handed out, this has to be at least $4 million. So Bjorkstrand to the Rangers. We'll see what the price tag is. I can't believe the Leafs added Roslovic, Bobrovsky, Sissons, and Bluger today. Hey, guys, I told you guys I was expecting at least 3 signings from the Leafs today. They did 4. Also, the Max Domi news can't be good. If they're bringing in Sissons and Bluger, Max Domi must be out for a long time.
I think it's really key to take a look at his body of work over the last 3, 4, 5 years compared to just last year. A lot of stuff went on.
They got to sign Patrick Kane now.
They were chasing wins until they weren't. Injuries, etc., etc.
They've got to sign Patrick Kane now.
He played 53 games, I think, last year. For me, personally, the threshold there is 45 games in regular season. So find your other games with your other goaltender. If that's Stolars, so be it. this as well, by the way, in a second here. But you know, you're going to get a good version of him. He's highly competitive. He's healthy. He's in fantastic shape. And
All right. Just trying to look at my texts here.
practice with the goalie coach every day. Like, he wants to feel the puck so many times. He wants to go through a certain sort of regime
All right.
every day. He's highly competitive, and he's a winner. He's a proven winner. And so now here's the thing.
So the Leafs haven't made this news official yet, but obviously they've all leaked out.
Where are you with all of this? Because Hellebuyck's not getting through waivers. Something's going to happen there. He would get plucked through waivers. I think that in a perfect world, you have Bobrovsky, Hellebuyck, Akiyamov, and you're going to expose Stolarz. And you expose them. Yeah.
We got 1.2K in the chat. Thank you to everyone for being here. I really appreciate it if you guys could. I've been putting in the work. I've been live since like 8:45 a.m. Eastern time. This is always the case. I'm always putting extra time in than any other network, any other channel. So I appreciate you guys being here. Brodzinski to the Caps. I don't know if we talked about that one yet. Whoa! This one better be cheap. He did not have a productive year, but I love Duhaime. He's a beast. Okay, they're definitely trading Joshua or Lorentz. Wow, Duhaime to the Leafs. They're making moves. They've got to make more moves. Duhaime's a beast, man. He just had a bad year, but I think he's going to bounce back. He's only like, what, 29 or 30? Yeah, Brandon Duhaime's only 29. 6'2". This has got to be cheap. He only put up 9 points in 82 games last year. Brandon Duhaime to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Wow. Chayka is busy. My God, Shea is not fooling around. 6'2", bro. He's beefy, man. The Leafs are getting heavy real quick in the bottom six. They're far from done. They got to do more. If they're bringing in another fourth liner, they're far from done. They've got to be trading Joshua if they're bringing in Duhaime. Too similar. I mean, Joshua's going to bring in more offense. There's no doubt about that. Bro, please. Make me happy about a cap hit for once. It can't be another overpay. Brandon Duhaime.
Potential trades where the Blue Jackets would be like, okay, tough to do. I was wondering if any of the Leafs just
The Leafs are trying to get heavy against the Panthers.
any of those guys have any interest by the Columbus Blue? Like, are any of them like
I wonder if Lorentz is done.
year or two that the Blue Jackets might say, all right, we're outside of Gavin McKenna, of course. Is there
It almost doesn't make sense to bring back Lorentz at this point if you're bringing in Duhaime. Man, Freeman's cooking right now. So Willie Stein chiming in. This I like. Duhaime is fast, 92nd percentile in max skating speed, and he's an excellent penalty killer. 6'2", 200 pounds, and an asshole. I love this. I love this signing too. Like, to me, it depends what the cap it is. He only put up 4 goals, 9 assists. Like, he's another defensive guy, penalty kill guy, and a shit disturber. But you need secondary offense. You need offense from your bottom 6. So to me, if they have Blue Girl ready and they have Duhaime, they have Lorentz, like, those guys are not providing a lot of offense. All right, let's see. John Chayka and the Leafs are taking a page out of Barry Trotz's book and build a team entirely out of UFAs. It's a bold strategy. I mean, no, but sure. Half the team is already in place. He's referencing the Preds. The Preds basically signed most of their top 6 forwards through UFA, right? Stamkos, Marchessault, O'Reilly. The only guy that could touch top 6 minutes that they've signed today is Roslovic. Everyone else is bottom 6 players. So we'll see what Duhaime signs for. If we're talking 1.5, 1.75, that's what I was hoping for Bluger. If that's what they get for Duhaime, I'm content with it. So we'll see what the number is. Oh! Kuzmenko to the Penguins! I like this. And low risk too. 1 year, $5 million. Kuzmenko to the Penguins. So the Penguins add Nick Robertson through trade. And then Kuzmenko. Interesting. Very interesting. I think Lorentz is probably out of the picture here. Because if they like Joshua with Bluger potentially on the fourth line. Yeah, you got to think Tavares is feeling a bit weird about making that same amount of money basically as Sissons. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I'm with Zeta. If this is like 1.5 million per over 2 years, I'm very content with it. We'll see what it is. But Kuzmenko gets paid again on a short-term deal. That's kind of been the trend for Kuzmenko in recent years. The 1 or 2 year deal. I think it's been 1 year deals, basically. But guys, it won't be more than 2 years. A lot of the Leaf contracts are 2 years. I wonder why. Is something happening in 2028, chat? Is something happening in 2028? I wonder. We have 1.3K in the chat. Welcome if you guys are new. I'm going to try to read some more comments here. Sandor says, I believe Anders Lee wants to go home to Mini, but is there a world where Trotz convinces Lee to sign with the Preds? Well, Trotz is out of the picture, basically. But maybe. I could see it with Minnesota. San Antonio, I don't know if that's a perfect third line with Duhaime and Sissons on the third line. That's very little offense. Yeah, Colton, that's what I've been thinking. That's what I was saying earlier at the start of the stream, that the 3 year deal for Bobrovsky is like Marlowe vibes. It's probably going to be really good in the first 2 years. That third year is going to be costly, I think. Hey! He's a National Hockey League player! Justin Hall to the Washington Capitals! Oh my god! Oh. Justin Hall! We love him here on HTH! That is hilarious, bro. Capitals fans, you're going to love this guy. Absolute pro. All right, we'll see what that number is. It's got to be cheap. He was in the AHL for most of the year. Probably $1 million. Justin Hall. Welcome to the nation's capital. All right, but thank you to everybody that's hitting that subscribe button. We're almost at 60.1K. And let's try to get 1,000 likes. That was the goal at the start of the stream. And we are at 716 likes. Let's get 1,000. Let's do it. Caps just became dangerous. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But the Leafs are building out quite the defensive bottom six, that's for sure. They just need to figure out how to score goals. Because a lot of guys that are bringing in did not score a lot of goals last year. Justin Hall to Washington. That's just too funny. We'll put it on the board. Why not? All right. Yeah, so super cheap. 900K over 1 year. He could get buried in the minors. That's fine for Washington. I won't chirp it too much. It's funny, but it's not that bad. I can't believe the Leafs have signed 5 players today. Roslovic, Bobrovsky, Sissons, Duhaime, and Bluger. Crazy. I went safe and I said 3, and people were like, I don't know if they're going to be that busy. Okay, so Bjorkstrand for $4.5 million 1 year. I mean, he had a bad year, but Sissons being that close to him, I probably would have preferred Bjorkstrand. But you know what? Sissons is great on the face-off, great on the penalty kill. If Sissons can put up 15 goals somehow, then you're okay with it. Let's go. We're almost at 800 likes now. We're almost at 1,000, guys. Let's get there. We have 1.2K in the chat. Welcome if you're new, guys. Let us know in the live chat right now where you're watching from. You can give your hometown a shout, a city a shout. I'll try to read as many on the board here. So let's see you on the screen. You're on the stream. Say hello. Say hi. 319 says Iowa, baby. Spanish says first time viewer. Take my like. Thank you, Spanish. Appreciate it. Well, Hawk, welcome back. Welcome back since COVID. Hopefully we'll see you more. Matt, what's going on? Elevate from Wisconsin. What's up, Ty Bear? The Rangers did get Bjorkstrand. Yes, 1 year, $4.5 million. Cooper with a $7 dono. Let's get some Cooper hype. Appreciate that, Cooper. Lucas from Wisconsin. Ty Bear the lot. Sup, dude? Fantasy says Perry Sound Boys. Nylander from Moncton. Midnight Sam, I think the Blues are not done. They haven't really done a whole lot. They brought in Ross the Boss Johnson. Mystic says Toronto Leafs Nation, baby. Clutch from Mississauga. Oh, Mississauga. Adam from North Wales, Pennsylvania. Cooper. Big shout out to Cooper, my dog. Fantasy from Bolton, Ontario. Joshy from Nova Scotia. Minnesota, I don't think they're done. I think they're talking to Tolvanen. We'll see if that happens. Darkness says we also don't have any roster spots available, so we're 1,000% done. Darkness, I wouldn't say 1,000%. I could see them bringing in a defenseman, and they could also make a trade. No. McKenna should keep 72. But honestly, based on the vibe right now, it's very possible Bob gets 72, and there's going to be a lot of angry Leaf fans for buying that McKenna 72 jersey. That's why you guys don't buy them early. Craig from Sudbury. Trades are not done. There's more trades coming. Austin, please don't spam. WTF says, can Nashville get anyone to take Marchie? Yeah, I could see Marchessault. Honestly, I think Montreal could revisit that conversation, considering they missed out on a couple forwards they were targeting. I also wonder about Mantha. Do not be surprised if Mantha is a target for Montreal. Yeah, Glaff, my thoughts on Demidov. It's a great contract for the Montreal Canadiens. Fantasy says Hellebuyck will be included in the Werenski deal. If that happens. Thoughts on the Levi trade? Great trade for Edmonton. I mean, Buffalo, clearly Devin Levi wanted to move on. I thought they could probably get a couple assets on top of the third-round pick, but I always figured it was not going to be a second, so a third-round pick makes sense to me. No, Austin Cranfield, not you. Not you, Cranfield, the other Austin. Is Ryan Shea still out there? Ryan Shea is still available. That is correct. Hey, let's go, chat. We're 5 subscribers away from 60.1. Can we get there? Lawton is a machine. Yes, sir. The Kings are keeping the machine. Are the Avs done yet? I don't think so. They traded a few guys out. I think they're going to add one more back in. Hey, Derek with the $10 dono. Says, was here on trade deadline day. Good job, buddy. Penn's getting Jay Robertson or what? Dubas is up to something the way their roster is currently. I agree, Derek. I would think it's probably one of the higher IQ moves of the offseason if Dubas got Jason Robertson, because clearly he's familiar with Nick Robertson, him drafting him in Toronto. But at the same time, the Robertson brothers uniting in Pittsburgh, sorry. Thank you so much for the dono, Derek. And guys, tell me, did the Penguins just draft twins or something? Did they? So it's almost like Dubas is a little sentimental, values brothers playing together. Imagine in a couple of years, we're watching the Pittsburgh Penguins and they have the Ruck twins running around, and they also have the Robertson twins, not twins, brothers, sorry, running around. The Robertson brothers are at least, a couple of years separated by age. But yeah, the Robertson brothers and the Ruck twins, that would be pretty cool. So yeah, I could see them going after Jason Robertson. The Penguins actually can help the Stars in a way where it's like you have a guy like Rickard Rakell, who I think would fit really well in Dallas's top 6. And then you could add other pieces on top of that. So I would not be surprised if a Rakell plus package ended up being the case for Jason Robertson. So keep an eye on that. Thank you so much, Derek, for the dono. But yes, I do like the Kuzmenko signing as well for Pittsburgh. Yes, Morgan, the Penguins drafted the Ruck twins. SR, I had Mario Ferraro going to the Penguins. I still think that's still possible. Other teams that I could see Mario Ferraro going to, I could see the Detroit Red Wings. I could see the Oilers if they trade Nurse. Outside of that, Toronto if they traded Riley. I've heard about Leafs talking to Ferraro, but that's if Riley gets traded. I'm trying to think of any other teams that could be a fit. I think that's about it in terms of the teams I would expect. Yeah, that's a few teams I think could be a fit. Tom says for the Wild, Anders Lee, yep, that would be a fun homecoming. I know, Nathan. I think it would be a perfect fit for the Leafs to get Patrick Kane. They went so heavy on defensive forwards here with Duhaime, Bluger, and Sissons. Those guys are pure defensive. They're going to chip in a little bit offensively, but their real strength is penalty kill and defensive. So they need one more guy that can just produce pure offense, and that would be Patty Kane. Melissa, what's going on? Thanks for being here. Don't spam, please. All right, let's see what else is happening on the timeline. So term was very important. Trouba. Oh, chat. We are 2 subscribers away from 60.1 if you want to be one of the 2 to clutch up. And almost at 1,000 subs. 5 million for the player, 2 million for the mentorship. That's awesome. Akhtiyamov and Bobrovsky back in April. We had talked about that earlier, that they had that conversation. Okay, that's the worst contract of the day. Oh my God, Washington, what are you doing? That is the worst contract of the day. Oh my God, did Washington just pay Vinny Desmarais 4.2 per year? Okay, I'm not even complaining with the Leafs anymore. That is the worst contract of the day. Are you serious? I'm actually kind of confused. That is the worst. They brought in Justin Hall, and they're like, psych, we just paid Justin Hall a $900K. I don't even know if this is a joke. Like, say psych, Washington Capitals Twitter. Say psych. That is the worst contract of the day. It's not even close. That is horrid. Is right. I'm stunned. I don't even know what to say. I'm just stunned. Oh. Yeah, there's always 1 or 2 guys that are just really bad that you know are really bad right off the bat. This is it. This is it. This is it. I'm not even complaining about the Leafs contracts anymore. This is 100% it. That's horrible. That is horrible. That's garbage. That's... Oh, God. Oh, God, that's so bad. That is so bad. I don't care how big he is. I don't care how great he is on the penalty kill. That guy has got bricks to his feet, and paying him $4.2 million per year on a 4-year deal is just... No. That's one of the worst July 1st signings I've seen in a while. That is really bad. I think I would rather have Trouba at 8.25 than Desharnais at 4.25. Yeah, that's just brutal. Oh boy, Washington. I was honestly celebrating Washington's offseason up until this point. What's up, sir? I just cracked open a Canadian after that Bobrovsky signing. Wow. Decor of doom and despair. Bro, Vinny Desharnais. Big yikes for the Caps. Yeah, but Michael, the difference is you're getting $4.25 million for Sissons, who fills an immediate role for you, and it's only a 2-year deal. If Sissons got signed for 3 or 4 years, then we're freaking out. It's 2 years. It's 2 years. There you go, Spanish. Thanks to everyone for subscribing. Nico Dawes re-signed. Yeah, Barclay Goodrow and Jacob Trouba were buddies in New York. Good teammates. I can't believe that signing. That's atrocious. Hey, Girth with the $5 dono. So does this mean Nurse's contract is good now? Maybe. I mean, San Jose was talking about maybe the Nurse or Riley contract. So if they have the Nurse or Riley contract plus Trouba, but we'll see. My goodness, Washington beat them out. Thank you, Girth, for the $5 dono. I really appreciate it. Okay, so maybe Grunstrom extension. Fair enough. So again, the Leafs have not made these signings official, so we'll keep an eye on that. But if LTIR is a factor for Domi for the season, and they move Stolars, they can still add a forward or two. Cole Schwint stays in Florida. So Tom does the breakdown of Desharnais. Right shot defenseman, 30, had 7 points and averaged a career-high 18-11 of ice time in 53 games with the Sharks last season. Tied for second amongst San Jose defensemen in block shots and third in hits. So again, the hits and block shots, great. Fine and dandy. But I'll tell you this. Pittsburgh wanted to get away from that one. And they just gave him to San Jose for what? It was like a pick? And that was when he was making just over $2 million. Or actually $2 million exactly. That's the bad contract of the day. I can't, honestly, I'm just blown away. I can't believe that. That's why you guys were chirping me for thinking Zellweger got more. Think about this right now. The Buffalo Sabres got Zellweger for $3 million per year. 3 years. And look what the Caps just did. I honestly was praising the Caps offseason up until this point. So Bjorkstrand chose the Rangers over the Isles for a similar offer. Oh, welcome to the flock, Nick Jensen. Wow. 2-year contract. Nick Jensen joins the Ducks. Does it say the cap hit here? I don't see it unless I'm blind. Nope. Okay, so the Islanders made Bocelli's contract official. So, yeah, we'll see what the amount is for Nick Jensen. Yeah, I mean, Oilers fans actually should be happy. Like, I would honestly rather Devin Levi for a third than Costa for a first. I can't believe they signed Vinny Desharnais to that contract. That's just horrendous. Yeah, Radish deal is looking real good right about now. What's the salary for Duhaime? We don't know that yet, Michael. We'll keep an eye on it. But there's going to be more moves. The Leafs are not done, as an example. Many of these teams are not done. They're filling these rosters right to the cap because it is July 1. They got to get these signings done. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot more moves to happen here. There is a rumor out there right now that there's a scenario where Jari could go to Columbus with an asset and Merzlikins to Edmonton to have a Merzlikins and Devin Levi tandem. We'll keep an eye out for that. All right. I still can't believe that contract, man. Hey, chat. We're one subscriber away from 60.1. Who's going to clutch up? Thanks to everyone subscribing, hitting that like button. Woo! Let's go! Darnell Nurse! San Jose, let's see it! Let's go! Woo! Let's go! Give me more Freeman. I'm hungry. I want more trades. I'm tired of these bullshit signings. I want a massive trade. Who could Edmonton acquire from San Jose? Ooh, maybe Dmitry Orlov. Maybe a little Adam Gaudette. I mean, Orlov makes the most sense on the left side. Oh, thanks everyone. We just smashed through 60.1. Yeah, if San Jose gets Darnell Nurse, then the Riley thing to San Jose is dead. So let's see. There's a possibility San Jose could be acquiring Darnell Nurse. Well, if it's Colin Graff, then Edmonton's got to be giving San Jose another piece on top of that, plus retention on Darnell Nurse. Colin Graff's a massive piece of the Sharks, guys. Don't get it twisted. So if it is Colin Graff, there's retention on Darnell Nurse, plus another piece coming from Edmonton, I would imagine. But who knows? Darnay just signed for 4.25, so I don't know hockey. I don't know hockey, guys. I don't know. Yeah, the Sharks have cap left. We can take a look at it, but the Sharks definitely have cap left. We'll look at them here. Am I blind? Yeah, the Pacific's on this side. Dummy. Look, they have like $24 million of cap space. Keep in mind, they haven't signed Graff yet. But who have... Yeah, and Muka Madulin. So between Graff and Muka Madulin, that won't cost more than like 7 or 8 million combined. So the Sharks have a lot of cap flexibility. Even with that, they'll still have like 15 million of cap space. So they could bring in Darnell Nurse and just bring him in. I mean, they could do that. I would imagine Edmonton would want, like, it's so funny because the Jake Wallman thing with Detroit, like San Jose has done this before. So I wonder if they just take the Darnell Nurse contract and make Edmonton send them like a second round pick or something. But I would think Edmonton would have to retain a little bit, or San Jose will send a couple contracts. I'm not too sure, to be honest. But the Orlov one's interesting because he only has 1 year left at $6.5 million. That would fill the role on the left side for San Jose, and then you could have a top four of Dickinson, Trouba, Nurse, Kesselring, something like that. So I'm interested to see if Orlov goes back the other way, and then in that aspect, maybe San Jose doesn't feel like they need to get retention on Nurse, but the whole conversation for a while now has been some teams wanted up till like $3 million retained on Nurse, so we will see. That was my reaction too. I hope Riley stays and proves so many people wrong. I know there's a lot of Riley haters out there, and there's a lot of people that hate Riley in this chat, but any Rangers news? KB, please don't spam. Yes, Bjorkstrand to the Rangers. There's no reason to spam. People will answer you in the chat if I don't. I think the Sharks could be a playoff team next year, for sure. There's Vegas news. Let's see. Thanks, Six Sports Fan. All right, the Golden Knights signing Victor Olofsson. See, that's an interesting one because it's almost like this is like a buy low attempt again. Because Victor Olofsson, how many teams has he been in the last like 3 years? So he was on Vegas before, and then he went to Colorado, and then he got sent to Calgary, and back with Vegas. He actually had a really good year with Vegas a couple of years ago. He had 15 goals and 29 points in 56 games. And then in the playoffs in 9 games, he had 4 points. He was really good on the power play. I think Marner would enjoy feeding the puck to him. So, yeah, I could see Olofsson being a really good buy low candidate for the Golden Knights. I can't imagine it's $2 million or more. It's probably under that. It's probably in the $1 million range. Wow, that's a really good deal for the Ducks for Nick Jensen. $2.25 million AAV for 2 years, Jensen in Anaheim. This is where I don't understand it. I understand what Desharnais brings in terms of the physicality and the block shots. Somebody explain to me how Desharnais is double the value than Jensen. Don't get it. Oh my goodness, we're almost at 850 likes. I might have to do a chug. I might have to get hyped here on Canada Today if we can get to 1,000 likes right now. We have enough people. We have 1.2K people watching. All you got to do is just hit the like button. It's free right below where you're watching. And that's subscribe. Appreciate you guys. Welcome to the flock, Nick Jensen. Oh, a little sneaky. Minnesota Wild getting their third goalie. Calvin Pickard to a 1-year, $1 million contract for the 2026-2027 season. Interesting. Jordan, I don't know where you're at. I don't know if you're on the tight budget either. Little Budweiser. I'm sipping Canadian right now. Morgan, what's going on? Just having one for Canada Today, you know. Some Caleb Malhotra content for your timeline. Caleb's smooth like that. Let's go. Oh, Jim, I would love if somebody gifted me some Portuguese wine. That's a great take. Wow. People are going to have some words for this one. Dylan Dubé, one-way contract with the St. Louis Blues. Somebody said, hey, there's no way there's going to be a contract signed. The Blues sign Dylan Dubé for their fourth line. Yeah, Sita, I agree with you. Petrovic, 2-year contract, back with the Panthers. Interesting. So kind of as that 7th defenseman. Yeah, the fact that John Carlson hasn't signed yet means that Tampa Bay might be trying to do something here. Because I told you guys, there's a real possibility that Tampa Bay is looking at the Werenski thing. And if they feel they're 100% out on Werenski, then they'll commit the money to John Carlson. Right. Just keeping up with a couple things here. So it sounds like Mantha is wanting the Marchment deal, which is $7 million. I would not give Mantha $7 million per year. There's no way. Man, I love the Brandon Duhaime ad for Toronto. Again, it's a great fit. We don't know the money yet, and that's the concern. Yeah, Patrick Laine, nothing yet. What I'll do for you guys here is in a second, I'm going to have to go for a restroom break here in a second because we're drinking a lot of water, drinking a beer. But I will tell you guys, I will put up the best available left so you guys have an idea of who's available. But the problem is with that is a lot of these signings are not made official yet. And I want to trust the insiders blindly. I really do. But there's some of these that were just put out there that there's no details yet. We just know the destination. We don't know the money value. So things can always be taken back. As much as we believe Friedman is perfect, he's made his mistakes in the past and he's had to talk back on some and he's ignored some that he said. And just, they all do it, right? They all do it. They've all done it before. So I want to be careful with like who I rule out as a potential signing or who I add. Yeah, we'll see. But this is one right here. The Penguins have just made it official, signing Andrei Kuzmenko to 1 year. The Leafs have not made their signings official yet. So it does seem like Nurse is going to get traded today. San Jose now included. There's multiple teams included. I think Darnell Nurse will get traded today. So we're definitely going to stay on. All right. Okay, so we're still waiting for the Duhaime signing, but we have the Kuzmenko one official now. Let's see. What do the Leafs do next? Like I said, I think they're going to trade one of the guys I just mentioned. So it does sound like So it does sound like the Jets could be trading Hellebuyck today still. So I know Bruce Garrioch reported it earlier, just giving you guys an update. It does sound like Will Borgen is down to his final couple teams of who he's going to sign with, and it sounds like the Ottawa Senators are still one of those teams. Okay. So basically, guys, what I have on the board right now, what you guys are seeing on the stream, this is my burner account. So I try to only follow like insiders and people that are obviously plugged in or like major hockey accounts because I want to keep the timeline of what you guys are seeing on the stream like pretty consistent with like the latest news. There's a lot of fluff that sometimes I have to go through, so I'd rather not show that on the stream. Yeah, Jeremy, we'll see. I actually could see JVR go to the Pens. With his brother going there, you never know. Larkin to the Wild. I think that's very possible. I think that's what the Wild have been working on. Yeah, so Vegas obviously lost Dorofeev. Olofsson's not going to be a replacement for Dorofeev in the bigger picture, but on the power play, he will be. Olofsson was a great fit on that number one power play a couple years ago for Vegas. So he's basically a 7-Eleven version of Dorofeev on the power play. Okay. And then the other thing that I didn't really bring up earlier is I know we're talking about the Rangers kind of being like maybe that rebuilding team, but when you look at their team, I'm actually kind of intrigued by the Rangers. Like they could actually be fairly competitive next year. I'll just pull them up right now. Do I think they're going to be contender? Definitely not. But I haven't really talked about too much of the New York Rangers in this stream, so I just want to pull them up for a second here. So in terms of their top 9, it's actually pretty intriguing. Like, obviously, they just brought in Dorofeev, and now they'll have Bjorkstrand here. So when you talk about Perreault, Laba, Bjorkstrand, Miller, Trocheck, Cooley, Dorofeev, Zibanejad, Lafreniere, that's a pretty good top 9. Obviously, there's a lot of speculation they could trade Trocheck, but that's a really good top 9, like, in terms of balance. Of course, they don't have, like, that up-top big-time star, but I would just say in terms of, like, guys that can score 25, 30-plus goals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 5. And we don't know what Perreault's going to be this year in a full season, but his ceiling is very high. And they have Green Tree coming. Like, I'm not as low on the Rangers as other people are. And I'll say this. I forgot to bring this up earlier because you're just thinking on the fly of all the teams that could be a fit. I would not be surprised if the Rangers go after Mario Ferraro. I think there's the conversation that the Rangers really want Nikishin from Carolina. But when I look at either Nikishin or Ferraro, either way, that really fills out a nice top 4. If Adam Fox is content still with being a Ranger, there's been speculation that after Chris Drury played a part in him being out from Team USA, and whatever you want to say, playing a part. Like, he obviously didn't win that battle of having Adam Fox on Team USA. So Adam Fox, I think he's a little bit bitter. So we'll see if Adam Fox wants to be a Ranger long-term. But in terms of the bigger picture, Gavrikov, Fox, and then one of Nikishin or Ferraro with Schneider on that second pair wouldn't be the worst thing ever. And then, yeah, you have one of the best goalies in the world in Shesterkin. So I'm curious. They brought in Korpisalo in that trade from Boston. They have Korpisalo or Garand to be the backup. I think the Rangers are getting closer to what they'll look like. I still think they should trade Trocheck based on their age range, but they're getting closer. And the other factor that needs to be talked about when it comes to the Rangers, Trocheck and JT Miller are really close. They're close friends. They were great on Team USA in terms of the bottom 6 and penalty killing. So we need to keep that in mind as well. Garrett, I still think there's going to be signings for sure. I added a couple to the board. In terms of when you left, I don't know when you left, but oh, there you go. Daniil Tarasov to Detroit, 1 year, $2 million. That's really interesting. So, very interesting. So is Tarasov the backup day 1 then to Gibson? Or do they give one of the young guys the opportunity? Because they just traded Costa for that reason. Wow, and Eric Comedy to the San Jose Sharks. All right, there you go, chat. So Tarasov to Detroit. And Comrie to San Jose. So after Stuart Skinner signed in Winnipeg, Comrie knew his days in Winnipeg were numbered. And that's a really good deal for San Jose. Wow. So he'll be their third goalie. 2 years, $1.15 million per. Obviously, Comrie watched the market dry up a little bit for goaltending, and he had to act fast. So he gets a bit of stability with 2 years. We have 1.2K in the chat again, guys. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Taco, we have no update on Mantha. My last update was that he's just pushing for a contract as close to that Marchment contract as possible. So there was some rumors that he wants $6+ million. It's possible he wants closer to 7 after seeing that Marchment contract. But the Rangers are busy. The Leafs, obviously the busiest team probably of the day. The Sharks are busy. And the Sharks now are talking to the Oilers about Darnell Nurse. So we still don't have the cap on Brandon Duhaime. Jason Robertson to Anaheim. I don't know where Jason Robertson's going to end up. I don't. I think Pittsburgh's definitely a possibility still. But I could see Jason Robertson in Anaheim maybe. I mean, we know Pat Verbeek's aggressive. We'll see. Okay, so Perunovic to the Kings is official. Katie, I'll be live for at least another hour, at least, maybe 2. Kazuma says, according to Jim, the Panthers offered a 4-year contract. Wow. So Bobrovsky went to the Leafs for a similar contract? That's surprising. I don't know if I believe that report. Well, I mean, I don't want to doubt people, but Noah, please don't put fake reports in the chat. Did Jeff Mallow go to the Ducks? Is that true? So Edmonton has no interest in taking a bad contract back. I tend to believe Spencer. By the way, big shout out to Spencer. He's always super reliable. Okay. So how did that not pop up on my timeline there? Did I miss anything else from Frege? Okay. So Jeff Mallow to the Ducks. A little bit of sandpaper on that 4th line after they lost Ross the Boss Johnson. Okay. So this is who they just added from... where did they get Gasso from again? Was it Boston? Yeah, it was Boston. So the Sharks signed him to a 2-year, 2-way entry-level deal. Yeah, Vilmanis, I mean, that was expected. Wow, Jonas Siegel is hating on the signing. Says Sergei Bobrovsky is the big splashy risk the Maple Leafs didn't need. I mean, whatever. I'm not going to judge it. I think it's exciting to have Bob in Toronto. He gives the Leaf fans some more to be excited about. And again, they're hoping Bobrovsky can be a 9-10 guy for the next 2 years. If the 3rd year in the contract's bad, then that might suck. But the cap's going to keep going up is the expectation. Bryson to the Wings, is that true? Yeah, Meme, I'm with you. Spencer, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for being here. Let's see. Cry Production says, do you think the Rangers getting Line A is possible? I could see that, yeah. Like, I think, here's the thing. I think they're going to look at the Trocheck trade still. They might make a couple moves, but yeah, Line A would be interesting. Give us an update on the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Lightning, obviously, they added a couple guys. They added Mikheyev. And they added VL. We can give you an outlook on what the Lightning lines look. So, okay. Well, Daily Faceoff hasn't added it yet, but I'm sure Puckpedia has. But honestly, guys... Oh, so did Jacob Bryson actually sign with the Red Wings? He did. So Bryson is with the Red Wings now. Let's go to the Lightning here. So... So they have Mikheyev listed on the 4th line. I don't know if that's necessarily... I would swap Girgensons and Mikheyev and have like Mikheyev, Gord, Paul. That's a pretty good 3rd line. And then Holmberg, Girgensons, and VL on your 4th line. I think that's pretty solid. Again, the cap's going up. The interesting part for me is the Lightning, the cap space. That seems like the perfect amount for John Carlson. And that would fill out their top... Like, I think they're probably going to send down or trade Liljegorg. So... if they have a top 6 of Hedman, Carlson, Moser, Chernak, McDonough, and either Destu or Crozier. Like, that's pretty good. So I could see the Lightning signing John Carlson still. That'd be a perfect top 4 for them. And it's almost like, I mean, Werenski would obviously be an amazing ad for Tampa, but it's almost like just asset management wise, depending on what they'd have to give up, it's almost like better just to sign Carlson straight up, because Moser's a really good versatile defenseman. And I think that's just overall a great top 4 that they would have there. It's older, but it's great. So the Red Wings are taking their time with their younger goalies in the AHL. It was getting crowded there, though, so they traded Casa. All right. We'll do a quick restroom break. Let's see here. So Bryson signed with the Red Wings 1 year, $850K. All right. And there's Andre signing his contract. I want to see, was Friedman's reaction here to the Bobrovsky contract? So this was the moment from... I'll just play it. I'll be right back, guys. Quick restroom break. Still got almost 1.2K in the chat. You guys are amazing. Okay. Okay, that's all right. That's not bad. I don't mind that at all. See, that's fine. All right, so that's fine. So let's think about what the Leafs lineup could look like here. So we'll say McKenna, Matthews, Roslovic, okay? Then we're going to go with Nyes, Tavares, Nylander, all right? After that, it gets interesting with the bottom 6. So maybe it's like Quillen. Yeah, that's tough. Maybe Quillen, Sissons, and Cowan. Like, I don't love it, but... Unless they think Roslovic could play center, which I just don't see. And then Joshua, Bluger, and Duhaime. Lorentz as an extra forward, maybe. Like it's getting to that point where I think they could be trading Lorentz. Because I just don't see how those guys are in your top or your third line. Yeah, I don't know. Is it Quillen? Like, does Jacob Quillen have the potential to be on that third line? I think so. He's 24 years old now. It's tough because you just don't know how the Leafs see these guys, right? Like even Bo Grew. Bo Grew had a really good playoff run, had a really good season, played well to start with the Leafs. So maybe. Could be Bo Grew. They haven't signed Quillen yet, so they could still trade Quillen. Yeah, it's almost like Bo Grew's going to be on that third line maybe with Sissons and Cowan. They did have a good Calder Cup run, so maybe Chayka watched that Calder Cup run and be like, yeah, Grew and Cowan are going to be good parts of our season next year. It's very interesting. But this is what I put together, guys. If the season started tomorrow, that's basically your forward group. I hate that third line, but the fourth line's great. It's expensive, but the fourth line is great. It's a lot of bottom six depth. That's for sure. That is for sure. But clear as day, you need an upgrade on that third line. You cannot start the season with that third line. But yeah, Joshua, Bluger, Duhaime, it actually could be a good fourth line if that's how they started. I just think you consider trading Joshua. But I think what they're referencing is Joshua and Bluger were really good in Vancouver. Decisions. So yeah, Duhaime, 3 years, 1.85 per year. All right, let's see what else dropped. So yeah, Bryson to Detroit. We already talked about that. Connor Sheary with the Sabres. What a get for Kekalainen. 1 year, $850K. The Sabres have been quiet today. So that's kind of, I mean, they traded Devin Levi. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's see what the chat's saying. Again, guys, let us know if you're new. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like. Any other moves the Canucks do? Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder about a guy like Mantha. For sure. Trying to think of the other guys out there. I mean, I still think Boone Jenner would be a perfect fit for the Leafs. Or Patrick Kane, obviously. But Chris Bunting, Michael Bunting, I don't know why teams haven't signed him yet. But, yeah, like, I think Mantha could go to a bunch of different teams. I talked about Ottawa. I talked about Montreal. I talked about Boston, Chicago, Vancouver. Like, there's so many teams that could do Mantha. So, I don't know. Are the Owls done today? I don't know if they're done. They were trying to get Bjorkstrand, and then it didn't happen. Wow, that's not cheap. Jeff Below for $1.85 million per year for 3 years. Yeah, not reporting, just speculating from Emma. She covers the Preds. She says the Predators have accumulated way too many middle six, bottom six forwards. I assume at least a couple have to be on their way out. Keeping an eye on Evangelista, Kamel, Wood, Martin, Wiesblack, Schaefer, Pinchuk, maybe Marsh. So yeah, I think they're going to try to trade Marsh. So Justin Bourne, I like this take. So Leafs take Machine Gun. Roslovic is tough to fit in, just as Michelli was. If he's in your top six, it's weak. Not sure he fits in a line 3 role. Like the short-term view of new signings. If the team isn't good, they end up deadline flip for assets. Hey, does Anaheim want to get rid of that Frederick deal? Oh, interesting. For Lorentz, maybe. Seems like a buy low and team still needs toughness. Goal is to clearly change Matthews' usage. Stop using him as a shutdown C in defensive zone. Worth a try. Bottom six forwards were pretty useless last year. No point, no physicality, nothing. This is a bunch of grinders, but okay, at least they'll grind. Leafs need the good Matthews back for this to work. A Riley deal still needs to happen. Obviously, the Werenski ball is in the air, and that could change everything. If they don't get him, I think they still need one more D. So he thinks they still need to trade Riley. Obviously, you guys know I feel differently. But anyways. Let's see. Sens aren't doing anything until Giroux does. Yeah, I mean, they're probably waiting to see what Giroux does, for sure. Jumbo says, I'm surprised Boone Jenner is still out there. Yeah, me too. Honestly, Jumbo. Me too. I think there's probably so many teams that would want him. Hunter says, if Tampa doesn't pick up a defenseman, do you see a possibility of a Stamkos reunion? Yeah, that would be really interesting. I know that was talked about earlier. Noah, welcome if you're a new subscriber. Says, new here, love the stream, brother. Who's your team? I'm Ducks. Yeah, I'm in Toronto with the Leafs here, but we do coverage for the whole league. Mantha to Chicago, would you like that? I think it would be a good fit. Yep. Okay. So thank you, Spencer. Pagnotta said the Rangers are working on a trade right now. And Lance Hornby said the Leafs have yet to set a time when John Chayka will speak to the media. They've yet to officially announce anything other than the Robertson trade. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. So the fact that they haven't set a time and haven't announced it, it's almost like there's other moves to still happen. All right. So again, the Leafs probably need one more top 6 or top 9 forward. And some would say they need an upgrade on defense. And there's still some conversation that Blake Coleman could get traded today. Hayden says Riley doesn't want to leave. I don't see him going anywhere. Meme, I might stream until 5. Maybe later. I don't know. I mean, inside, Riley does have a no movement clause, right? So. All right. Oh my God. Okay. So we're picking at 800K again, but I'm not understanding that one. Anyways, it's 2.6. The Leafs are trying to build up their depth, but my goodness, man. My goodness. The team needs secondary scoring. This guy scored 4 goals. I mean, I don't know. It's nitpicking, but 1.85 versus 2.6 is a big difference for me. Yeah, I'm just not as a fan. Just, eesh. But you know what? There's more moves to come. There is more moves to come. I just think that's another rich one for a bottom 6. Yeah, I mean, cap's going up. I keep reminding myself that 2.6 is 1.6 a couple years ago. LZ Sports, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. All right. Yeah, we're 50 away from 60.2K. Thanks to everyone for subscribing. Hey, Hex, thank you so much for the $2 donos. Says hello, John in chat. Big day for the Leafs. Let's go. Dave says Toronto's Cheka is kicking butt. Sarah says, did not mean to spam. That was my cat. All right, let's take a look here. Wow, Stenlund back to Utah. See, I would have liked that deal. Just a one-year deal, $2.75 million. I would have liked that deal for Toronto. I think that's a good deal for Utah. Just 1 year, very little risk, 2.75, big right shot center. I like that deal for Utah. That's the one I would have taken for Toronto. Wow, there you go. Big one from Pagnota. The Canucks and Rangers are in talks on a deal involving Marcus Pettersson. So I just talked about how the Rangers were looking at a left shot defenseman, whether it was Nikishin, whether it was Ferraro. Maybe those didn't work out, and now they're looking at Marcus Pettersson. Okay. We'll see who goes back to the Canucks. That could be a decent second pair ad for the Rangers. Brandon, nothing on the Habs right now. No, so Dave, Brandon Duhaime is 2.6 now. Luke Shen, what a beauty. Hey, thanks to the people that just subscribed. Appreciate that. And let's see. We are at... Wow, chat. We are at 905 likes. We're less than 100 likes away to 1,000. But yeah, there's quite a few guys that are still not signed or there's no news around. Like Patrick Laine, Boone Jenner, Patrick Kane, John Carlson still. So we can pull it up, guys. We'll do it right here. It might be just easier just to actually just go. There we go. Okay, yeah, this is actually a lot better. Just go on Puckpedia. So these are the top forwards available here. Yeah, but here's the thing. This is why it's flawed, because we already know Zuccarello is headed to the LA Kings. It just hasn't been made official yet. So ignore the Zuccarello one, because he's off to the LA Kings, it sounds like. But there's some decent ones here, right? Like Ovi is probably going to the Caps, if not retiring. Patrick Kane's available. Giroux, Tarasenko, Anders Lee, Boone Jenner, Eli Tolvanen, JB Ben, Michael Bunting, Evander Kane. It sounds like Victor Olofsson's going to Vegas. JVR, David Perron, Riley Smith, Jonathan Drouin, Philip Kurashev. It sounds like Scott Lawn's going back to LA. We just don't know the number yet. Kasperi Kapanen, that one's intriguing. Goalies, Peter Mrazek, Freddie Anderson, Cam Talbot, Connor Ingram, David Riddick. He had a good year. And then defensemen, John Carlson still available, Ryan Shea, John Klingberg, Logan Stanley, Nick Blankenberg, Mario Ferraro, Jamie Alexiak, Andrew Peak. He could be a sneaky one. And then a lot of depth guys. But you just look at those top guys. Like there's, what, like 5 or 6 top 4 defensemen still available? Okay. Oh. What the? What does this mean? What does that mean? What does that even mean? Okay, Ryan Mast, 1-year AHL contract with Pittsburgh. I don't know what that means. Whoa! Okay! Darnell Nurse to the San Jose Sharks! Wow. So Elliot Freeman says this is how things appear to be unfolding. Nurse to San Jose. Shakir Mukhamadullin will be part of the return. There will be no retention by the Oilers. We await the full picture. Oh my goodness. No retention. No retention is wild. San Jose helping Edmonton out. That is very interesting. That is definitely very interesting. Okay, so we'll see. This could be massive for the Oilers. And I like Shakir Mukhamadullin a lot. I don't know how much he's going to demand. Maybe it's a bigger contract than we'll expect. But, wow, that's pretty intriguing for the Oilers, that's for sure. We'll see what the full deal is, but it sounds like, per Elliot Freeman, the San Jose Sharks are going to be acquiring Darnell Nurse. And look at that. The Leafs officially announced the Bobrovsky signing. Welcome to the force, Bobrovsky. So it sounds like the Leafs are going to be dropping all these tweets now on the signings. So the Leafs might be done. We'll see. Not done for the offseason, but done for today maybe. But yeah, obviously the Sharks have a lot of cap space. So if they think Darnell Nurse is going to improve their defense group greatly, then that's what they're doing. I know people are criticizing Bobrovsky's save percentage last year, but the Panthers were obviously super injury riddled. Any word on Larkin? Nothing right now, pork chop. Nabokov, explain the salary retention thing, please. It would just mean that Edmonton is holding on to some of the salary per year, so it's less on the cap hit, or less on the salary cap for San Jose. So he's got about a $9.25 million contract, and it sounds like the Sharks are going to have to take on that whole thing. Meme, I'm going to answer again because I think I already answered you. I'm going to stream till at least 5 o'clock. I don't know if you have me on mute. I already answered that a few times. I will be streaming till at least 5 o'clock. No, you're good. I think I answered your question like 3 times. It's all good. It's all good though. We're good. Thank you for being here. Denver says, is there any trade you like Toronto to do? I mean, beyond the Werenski trade, like that's the one my mind's kind of set on. Nah, meme, you're okay. Thank you, Knock. I appreciate it. I am sorry. I'm Eastern time, so I will stream for at least another hour. Definitely at least another hour. Okay, so Ryan Rishaga is confirming that Nurse has been dealt to San Jose, so we'll just wait for the return now. That's a big one, guys. That is a big one. Darnell Nurse to the San Jose Sharks. That's official. Ryan Rishaga is on it. I think the Leafs right now, if the season started today, they're a borderline playoff team. So Cameron Butler, 1 year, 2-way contract with the Red Wings. 6'4", right wing, 215, played 46 games last season in Iowa. Yeah, just a minor addition for the Red Wings. Yeah, so I'm pretty familiar with the breakdown, but Stephen Ellis does it the best. Shakir Mukhamadullin is a 24-year-old defender who missed significant time with an injury this year. It never felt like he could get things going this year. Big right-handed defender who can do a bunch of things well, but isn't great at anything. Still quite raw, like he was in his draft year. Might be able to make it work with the change of scenery. So the one thing I was going to say, he's not a right shot defenseman. He's a left shot, but I'm sure just an error. Steven and many others are quite busy today, but Shakir Mukhamadullin is a left shot defender. I'm sure he'll delete that or edit it. But just to correct in the chat, Shakir is a left shot. Whoa. Whoa. That could age really poorly. Oh my God. That could age really poorly depending on Dennis Hildeby. Wow. No insider had that one. Wow. Well, that's a big one. Wow. Okay. I don't even know how to feel about it. Trading with your rival is so risky, and Hildeby could be a beast. I don't know if I like that trade, man. Tampa Bay is obviously trying to create cap space to sign John Carlson. Oh, God. I like Nick Paul, don't get me wrong, and I think he's going to bounce back. My goodness. I don't even know what to think. Oh, my goodness. The insiders are not getting the trades from the Leafs. So Nick Paul, Mississauga boy, 31 years old, 6'4", did not have a great year, but his 2 previous years before that were 24 goals and 22 goals. I don't know how to feel. This is interesting. The cap hit's really good, though. And the Lightning get their backup in Dennis Hildeby. It's super risky, man. I hate trading goalies prematurely. Super risky. Whew. I don't know how to feel, guys. Who won this trade? I was not expecting this. My God, John Chayka is cooking. What the heck, man? I mean, that's your third line addition I was talking about. Is Nick Paul playing center or wing? That's a question mark. I don't even know what to think right now. What is going on? I don't even know what to think. How are the Leafs creating this cap space? So obviously Max Domi must be done for the year or done for a long time, and they must be having another trade. I don't know what to say, man. Unbelievable. Okay, so now go back to the lineup again. Is it McKenna, Matthews, Nylander, or is it Roslovic up there? Then Nyes, Tavares, Nylander. After that, then I'm not sure. Could you go Nick Paul up there and hope he has a big year? I don't know. Questions. Tavares, Sissons, Cowan. It's a lot of depth, man. It's a lot of depth. Joshua, Bluger, Duhaime. I think they're trading Lorentz. But for now, Lorentz is in the picture. Wow. Whew. Wow. All right. Now Zach McEwen to the Leafs. My God, they're just trying to get mean, eh? I mean, he's probably going to be in the AHL, but that's so funny. I mean, this is what I got right now, guys. I think Tavares might shift to the wing. I mean, you could put Paul on that third line, but maybe you spread out the wealth a little bit. McKenna, Matthews, Roslovic, Nyes, Paul, Nylander, Tavares, Sissons, Cowan, Joshua, Bluger, Duhaime. It's getting interesting. It's getting real interesting. I wonder if they trade Joshua. I think they've got to trade Joshua or Lorentz. And they traded Hellebuyck, so clearly either Aktiyamov's the backup or it's Stolarz. The Leafs don't have that much cap flexibility. I mean, Domi must be on a season-ending long-term injury reserve. This is insane. This is like one of the craziest Leaf news days of all time. Yeah, and Joshua, he had a down year, but Nick Paul had back-to-back 20-plus goal seasons and 40-plus point seasons. It's interesting, man. I mean, $3.15 million is super cheap for Nick Paul. It's a great contract. He had a bad year with Tampa. And Dennis Hildeby, like, that's risky, man. He could be a huge get for the Lightning. I cannot believe that San Jose took the whole contract from Darnell Nurse. Shakir Mukhamadullin and a prospect in return. Wow, John Chayka is cooking. Boone Jenner to Washington. Wow. I feel like we talked about that a couple weeks ago, and then I just didn't think it was going to happen anymore based on the lack of buzz. Holy shit. So Boone Jenner. Oh my God, man. Nick Paul to Toronto for Hildeby picks. I hate trading goalies with their rival. My goodness. Zach McEwen, 2-year deal. The Leafs have had such a busy day. The Leafs are just getting mean. But he's probably going to be with the Marlies for most of the year, if I had to guess. Man, insanity. The Leafs got more moves up their sleeve, clearly. They're clearly just changing so much right now. I think Lorentz and maybe Joshua could be gone. Definitely Lorentz, I think, at this point. They have so many fourth liners. Okay, so based on this, it's making me think they're going to trade Riley. Okay, Zito says the Panthers have agreed to a deal with Lars Eller. That's their new fourth line. And they've signed Donovan Sabrango, who I believe was with the organization. So, wow. The Panthers have a really good fourth line center now. Probably for cheap, if we know well how things go. Will Borgen going to Vancouver? We'll see. Mitchell Chaffee to the Islanders. If he bounces back. Okay. Thank you to everyone that's hitting that subscribe button, hitting that like button, guys. This is nuts. This is insane. Sorry, guys. I'll look at chat in a second. Holy man. All right. Thank you so much for the dono. 6 sports fan with the $5 dono says, get hyped. Leafs are cooking. Yeah, let's go. Jake is cooking. Thank you so much for the dono. I mean, Duhaime, people are going to like Duhaime. I'm telling you, he's got passion. He's a beast. He's a shit disturber. He's mean. The Leafs are clearly getting mean. They don't want to get pushed around ever again. So the Leafs are clearly adding a lot of center options. Wow. Okay, so this is why the Leafs didn't add Boone Jenner. But honestly, guys, I would have preferred Boone Jenner at 5.75 than Sissons at 4.25, I think. It's close. It's close. That is a lot for Jenner. 5.75 is a lot for Jenner. My God, man. The Cavs have spent over $10 million on Jenner and Darnay. God, I mean, the Caps spent their salary cap real quickly. Oh, Rick Dhaliwal, breaking news. Keep an eye on Alexiak in Vancouver. So Vancouver's going to trade Marcus Pettersson and bring in Alexiak. That's really interesting. So the Canucks, Alexiak, potentially. So it looks like Alexiak will be heading to the Canucks, potentially. Rick Dhaliwal is pretty reliable, so if he's saying that, I would take it for real. I guess the Leafs' perspective was they didn't want to run with 3 goalies, or if they think Akhtiamov's their third goalie. Now it makes me think they're not going to trade Stolarz. If they're just trying to replicate the Panthers because the Panthers won a cup with Bobrovsky and Stolarz. Infinite says, embarrassing day for Habs fans. We haven't done a thing. Well, I disagree with you. The Habs signing Demidov to that contract extension was a W in itself, in my opinion. But yeah, that's a big payday for Boone Jenner. I don't know if the Nick Paul signing was on the table. But to be honest, if Nick Paul's signing was on the table before, I don't know why you sign Sissons to that deal. To me, it would have made more sense to just bring in Nick Paul and then sign a guy like Stenlund, who's cheaper, and have your 3 and 4C as Paul and Stenlund. But it's really interesting. The Leafs are giving themselves a lot of center options. I haven't talked about this much. I talked about it on Twitter more, but I still can't believe they signed this kind of contract. Just absurd. Like, Bedard's contract with the Blackhawks is going to be like 16 or 17 million per year at that rate. Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn on this deal. Could be great. Could be shit. But yes, the Leafs made Colton Sissons' contract official. And we're still waiting for the official on Darnell Nurse, but it is Muka Medulin going to the Oilers and a pick. So the only other thing that I didn't talk about is that they did bring in a lot of Leaf killers. Nick Paul killed them in that Game 7 once upon a time ago. Man, that Boone Jenner contract's expensive. Let's take a look at what the Caps are building here. Because I actually think the Caps were winners in the offseason until that Vincent Desharnais contract. So, let's see. The Boone Jenner contract they've added, and it's crazy. The Caps still have $3.4 million of cap space, but no Ovechkin. Does that mean Ovechkin's retiring? Like, what's going on? Or is it going to be just a small cap hit? Or do the Caps have another thing up their sleeve? Because right now they're leaving basically no space for Ovechkin. Unless he's just going to sign like a $3 million 1 year or something really cheap. But right now, if we look at their depth chart, let's see if we can go. There we go. If it loads. Guess not. Anyways, let's just look at this. So basically building out forward groups. You could do either Wilson or Ryan Leonard on their off wing. Tuck and Dubois. Then you have Kyrou, Strome. And then your third line could be the Protas brothers with Jenner. Like, the Caps have a really good forward group. It's just that Vinny Desharnais signing I do not understand. So you'll have Chikrin with Matt Roy. Then you'll probably have Feravari with Desharnais. And then maybe Sandin and Cole Hudson. Or Sandin with Desharnais and then Feravari with Cole Hudson. But they have Liljegren as well. Like, I just don't understand what they did there. Like, to me, Cole Hudson should be an everyday NHLer. Justin Hall will be in the minors. Thanks, Jason, for subscribing. Hey, John, thank you so much for the dono. The 5 says Danny Briere equals disappointing. Better somehow get Carlson, overpay Philly. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Yeah, J-Frat. Puck PD was dying there. Yeah, Chayka is cooking. It's crazy. Thank you so much, Don, for the dono. But Zach McEwen, yes, to the Leafs. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Sandin's injury. Good point. So, yeah, the bottom pair might be Cole Hudson and Liljegren. Whew. And the Leafs make the Teddy Bluger signing official. Welcome to the Force, Bobrovsky. All right. So we don't know the Canucks and Rangers trade yet, but Marcus Pettersson still looks like he will be a Ranger. Man, I've got to eat. My tummy is rumbling. All right. We've got 1.1 in the chat. Interesting. Still waiting for a little breaking news here. So Nick Paul to the Leafs for Hellebuyck, a fourth and a third. Just quickly, just to summarize it. I think the scenario for Nick Paul is he could be on the second line or third line. I think when you're talking about Matthews, McKenna, is Nylander going to be up there? Is Roslovic going to be up there? The Leafs were super busy today. Nick Paul, 31 years old, had 7 goals, 8 assists in 51 games. He struggled, but he had 20-plus goals the 2 previous years before that. Killed the Leafs in Game 7 once upon a time, and I think he's a guy that could be center, could be wing, 6'4". I think still has some pace to his game, has some heaviness to his game, which is what the Leafs have wanted in that bottom 6 with some scoring potential. So you're hoping for a bounce back. The thing I don't like about this trade is you're trading a goalie right as he was getting into his NHL status to a rival. I think Hellebuyck could be a really good goalie for Tampa. So Hellebuyck, a fourth and a third. I guess the perspective is you're keeping Stolarz, I guess. It's got its risks to it for sure. But when I look at Paul, Nick Paul is pretty interesting in terms of his overall career. Played with the Sens for a while, played with the Lightning, World Juniors, former 4th-round pick. But again, you look at that weight, he's heavy. 234 pounds, 6'4", and he's still only 31 years old. So if I go to the Leafs Puckpedia here for a second. The problem is the Leafs are not done. They got to do something here. Max Domi might be done long term, so that's really interesting. But again, you look at that lineup. What are they going to do? Puckpedia broken right now, but you've got Matthews, Nylander, Nyes, Tavares, McKenna. Still got to sign McKenna to the entry-level deal, so that hasn't happened yet. And is Cowan going to be in the top 6? A lot of questions there, but you're assuming Domi is going to be out. That's where the cap flexibility is, and there's still that speculation. Could Morgan Rielly get traded? You're probably trading a defenseman, right? Once you sign Andre, if Stetcher's on your bottom pair potentially, maybe you sign one cheap depth defenseman, but something's got to give, right? Like if you're keeping Stolarz with Bobrovsky, which again, I don't mind the Bobrovsky signing. I just think committing almost $11 million to your goaltending with that age, with the risk associated, I think you're also committing a lot to your 4th line with Duhaime, with Bluger, with Joshua. You're basically at like $8 million for your 4th line. We watched the Panthers just win cups where they had guys on minimum contracts. So that's the part that I don't like here. So to me, it almost thinks they're going to trade Joshua. But maybe they trade Lorentz. Then they look at it as, okay, we're under the cap. We can sign Andre for cheap. And Domi's on long-term injured reserve. That might be the scenario, but I just don't think the Leafs are done. Zach McEwen's going to be in the minors, I would think. But there's a clear message here. The Leafs are trying to get faster and meaner in the bottom 6 and improve their defensive game. And honestly, I think the big thing too is they don't want Matthews with defensive starts anymore, and they don't want Matthews to be this shutdown center. Let Matthews explode offensively and let guys like Colton Sissons and Teddy Bluger take on the tougher defensive matchups. So I think that's the purpose of even bringing in a Nick Paul, is let those guys take tougher matchups, and you're hoping for those guys to chip in 15 to 20 goals each. More so Sissons maybe 15 goals, and Nick Paul hopefully 15 to 20. So I don't mind it, but I think Hellebuyck, trading him is risky for sure. All right, let's look to see if anything else has happened. Oh my God, Trocheck to Utah. Wow. They were on it for a while. They were on it for a while, and it's happened. Wow. Wow. Okay. We got to see what that return is. Yeah, today's just unhinged. A lot of people said today was going to be dead. Bob is Toronto bound. Okay, so we'll see what the Trocheck return is for the Rangers. So the Rangers have a couple irons in the fire right now. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I was just trying to record that clip. Oh, Curtis Douglas, where did he go? And there's the official trade. The Sharks, Darnell Nurse, Kier Mukamadulin, and Zach Sharp. Well, the Oilers just got a bunch of cap flexibility, that's for sure. Curtis Douglas, 2 years, $1.25 million per year. The Seattle Kraken have done like nothing, and they add Curtis Douglas as like a fourth line center. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So I wonder if the Rangers are just getting picks here, or if Utah's sending one of their younger prospects. Okay, so Zuccarello says he wasn't angry, just disappointed. Talked to Bill Guerin, and there's no hard feelings, and is super excited to get to LA. Wow. All right. Okay, so Puckpedia ranking it says here are the teams that have added the most in cap hit today so far. Leafs 1, Blackhawks 2, Flyers and Sharks 3. Interesting. 1.1K in the chat. Hellebuyck couldn't even start for the Marlies. Okay, I don't know about that. Akhtiamov got hot. Like, Hellebuyck had some really good starts for the Leafs last year. Yeah, I think we'll see what Trocheck gets. I honestly don't know what the Rangers wanted in return for him, but we'll see. Is it Jersey? Maybe it is Jersey. I wouldn't be surprised. That actually would be interesting for the Rangers. And then does that mean that they trade Braden Schneider? Maybe. There's been some Barrett Hayton rumors, though, too. I wonder if Barrett Hayton goes to the Rangers in this. Because Trocheck would just slide into that center spot, and then Barrett Hayton would get more of an opportunity with the Rangers. I obviously have talked about Barrett Hayton. Whoa! Oh, my goodness! Whew! What a return for the Rangers! Chris Drury W! Oh my goodness! Cole Baudouin also? Unbelievable. Wow. That's a massive Chris Drury W. If you guys have followed Cole Baudouin, that's such a W. Wow. Whew. That's a big return for the Rangers, guys. Nothing on Werenski right now. Wow. Yeah, I think that's fair to say, Pobody, that Cole Baudouin would probably be equal to like a mid to late first right now. So they basically, yeah, if you want to leave it that way, a first. What about Barrett Hayton? I mean, Utah adding Trocheck, it kind of insinuates they're going to trade Hayton for sure. This is the moves the Canadians made. Samuel Poulin and defenseman Ethan Sampson. Very quiet day for Montreal. Very quiet day. But my goodness, what a return for the Rangers. Zeta, you're killing me, buddy. Zeta, that better not happen. That better not happen. Oh, boy. Maybe the Leafs are adding a bunch of forwards because they're going to trade Matthew Knies for Werenski. But the Lightning just created cap space for themselves to do something big. But yeah, Noah Gregor to the Winnipeg Jets. That's interesting. All right. Let's look at chat here. We got 1.1 in the chat. Still can't believe the Oilers just got out of that Nurse contract like it was nothing. It's a massive return for Trocheck. Woo! Guys, just look at the board. What a day this has been. Wow. Yeah, Wired, exactly. A lot of people were trying to get up in my grill about this, saying, oh, free agency day is going to be boring. No point in watching. That's some of the reviews I was getting. Crixie, I just posted the video if you want to go watch it. I just posted the video on the channel for the Nick Paul thoughts. If you want to go watch it, I just clipped my 3-minute reaction. Hunter says, so anyone want to take Johansson off the hands? You can have him for future considerations. I mean, with Hill to be as the backup, I can say that's a really good backup for the Tampa. Camden, I think it's a really good buy low option to get Line. Why not? But yeah, look at that top 4 now for the Rangers. Like, overall, their whole group is much improved. Gavrikov, Fox, Pettersson, Dursey, Vekanainen, Schneider. That's a really good top 6 all of a sudden. Chris Drury's having a great day. Again, guys, if you want to hit me up on Twitter or Instagram, shoot me a follow. I appreciate it. If we could get to 1,000 likes, that would be amazing. We're also 5 subscribers away from 60.2K. So we're that close. We are 40 likes away from 1,000. I know there's 40 of you in here. Yeah, Larkin could get traded to Minnesota. I think if Minnesota didn't pull the trigger on Trocheck, it could be Larkin. Cried Productions. I promise you, that's a really good return for Trocheck. Trust me in saying this. I think Dursey still has some good value, and the Rangers could always flip him after. Cole Baudouin's a great ad for the Rangers. That guy has 2C written all over him. And they got a draft pick on top of that. I think that's a great trade for the Rangers. You guys, Doc, are you a Rangers fan? You think you're going to get Caleb Desnoyers for Trocheck? Then I'm sorry. Then your expectations were just false. Your expectations were just not accurate. Because, in my opinion, Desnoyers is going to be a better player than Trocheck ever will be in his career. So why would Utah trade Desnoyers for Trocheck? That's my opinion. Why would you trade a guy that's going to be better in the career than the one piece you're getting? In my eyes, they got a future second-line center, they got a top 4 right-shot defenseman, and they got a draft pick for Trocheck, who's 32, and didn't have that productive of a year. Like, Trocheck's numbers, I think he was, around 50 points in 70 games? Yeah, it's a second-line center. Trocheck's a really good second-line center. And I think that's what Cole Baudouin's going to be. I think he's going to be a really good second-line center. He had a great run with the Barrie Colts in the OHL, went to the OHL finals, had 88 points in 54 games. And then in the playoffs, had 29 points in 15 games. In the playoffs, 29 points in 15 games. And then last year at the World Juniors, had a point per game. I promise you guys are going to be laughing at this trade in a couple of years. I can't. I wish we could, somebody could just clip all of them and just make, a highlight reel in a couple of years of all the fans that are going to be upset with this trade. And then what Cole Baudouin becomes in a couple of years, they're going to be like, well, I'm an idiot. So Zach Bogosian, as expected, remains in Minnesota 1 year, $1.25 million. Reunited, Lorentz, Bobrovsky, Stolarz. Hey, what's up, I Spy? Thanks for being here. Anyways, Doc, you can say that. That's fine. But I can move it a little faster for you. Is that better speed, or you want it faster? Is that better speed, guys? At the top, with all the news now. Yeah, exactly, Max. Exactly what Max said. Yeah, I saw Lawton back to LA. Did I not put that on the board? I thought I did. Maybe not. But yeah, Lawton, I don't think it was made official yet, was it? I don't think so. But yeah, it does seem like Lawton will be back in LA. Yeah, we don't know the return for Pettersson yet. Marcus Pettersson. All right, so the Oilers official, and they thanked Arnold Nurse. All right. All right, so we'll pull it up here for the Cole Bodwin news once they make it official, but I don't think it's been made official yet by the Rangers. Thank you, Anthony, for subscribing. Thanks, everyone, for subscribing. Tom, please don't spam. The next move for the Wild could be Dylan Larkin. What's up, Joshua? Yeah, Kane, Bunting, Mantha, Lee, all still available, to name a few. I know, the Rangers are a little confusing here. We'll see what they're doing. We'll see if anything else comes out of that Rangers trade. But yeah, Steven Ellis's breakdown of Cole Bodwin is a physical forward coming off a mega season with the Colts. Middle six guy, maybe. Yeah, I would say he's the second liner potentially. I would say, honestly, my opinion, I think his floor is a third line center. His ceiling is a second line center. That's how I would describe Bodwin. Jeff Sabota says, hard to overstate what Boone Jenner has meant to the Blue Jackets organization over the years. Captain for 5 seasons, all-time leader in games played, and an indelible mark. I can't even say that word. That's crazy. In the Columbus community. Best of luck to him in Washington. I don't really see that word often, indelible. Briere says the Flyers really like to have Vladar fit in. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, Whiskey. If Yzerman thinks he could get Boldy back for Larkin, then he's out of it. Yeah, World Zone. I actually don't mind the Blueger signing. Honestly, among all of those, I actually don't mind the Blueger signing. It's just the Sissons one's super expensive. And Duhaime didn't have a good year, and that one's expensive too. All right. So the Caps make it official on the Boone Jenner ad. All right. So Red Wings make the Bryson signing official. I can't believe how quiet the Red Wings have been with all things considered. I know they added Arvidsson, which is fine. Jim Murphy says the Leafs have more moves. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Leafs have more moves. It makes sense the Leafs would make more moves. They need to create more cap space. So I would be surprised if they have a trade or two up their sleeve coming up. But clearly, here's what I'll say. I think it might be Dakota Joshua because the Leafs just tweeted out reunion or reunited with Stolarz, Lorentz, and Bobrovsky. With that in mind, makes me think those guys are staying. So I wonder. Nick Foligno, 1 year, $900,000. Really good deal. What is Tariq talking about? Jenner as the fourth line left wing? What? Bro, that would be insane. Paying $5.75 million for a fourth line left wing? Yeah, that's absurd if that's where he slots in. That would be the most expensive fourth line of all time. Oh, God. I mean, Debo, yeah, this is pretty good. It's pretty good. Guys, we're 3 likes away from 1,000. We're about to hit 1,000 likes. That's unreal. Okay. So Bjorkstrand does include a 15-team no-trade clause. What's up, Boogie? Hey, 1K likes. Let's go! Let's go, chat. 1K likes? Are you kidding me? That's unreal. You guys are the best. 1K likes. Woo! Yeah, I think Peterka is going to be a good fit with the Bruins. They needed more pure offense, so I think it's a good fit. Lise McKenna, yeah. I mean, Ovi, I don't know. Are they bringing back Ovi? What's going on? No details on the Alexiak signing yet. We're still waiting on a few things to kind of trickle in terms of the Alexiak signing details. Also, I mean, the Marcus Pettersson one, I don't think we've gotten the details on that one. Man, there's a lot going on. I'm trying to think of everything here. Ryan Shea to the Oilers. If that happened, that makes perfect sense after the Nurse trade. Let's see if it did. If not, honestly, I could definitely see that happening. I had Ryan Shea going to the Sharks. So now that the Sharks got Nurse, Ryan Shea, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, but as of 40 minutes ago, the Penguins are saying they haven't ruled out Ryan Shea. The Oilers aren't done. Who's this guy? Is this guy reliable, guys? Oh, Spittin' Chickless is saying it too. Wow. Okay. I trust these guys. Ryan Shea to the Edmonton Oilers. We'll see what this cap hit looks like. Whew. Could be risky, but if it's $4 or $5 million, it's a lot better value than what Nurse was at. At that point, I'm surprised why the Sharks didn't just sign Ryan Shea. But maybe Ryan Shea wanted Edmonton, and they just needed the cap space. He's a mass boy. Had a really good year. 35 points in 80 games. Was a plus 30. Just turned 29. He's been a bit of a late bloomer, but if you can get him at in around $4 to $5 million, I think it's obviously much better value than what they're paying Darnell Nurse. The way he's talking, the way Kyle Davidson's talking is like he's done. Like, bro, I just don't know what Chicago's doing, man. Like, what is Kyle Davidson doing? I defended him so many times, but that's just indefensible. Skirmish, it's definitely better. Like, the Leafs forward core is definitely better. The bottom six is better. I still think they need a higher end offensive guy in that top six. Brian, Darnell Nurse is making $9.25 million per year. Thanks for subscribing. All right. Thank you to the people that just subbed. We are 3 subscribers away from 60.2K. And we're past 1,000 likes, so thank you for that. I mean, a minor signing for the Canucks. We're waiting for them to do Alexiak. Let's see. Mr. Fusey, you think Bluger's the best signing of the day? You think that was good value for the Leafs? There you go. Freeman confirms it. Wow, that is a good deal. I like that for the Oilers. 5 years, $4 million per year for Ryan Shea in Edmonton. I like that. With the cap going up, I like that. Because even if Ryan Shea is just a really good bottom pair defenseman, with the cap going up, that's fine value, but I think he can be a top 4 defenseman. If he builds off what he did last year, like he looked really good last year. It's definitely not cheap, don't get me wrong, but again, $4 million for Ryan Shea versus $9.25 million for Darnell Nurse. It's much better value for Ryan Shea. So there you go. Yeah, Brian. Darnell Nurse was moved to San Jose. The man between the pipes for the 2 cups. Florida says thank you to Bobby. Oh, the Panthers signed Sam Lafferty to a 1-year, 2-way contract. Okay, so We knew about the Curtis Douglas one, but Freeman chiming in on that one. So 2 years, $1.25 million per year. And the Wild are signing forwards Dylan Gambrell and Jaeger Joshua. I don't know what's going to happen with Larkin. Right? There's a lot of disgruntled players right now that are still with their teams. A Nabokov fan. The Sharks have a lot of cap space still. I think they have like $14 million of cap space, so they can eat the Nurse contract and still make more moves if they want. And they could still sign Colin Graff. Elias Pettersson. Yeah, Zach McEwen went to the Leafs. It's pretty funny. Sir J-Dubs, appreciate the support. Yeah, guys, we've been live since 9 a.m. Eastern time this morning. Probably before that. I think it was like closer to 8:45 Eastern time. So it's been a long day. All right. I don't know if the Kings are done, but they did make a good amount of signings. And at the end of the day, Lawton hasn't been made official yet. So, Logan, thanks for subscribing. I could see the Lawton news becoming official soon. Barry, thanks for subscribing. Thank you to everyone that is subscribing. You guys are great. Hey, let's go. Mason Marchment from 2013. It's pretty electric. I don't know if the Leafs are done. They might be done today. Once we find out when John Shake is talking, then we'll know. Because up until basically how you know if a team is done is when the general manager decides they're talking. Even then, sometimes something happens later on in the day. But usually it's a pretty good indication if the GM is talking. That's why Kyle Davidson already talking for the Blackhawks. It means the Blackhawks are likely done. Leah from Jim Nail says, really no update on Jason. I think everyone needs to understand this is July 1. The games don't start until September. The goal is to get him signed. Saravalli says, Robertson also remains an arbitration candidate as a path to get him signed. So, we'll see. Hey, we're 2 subscribers away from 60.2. Thank you, everyone. Logan Stanley is not signed yet. No. Crixie, yes, there would be media today. Yes. A few GMs have already spoken. Daniel LeBruyere has already spoken for the Flyers. Kyle Davidson for the Blackhawks. I think there's been a few others. But John Chayka has not spoken yet for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He will speak later today. That's the expectation, at least. It could get pushed to tomorrow if they think a deal is going to happen tonight. But the expectation is John Chayka will still be speaking tonight. Can check from our guy Alter. Usually he's on it. No, so nothing yet. Oh, interesting. Josh Dunn to the Caps. Big boy. 1 year, $850,000. Yeah, he is a big boy. I forget how tall. Oh, it says there, 6'4". All right, guys, give me a sense of what you think. Who are your day 1 winners and losers so far? Because I'm going to make my video as I usually do. So give me your thoughts on the winners and losers. So that video, once I post it, will be like any of the trades that you guys missed me analyzing. You can obviously come back on the live stream and find it, or I'll talk about a lot of the trades and signings in that video. So who do you think's the winner and loser of day 1 of free agency? Okay, so Justin Kirkland, Minnesota, and then Blackhawks sign Connor Mackey for AHL depth. Dave says Leafs for the day. Dylan says Rangers winners, Blackhawks losers. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I still think the Leafs are winners. In a way. Like, I don't think they're winners. If somebody told me the Leafs are basically done, like if John Chayka came out and spoke and said, yeah, this is what our roster's going to look like for the most part, I'd have a big problem with that. But I don't think that's to be the case. Like, I think there's still going to be movement here. We'll see. I could see it being 80% done. The reason I still think they're winners is because they didn't give up a lot of assets to build out this roster. And they didn't give any crazy commitments. There was no 5 or 6 year deals here. Most of the contracts were 2 or 3 year deals. A lot of them can be buried. A lot of them can be flipped. So in that aspect, I'm not freaking out. They were pretty responsible in the open market. July 1 can be messy sometimes. July 1 can be very messy. And sometimes you have to overpay a little bit. So while I don't love that Sissons contract, it's only a 2-year deal. Like realistically, if it really goes sideways and it's just a horrible fit, they can retain 50%, have $2 million of dead cap or 2.12 of dead cap for 2 years. It's not the end of the world. But I like the aggression. I like the fact that they were aggressive. I might stream tomorrow. At the very least, I'll be posting videos. But I won't be live in the early parts of the day. Maybe later. All right, Laurent Brossoit signing with the Anaheim Ducks. LG Sports, I won't be live early in the day. Maybe later if it's busy. Patrick, what's going on? Like if a big news drops and things are happening, I might go live. But if you guys want, like I need to take a break to eat. Or stop streaming to eat. Do you guys want me to like go eat, pause the stream and continue, or just say, hey, F off, John, like we're good for the day? I don't know. I do need to eat though. I haven't ate since like 9 a.m. when I was munching on some bacon. All right. So we'll see how Shea fits into the picture here. Interesting. How did he do that last year? Okay. Yeah, he had 42 points in 64 games with Grand Rapids. Red Wings didn't really give him an opportunity. That could be interesting from the Oilers. Very interesting. Okay. That could be a low-key signing for the Oilers, but they've done those like international signings before. Obviously, he was with Grand Rapids last year, but okay. So John Chayka is speaking now. I was waiting for David Alter or somebody to post it. So John Chayka is doing his media avail. That means he's probably done for the day. But he said, give us ASMR. Okay, well, what I'll do, how about we do this? If you guys want to stay in the stream, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to go eat something quick. I'm going to see if I can put maybe a media avail on for you guys to listen to. and then I'm going to go eat, and then I'll come back, and then I'll record my winners and losers live on stream. I don't think they're doing it live. Okay. I was going to listen to Daniel Briere, but they didn't really do much. I'm trying to think of a team that did a lot today. I'll just leave this on for now.
Yep. We're still a playoff team. We're going to prove to
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm just going to eat something quick. Hang on the stream. Listen in. We got some good chats on Bobrovsky here.
You get Bobrovsky, that to me would be a real signal that Toronto's back.
And when you look at Toronto the last couple of years, the problem with the goaltending wasn't so much the goalies, it was they weren't always available.
Yeah.
Right? Like Stolarz has had a history of injury issues. Joseph Wall was injured, and then he had personal issues. So one thing we know about Sergei Bobrovsky, he's almost always available. Yeah. I mean, he's a guy that I know he's going to be 38, but he keeps himself in great shape. I'll be curious about the numbers here. What is the term? What is the dollars? But now you have Bobrovsky up as your number one goalie. You have Stolarz. You can keep him and Bobrovsky. They were a team. Remember, in Florida, they were in that first Stanley Cup year. They're familiar with one another. Hellebuyck is an interesting one because he's got to go through waivers. So maybe you trade him, or you trade Stolarz and you slide him up. Then you have the kid Akhtiamov, and he was great in the American League playoffs this year for the Marlies, who ended up winning the championship. Having a guy like Bobrovsky around, a fellow countryman there, to learn from and to watch the work ethic that he has could be a big picture thing as well for them. So I like it because, listen, Sergei Bobrovsky brings a certain cachet to your franchise and to your team. I'm just curious what the numbers are.
I love that thing how you just connected Artie there, guy that just won.
Fellow Russian,
Russian. I mean, and he's the future of your goaltending as you move forward. So I think this is an outstanding sign. The other thing it does, and you mentioned Austin Matthews right away, how he's saying, okay, we want to win right now. We're getting a Stanley Cup winning goaltender in our organization because we believe we can win right now. It's the other 19 guys as well are like, all right, guys, let's get to training camp. When does it start? As opposed to, oh, my gosh, what the heck are we going to do this year? Last year was a disaster. Now they got some excitement. And you know what? As a player, that makes the workouts and the training and the getting ready for the season a lot easier. And your mindset is just you're in a different space. So I think these moves are huge. I think all of the things that Toronto has done since the hiring of Chaika has been a positive thing. If I'm in that organization, I'm starting to look forward as opposed to dreading what happened in just the past 12 months.
Our man Kevin Weeks, by the reporting, it's a 3-year deal. Don't have the money yet, but Weeks is saying it's a 3-year deal, so that makes sense. Okay, 3-year deal. And again, Toronto collectively now, you go, okay, McKenna's coming in, #1 pick, high expectations, could be an impact player. Radish, again, #1 defenseman. Now you got Bobrovsky, .871 save percentage a year ago, but has been a proven goaltender. At the very least, John Chaika is making moves, right? You knew he was not going to be passive. He's been aggressive so far.
I've talked to people that worked for him in Arizona, and they said one thing about John Chaika, he likes to make moves. He likes to make trades. That's what he is. That's who he is.
Yeah.
And you know what? When you come into a job like this, we could talk about all the managers in the league. Like, you have to be bold. What do we say about Vegas all the time? Kelly McCrimmon, George McPhee, they're bold. They take risks. They take chances. It's hard to win. There's 32 teams. There's competition for all these players. You better get in there and make a statement that you're going to win. You got Matthews, got a couple years left on a deal. You want to win. What was I saying before? Sell guys on this is who we are. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to win. We're going to have success here. You got to stay with us. Believe in us.
And so far, he is making a lot of those moves. Some of them have been more interesting than others, or I'd wonder about a little bit more. But at the end of the day, Bobrovsky and Stolarz, that gives them really two good, if they go that path.
All right, guys. Honestly, I took a few bites. I'm going to go eat. I want to record my winners and losers. So you guys are going to help me out. I want you guys to have your opinions in the chat. So let's go through it. We'll go through the news. All right. So I want to see, do they include trades in here as well? Okay, they didn't. But let's go through it. Everyone can remind me of the trades. So guys, when I'm going through a team, I want you to say if they're a winner or a loser, all right? Okay, Kolasar's going to Detroit. All right. Thanks, Zeta. I appreciate it. I don't think I missed anything else, though. Okay. Day one of NHL Free Agency. Things might still happen later in the night, later in the evening, but going through all the teams and declaring them a winner or loser, or we'll just say too early to tell. I think the Ducks are one of those teams. It's too early to tell. The AJ Greer was a bit of an overpayment, and Nick Jensen I thought was fine value, so they're kind of in the middle for me. I don't think they're winners or losers. We'll see what else they do. The Boston Bruins, they didn't do much. They brought back Connor Clifton. I thought in terms of the trade activity, the JJ Peterka trade was good. We'll see what they do. They missed out on Jacob Trouba, which I thought was going to be a perfect fit for them, but they bring back Clifton on that right side. We'll see if Lohrei gets traded. The Buffalo Sabres, they're not a massive winner in terms of additions in the free agent class, but I actually love what Kekalainen has done so far. And the Zellweger trade was brilliant, and the contract associated with it now, 3 years, $3 million per year, I think is great. The Calgary Flames, again, they didn't do much either, but I think it's going to be a wait and see. They're going to be active in the trade market. And again, so they can't even really be losers because I just don't think they were in that position to overpay for guys. It just didn't make sense for them to. Carolina didn't do much either. I think the Hurricanes were going to wait to see if they trade Kotkaniemi, if they trade Nikishin, but they were not active in the free agent market. I wonder if they go after a goalie or if they were even in that conversation for Bobrovsky. Chicago, I'm going to say losers. I'm going to say losers because they didn't do a whole lot, and I thought the signing to Cole Smith was just an overpayment. I don't know if it was made official yet, but they've got their restricted free agents. They haven't figured out the Connor Bedard thing, so I just think with the day that I was expecting from them to sign a big fish, they can still do it. But Kyle Davidson talked with the media pretty early on, and that Byram trade is ridiculous. $12.5 million per year, 6-year deal. That's an insane price tag. The Avs, I liked what the Avs did. I don't know if I would say they don't have the Jaden Schwartz signing here yet, but I do think that the Avs cleared out some cap space. They created some more flexibility, and they signed some depth pieces, and they signed Jaden Schwartz just over $3 million per. So I think you could say they're small winners. The Blue Jackets, you kind of just have to say they're losers in a way on free agent day because of all the chaos that happened with Werenski. Obviously didn't happen, but look how many guys they lost. They lost Marchment. They lost Jenner. So to me, they didn't really gain anything. I like the Nichushkin trade, but obviously he's an off-ice disaster at times. So I'll just say they're losers because it's a bit of a mess there in Columbus right now. Dallas, I thought the trade was okay for Maverick Bourque. You could probably point towards them being losers, right? Werenski denied a trade to them that could have definitely happened. Maverick Bourque, they only got a second and third, which I still think is an okay value because they dumped Lyubushkin, created some more cap flexibility, and not signing Jason Robertson, they're probably a little bit more on the loser side. The Red Wings, to me, maybe not winners, maybe not losers. It's still probably closer to losers because of the position that Yzerman's put them in and the Larkin thing hanging over their head, but I like the Arvidsson signing. It's good value for only 2 years. When you're talking about $4 to $5 million, if he can put up 20 goals, or any guy that can put up 20 goals for that price tag, I think with the cap rising is good value. Edmonton Oilers, massive W's on day one. Massive W's. The fact that they got rid of that full cap hit of Darnell Nurse and brought in Ryan Shea, $4 million a year for 5 years, the Oilers are one of the winners on day one of free agency, for sure. So they didn't retain any money. Yes, they lost some depth pieces, but I think that's a huge win for them on day one. The Florida Panthers, they're winners. I mean, that Radko Gudas contract, $1.5 million per year. It sounds like they're bringing in Lars Eller to be their fourth line center. They already had most of their group done with. Like, I think people are going to criticize the Markstrom ad. That wasn't on free agents day, of course. So I'm fine with what the Panthers did. I think they're winners, and they have most of their team locked up. The LA Kings, I think they're winners because they actually just got tremendous value. They got value in Zuccarello. They got value in Corey Perry, and they're bringing back Scott Laughton. They're probably losers in the bigger picture of obviously losing Kopitar and not bringing a star back into the picture. And they did lose Kuzmenko, but I still think they're winners for the value of today. Minnesota, it's an interesting one. I don't know if I would say that they're winners or losers. I think they still should try to push for Larkin, but they lost out on Trocheck to Utah. Montreal didn't do much today. Pretty quiet. Nashville, I love the Maverick Bourque edition, and they've added some good depth, so I'll say they're winners so far with the new management. New Jersey, I think probably good value. I mean, they got off the Markstrom contract. I think Rodriguez fills a good need. So, yeah, I'm okay with what the Devils did. Islanders, I thought the Michelli contract was really good, but they did lose out to the Rangers on Bjorkstrand, and I'm going to say the Rangers are massive winners. They brought in Bjorkstrand. I love the trade that brought them Durzi, Cole Baudouin, and a third-round pick for Trocheck. So that Trocheck trade, Rangers fans, you need to understand, Cole Baudouin could be a second-line center in the future for this team. I think he could be that perfect role for the Rangers long-term, and I think they brought in different elements to their team. They definitely improved their defense group. If they're acquiring Marcus Pettersson as well, that top six in New York's a lot better. The Ottawa Senators, losers. I don't know what happened, man. They've been inactive. I still think they could go after Mantha, but it's been very underwhelming for Ottawa. The draft was confusing at times. I like the Eklund edition, but whenever you're losing Brady Tkachuk and losing your captain, it can't be a win, and they just haven't done anything yet. So we'll see what happens. Even the Samuel Ersson contract was kind of a head scratcher, I would say. Ersson at over $2 million for 2 years. He didn't have a good year. Hopefully for them, they bounce back. And signs are pointing towards Claude Giroux walking away as well, which I think Sens fans are getting really frustrated. The Flyers, I'll say that they're kind of in the middle right now. Like, they haven't done enough, obviously, but I think if the John Carlson thing is going to be the huge factor here. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but it seems like Tampa's the favorite. Pittsburgh, I'll say winners, but confusing winners. Like, I love the Kuzmenko and Carlisle signings. Trevor Van Riemsdyk was a bit of an odd one, and they lost Ryan Shea to the Edmonton Oilers. So I'll say winners in a unique way because, again, I love the Nick Robertson addition too, only for a fourth-round pick. So I think Kyle Dubas had a good day. They still need to add a left-shot defenseman, and I would still look out for an Erik Karlsson trade in the future. San Jose, I think winners, but they obviously overpaid to become winners. And then on the flip side, I think it is a head-scratcher that they brought in the Darnell Nurse contract. So to me, it's one of those weird things like they didn't pay Vincent Desharnais. Washington handed out that stupid contract. And I almost might call the Capitals winners of the day too, but that Vincent Desharnais contract almost makes them losers. So the Sharks and Capitals are interestingly similar in today's free agent day. They had some great ads and they had one really confusing ad. And I think Trouba was an overpay. They now have Nurse and Trouba for like a combined $17 million, which is also shocking. But I love the Marchment edition. So I don't know. They're winners, but losers. I don't know if that makes sense. There's so many pros and cons to what they did today. They have so much cap space too, so I love Marchment signing. And then the Seattle Kraken, they didn't do enough. I love the Samoskevich signing, but they're still in that middle ground. The Blues, same thing. They didn't do enough to really declare them a winner or loser. The Ross Johnson signing is kind of like over $2 million for that guy. I mean, he'll protect the guys, I guess. Tampa Bay, I'll say they're winners. I mean, Mikheyev and Viel were good contract additions, and I thought Hellebuyck could be a really high ceiling addition for them. Backing up Vasilevsky, it's definitely an upgrade. So I like what the Lightning did. I think they've lost some pieces, but I think there's still some good value in who they brought in. And Mikheyev will be a good third liner with some speed. Nick Paul didn't have a good year, so they get a couple draft picks and they get Hellebuyck to back up Vasi. And the Leafs, I'll say winners. Obviously, there's some overpays here. Sissons was a bit of an overpay, but I love the Blueger signing. Bobrovsky, massive risk. It would have been much better at a 2-year deal, but it had to be 3 to get it done. And then I think the other signings, too, were really intriguing. I think Brandon Duhaime's going to bring a lot of speed and size. There's some meanness now with them bringing in Duhaime. And then I don't know if Zach McEwen will get much time with the Leafs. And then Roslovic, 20 goals for $4 million a year. I think the 20 goals back-to-back, he's really defensively, we'll say, a liability. But you know what? I think the Leafs, I would rather John Shea be aggressive and do this kind of stuff than sit back and do nothing. And the nice part is on July 1st, there's usually overpays handed out. And the fact that the Leafs didn't do it, I mean, outside of Sissons, like the Sissons one's a bit of a head scratcher, I'm not going to lie, but you needed a right shot center. He can maybe score 15 goals in a season, so it's whatever. But it's not like they gave him a 5-year deal is what I'm getting at. Maybe if it was a 5-year deal, it would be down to $3 million a year. But I like the fact that all of the contracts they signed are not more than 2 or 3 years. That limits the risk quite a bit. And I think what Shea and Sandin have come in and done, at the very least, is they've brought in Stanley Cup winning pedigree, but also they've brought in what they've needed, which is better depth. And I still think they need more of that, but Roslovic, Nick Paul, these guys can all score 20 goals in a season. So I think that with the size aspect, they didn't really bring anybody in the forward group that's under 6 foot. So anyways, I'm curious what the Leafs are going to do further past that to create more cap space. But Utah, I'm going to say they're winners. It's a really aggressive move, and it might end up looking bad down long term, but Bodwin, Dursey, and a third for Vinny Trocheck. Now their center depth is unbelievable. If Schmaltz plays up the middle, Schmaltz, Cooley, and Trocheck is up there for some of the best center depth in the West and maybe the league. So I love what Utah's doing to be aggressive and be a contender for next year. I think the Canucks, there's a lot of different conversations around what the Canucks are doing. It's hard to say how they are evaluated on day one because they're in a rebuild. So I think what the Canucks have done in terms of their draft and coach and decisions, I'll say a win, but it's also hard to really evaluate them on day one with not much going on. But Marcus Pettersson being traded. And then Vegas, you could probably say they're just nothing. Winners, losers, maybe a bit of both. I mean, the Rasmus Andersson contract is quite the commitment, especially he did not play well in the playoffs. And Victor Olofsson's like a 7-11 version of Dorofeev on the power play. So they get that presence back, but they lost Dorofeev. And I love that for the Rangers. So on day one, outside of Rasmus Andersson, they didn't do a lot past that, but that was a big contract and a big commitment. So, and then the Caps, again, it's hard to commit them as winners because that Desharnais contract is the worst of the day. So I wanted to say the Caps were the biggest winners, celebrate their additions, but that Desharnais contract is just shocking. So they're losers in terms of that signing. Ignore everything else for a second. That's the worst contract of the day. And the Winnipeg Jets, I thought it was good value. Stuart Skinner, it's not a horrible contract. It's no risk to me. 2 years, 3.75. And Gregor, it was fine. Again, the Jets, it's going to be a longer-term look back in terms of what happens with Hellebuyck. So, anyways, guys, some of the news didn't drop on the NHL page here, but you got kind of the breakdown. Some of your big winners, I'd say Leafs, Rangers, Oilers, losers, Ottawa, Chicago. I think that's fair. Anyways, guys, subscribe, like, comment, notification bell. It's a busy, busy day. People can't say free agent is boring. Day one of Free Agent Frenzy was electric. So, anyways, guys, thank you so much. I'm going to end the stream there. I really, really appreciate you guys. If anything else happens after I just recorded that, let's see. Oh, first round pick, top 10 protected. Wow. My God, Jari's going to be back is kind of crazy. Philip Tomasino to Ottawa. Okay, so I didn't really miss much, but I missed that they got a first-round pick. That's kind of crazy. That's a huge dub for the Canucks. I can't believe the freaking Rangers are trading a first for him. 2030 first-round, top 10 protected. Anyways, that's really confusing from the Rangers. I said they were big winners, and now I kind of look like a dummy. Anyways, whatever. I'm so tired. I'll post that video, and then Rangers fans are going to comment, what are you talking about? They traded a first-round pick in 2030. At least it's top 10 protected, right? If you're Chris Drury, you're feeling good about where you'll be at in 2030, and I think that's probably the mindset. Anyways, guys, lots of love. Thank you so much for joining today and getting us past 60,000, 1,000 likes, all that good stuff. Look out for my winners and losers video, and if you guys want to watch it back and any of that good stuff, yeah, I appreciate you guys big time. And yeah, if anything big happens later, I might be live or I'll just post a video. All right, guys, see you on the next live streaming video. Thank you so much for today.